Does he have it?
Medeiros is going to get it.
They're going to toss it. They haven't got it.
He's on the outside line though, going into the fastest corner on the circuit. Surely this can't work.
Dominic Ligner has got a sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's caught back into play. Exactly.
On the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's caught back into play. Exactly. Miller's just like trouble. He's not on second and change. All of a sudden Miller's back in play.
Can Barry do it? Big Barry's going to do it. Big Barry!
Good afternoon and welcome to the return of the Platinum Endurance League live with the 6 hours of Le Mans broadcast on the JPB YouTube channel. I am James Parfitt, going to be joined in the booth by the one, the only, the mighty Dean Biggles is going to be alongside me today. We have got Dan Peebles popping in the booth later on as well to come and help out and do some of the commentary here this evening. We have 60 cars on track, but right now we're going to bring in the league owner, Marnik Heister. Good evening, good afternoon, Marnix. How are you? I'm not too bad at all, buddy. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for joining me in the booth here, bud. You know, it's the return, isn't it? It's back again for another season.
It's amazing. Really excited for this one. I think one of the biggest thus far with the highest of the all the season we've had so far. Really looking forward to this one with a new class as well. With the GTPs coming to iRacing, we've introduced it to the Platinum Endurance Championship. Can't really wait until it's getting started.
Yeah, and we have got the schedule up on stream. We do start with the 6 hours of Le Mans. Then we go into the 6 hours of Road America, 8 hours of Silverstone, 10 hours of Sebring, 4 hours of Barcelona, and then we finish with the 12 hours of Daytona. Who, you know, that's quite an interesting schedule, to be fair. Who come up with the schedule for this season?
Well, we eventually all did a little vote for tracks and think about the order of it. We've also taken into account the officials of iRacing, so we will not clash with any officials. And yeah, just those are the tracks that use in IMSA and WEC, and we've combined it a little.
Okay, so what was the what's the plan for this season for the Platinum Endurance League? What are we thinking here? What are we going to see overall?
I think a lot of excitement. Of course, the endurance racing is a bit longer than the sprint racing, but just the same as sprint racing, but extended in a longer length of racing. So for 6 until from 4 to 12 hours.
Okay, well, we cannot wait for this season, Marnix, as well. So what's your plan for today? You're going to sit back, chill out, and watch everything?
Well, as a steward as well, I will be stewarding the first 4 hours, and then I'll be driving with Platinum Racing Team Black for the last 2 hours. So yeah, I can't wait to be actually racing in my actual own event for the first time. I haven't been racing for the last 2 years. I had the responsibility feeling that I had to guide everything in good lines. But for the first time in a while, I thought I want to get back to racing, and what a way to do it in your own series, right?
Right, exactly. And what's the chances for the team? What do you think you're going to be achieving here for the Platinum Racing team? Because you've got Dan Peebles, Nick Kirstens, Martin Beers, Ben Marks is all registered on the team as well. What do you think is going to happen? Are you going to win?
To be honest, I don't think so. We have a lot of fast drivers here and a lot of fast teams. I'm just happy to be racing and not to finish last and have a good laugh and just do the best we can. And of course, we have like 5 teams of Platinum, so it's great to see Platinum Racing Team represented in the field.
Awesome stuff. Well, Marnix, we'll look forward to maybe having a chat with you later on, but thank you so much for joining me at the beginning there, bud, and I'll talk to you as the day goes on, no doubt.
Right. Good luck, guys. Have fun.
Take care. Right, so there we go. That was Marnik Heister, the league owner of the Platinum Endurance League. Now let's bring in the mighty Australian I got with me for this 6-hour adventure, Mr. Dean Biggles. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Yes, I'm glad that I have water, as I was speaking about that a little bit earlier in the green room. And it is, yes, it's still the Strone out there in the chat. That's the 8-hour endurance on the 29th of April, just to let everybody know. Silverstone, it's a different variation that we're going to bring here to the PEC series.
Absolutely.
You know about that one, don't you, James? Yes, of course. Apologies for the little typo. The typo was there just to test to make sure you guys were paying attention, and you did. So you do win the prize
Of
being shouted out for calling it. There you go.
Okay, well, we have got... You win the prize just for being observant.
Yeah.
I think there you go.
Yeah.
Well done,
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we have coming down to a minute of practice. So the way qualifying is going to work, guys, we're going to have the GT3s on track of the AMS and Pros. We'll be qualifying first, and then the LMP2s, and then we have got the LMDHs, the BMW, will be last out on the grid. Now, the interesting thing here as well, let's have a chat about the format, the rules, the regulations, all the nitty-gritty stuff that I spend hours reading, and I don't always agree with them, and because of the fact that they bring these wonderful blue flags into this, Biggles, and you know me and my lovely blue flag rules, right?
Yeah, ignore them, isn't it?
Well,
Isn't that what you do when you see a blue flag?
well, yeah, that's what you think that's what they, would come back and do, but they haven't come back and said this time. You know what I mean? I think that's the thing with the blue flags here as well in this league currently at the moment. So we are going to be having a reasonable effort. Is perceived as facilitating an overtake by a faster car within 1 lap or 2 minutes at maximum, whichever comes first. This rule comes into play when the faster car is the first car behind the slower car, and or the faster car is well within draft distance of 0.5 seconds. Failure to comply will lead to a penalty. So there we go. They will be getting penalties if they fail to comply with the blue flag rules. So, I'm looking forward to this because I love a good old blue flag debate in general. But I think overall they've got this one wrapped up. One of the other things they've got wrapped up as well is these guys do not have any fast repairs. They do only have a 40x limit for Le Mans. And then they get a drive-through every 10x after, and a disqualification at 70x. What do we think, Biggles? Do we think that's a little bit tight? Do we think that's not enough?
Well, that's definitely going to scare Dan, for sure. Dan, did you notice that? No fast repairs, just to let you know out there. He's a little worried that they were mentioning that the goal for the team, of course, is to not finish last. So they should have a pretty good idea of what's doing that. Just getting an idea how many cars are on track there, James, as well too. I think we have. But yeah, of course, those off limits, 40x, and then you get a drive through, and then so many more and so many more. Yep, that can end up into a disqualification. So stay within the track limits as much as possible, and keep the car out of the fence as much as possible, I think.
Oh yeah, I think that's going to be the thing that they've got to try and achieve here, isn't it? Is to keep the car out of the wall. And now we just witnessed a practice start, and we're hoping that these guys were sort of overall messing around, Biggles, weren't we? Because there was a lot of deaths in the practice start.
Yeah, there was. Oh, that's the time they can rehearse their dying on stage, I guess, for the show. But yeah. But that's just a practice session. Now it's the qualifying session that is on, as you mentioned there as well too, Mr. James. That they're going to be 15 minutes of each of the classes for their qualifying open as well too. So no lone qualifying. You're going to have to deal with all the other cars on track.
Yeah, this is the GT3s out on track first, so we'll see how the GT3s can get on here as well, because it's going to be an interesting one with open qualifying. You can see the 4 classes on the left-hand side: LMP2s, GT3 Pros, GT3 AMS, and GTP or LMDH, depending on where you're from and what you call them. But thank you everybody for joining us as well. If you are here in chat, much love. And don't forget you can subscribe, turn on the bells, and give the video a big old thumbs up, because that would be absolutely amazing. One of the other things I want to pick up as well, Biggles, is why we're here, is we are running live stewarding today, aren't we? And
Endurance.
no, it definitely is as well. I'm not entirely sure. Hold on a minute. Hopefully we are back, guys, as well. YouTube keeps ending the broadcast.
Oh, yeah. I forgot to pay my YouTube account there, James. Sorry.
Yeah, it just keeps all of a sudden stopping randomly. So
it looks good.
Yeah, hopefully we are back up and running again here as well, and there is no further issues. Thank you so much. As I say, if you have joined us this evening, it isn't my internet. I know I'm in the UK, and I know I've got more sheep than I've got actual human beings, but we should be back up and running here again in this qualifying session here, as we've got Rubens Lorente there as well. This is a long old lap, aren't they? You know, we are going to wait a good few minutes before we start getting times on the board.
Yeah, and that's it. Depending that I do that drive-through of the KFC that's just down one of the main straightaways. I think it is off the side, you'll see it. If you want to pop in there and get a zinger burger for me, I'd be happy with that one. We'll add a little bit to your lap time. Well, we'll see that one. Dan, I believe, is not going to be doing the qualifying, because I was going to talk about Dan if he's going to keep it on the track and not spin during the qualifying, but that should be okay for his racing team. Good spread of field on those nationalities too, James, that we have to probably go through at some point with all those drivers. I think I can verify most of the flags. I don't think there's any flags here that get caught off. There's an Australian team, 505 Endurance, I think, currently at the moment, driven by Ben, so good to see an Aussie team in there. An Aussie driver. Lots of Dutch, lots of a few Austrians, lots of Portuguese. Not that many Brits, actually, believe it or not, too, James.
Yeah, do you know what? I am quite surprised by that. I'm quite surprised that we don't have a lot more British contingent, but this is the European series. This is, you know, Marnix is from Holland, and this is primarily European, but we have got people from all over the globe here. As you say, Ben Dutton in the 505 Endurance is from Australia. We've got Italians, Germans, Egyptians, French, Dutch. Who else have we got in here? There's Americans in here as well. Team Upstate
Lithuania.
GT3, Lithuania. There's loads of different countries in here as well. So you know,
US, just one US. At the
US,
moment. That's David there for the Team Upstate GTP as well. So.
Yeah, Mateus Neves Soto is currently driving there as well. That's the most un-American name I've probably heard for a while. I've got to be honest, but there we go. As you can see, the times on the board will start popping up soon as well. British are not EU anymore, so they are not allowed in European Series. Well, I don't know about that one. I don't know. I don't think that's entirely true. I've got to be honest. I don't think Marnix has signalled out British people because of Brexit. You know what I mean?
Oh, Aussies are basically Brits. Oh, right.
Oh.
Shots fired.
And Mark Hutchinson's put, Biggles, remember, I'm Northern Irish, not Georgian.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that one. In another series that I cast for, Mark, and I was seeing some of the drivers actually from another series that I cast for, and that's g'day to all them. Yeah, I kind of messed up at the start of the season on that one, Mark. I eventually got it right at the finale race that we had at a different league the other day. But it's good to see you out on track there.
That took you all
Mr.
season
Northern
to get
Irishman,
it right.
not Georgian.
It took you all season to get it right.
It did take me all season, didn't it, Mark?
Season.
I eventually got it.
Well, there you go. Biggles is on the ball as per normal here this morning. It's taken him all season to get Mark Hutchinson from Northern Ireland and not Georgian. So fair play to you there as well.
At least he's proper United Kingdom. You know, none of this fake United Kingdom on the other side. Is the proper part.
You got there. You got there in the end, bud. I think that's all that matters. Yeah. You got there in the end. Yeah. So you know. And Soto is from Argentina, and everyone else is from the US. So there we go, Soto there as well. So that, of course, is in conjunction with Mateus Soto.
Nobody from Panama. There's only a couple of Panamanian drivers, a couple of Mexicanos as well too. I'm just trying to think who's the closest to me. I wonder if there should be a Colombian driver in here somewhere as well at some point.
I'm sure there is at one point or another. Do you know what I mean? There's enough teams in here that somewhere somebody is going to pop up from the world that we're, you know, not familiar with. I'm sure at the end of the day they will be popping up there as well. We've got a pole, Chicane Online Racing Red currently on a 3:54.480. So there we go. Oh, Mark said good to see you in comms too. So there we go, Biggles.
Yeah, go. And best of luck with your racing. Mark's pretty quick, so we expect to see Mark
pretty quick.
By the way, too, Mark, what class of the car are you
He's in
driving?
the LMDH with Tom Dadswell.
Okay, we'll call them the hypercars, okay? Because that's too much of a mouthful. We'll just call them hypercars.
I think as well. But they're on Altitude Esports, Tom Dadswell, Mark Hutchinson, and Brian Loynes.
Okay. And I know, say hi to Tom as well, and Brian as well. I know those drivers too.
Yeah, Tom, obviously, and Mark did a different series that we broadcasted here as well on a GT3, so that was an interesting one. See the time still rolling on the board currently at the moment as well. Ingmar Hamburg is another man that looks like he's on a bit of a flying lap here. So we'll see if we can jump on board with him and see how he gets on. But I think overall, is this the fair way of quali, would you say here, Biggles? Would you sit back and think, actually, this is the right way of doing this?
I'd say so because, I mean, you imagine how difficult it is to do your fast flying lap if you had all the classes out there at once. You'd have, and with the limited time, it's 15 minutes or so, but a very long track, 15 minutes, as you know, is not enough. Great deal of time, especially doing lap times at the moment of just sub 4 minutes. So you don't get that much time, and it would just be race control would be very busy. I'd imagine just during qualifying, if there was everybody. So I like it, and as you said, race control just popped up a message too, James, saying there's about 5 minutes remaining left of this qualifying session for the GT3 class. Yeah,
so hopefully it should be all good.
GT3 Pro, we're going to get that right. I'm going to forget we have an AM and a Pro class in the GT3, so make sure you remind me, James. We've got 6 hours to get it right.
All right, well, you got 6 hours. You should be okay, I feel. Do you know what I mean? So there we go. I am working in the background, guys, as well regarding the stream quality. I'm sure everything should be okay. I've not had any issues. Just let me know if there is any problems. That would be absolutely amazing, and I'll carry on fighting fires in the background at the same time.
Let us know now and not 5 hours and 50 minutes later that we were muted the whole time or something like that. Would be fantastic.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're not. I'm seeing bars move. All right.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good.
No, I'm seeing volume bars move in OBS, so I'm pretty sure we're on it here. They can hear us. I know somebody's just popped me a message telling me it's a little bit lagging, but hopefully it should be all right. My internet is running. It's all good. I promise. It's up and running fine.
Don't talk too much about it in your UK internet, as you said, mate.
But wait, stop it with my UK internet, will you? Stop picking on me about it. It's not my fault. I live out in the middle of nowhere. It really isn't.
Oh, you live in the middle of nowhere? I'm in the middle of a jungle.
Well, that's your choice. You chose to go and sit there.
There is no fast food near me. It's an hour and a half away, okay? You got fast food a 2-minute drive away, so you're not really in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, that's the thing, right? I do actually have fast food like 2 minutes away from me. Do you know how hard that is to have to cook dinner when you've got a McDonald's down the road?
Yeah. Oh, here we go. You're going to start talking about food already?
Oh, don't.
James is going to get hungry.
No, stop. We cannot do this anymore. We cannot do this at all. We got Alex Gould from Chicane Online Racing Red in the Ferrari, currently on pole on a 3:54.48 there for the GT3 pose. And then we got Norbert Windholt from Peak Sim Sport Austria. They are currently in pole in the GT3 AMS on a 3:57.190. So the stream looks good, lad. Let's go Chicane Online Racing Red and Orange. Thank you very much. Biggles, just to clarify, Altitude Esports have an Englishman, a Frenchman, and a Georgian.
A Georgian.
I think Adam Hedgecock's pulling your leg there. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Tom Dadswell, a Frenchman. All right.
Wait,
I didn't know that. I mean, yeah, I knew Mark was a Georgian.
Yeah, a Georgian. I can't believe you've called him Georgian. I would be well unhappy.
You see how close those flags are, mate, when you're looking at a 4K monitor and it's a tiny 2x2 pixel?
Oh, well,
the Northern Ireland flag and the Georgian flag are pretty similar, okay?
Oh, dear. And this is only the start, guys. You've got this for another 7 hours. You're pleased you're tuned in now,
and I tell you what, you gotta look out for the Italians too, mate, because once again in another league that I cast, the Leo racing team are very, very quick. They're so they've been champions in another series as well too, and at the moment I still get his name wrong as well too, but
who?
Alessio
Bernardini.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
He's got the quickest at the moment in the BMW. You got to look at those I rating classes too. You know, we've got 7.6K, 8K there for Alex, and currently in P2 for the Chicane Online Racing team. Yeah, you guys showed the strength of field up there too, James, so everybody can get an idea of the strength of field for the iRacing for all the different classes too. Talking about that earlier.
Yep.
There we go. It's quite high, as you can see, for the GT Pros. That's 4.1k average.
OBS has decided that he wants to terminate it again. What is going on here?
Have you got problems? It's okay on my end.
Yeah, it's just...
So pit exits closed for the GT3 Pros at the moment. Thank you.
And the GT3s.
All the GTs.
Yeah.
Yes. All
So
the
you
GT3s.
can't go out anymore if you're in a GT3. So there we go.
Well, you could. You just might get in trouble.
Well, you will. You're getting a lot of trouble.
So now we're going to be having the LMP2s, I believe. Is that correct? Should be coming back out on track
The
now?
LMP2,
Yep.
the LMP2s are out first, second after the GT3s. So yeah, bear with.
You've got to finish as your race control. Some of the drivers that we do notice here didn't go out. So there was a couple of teams. Did you notice that, James? Looking through the timing tower of the
Yeah, there's a couple of
GTs.
teams that haven't got the times on the board. Proto Sim Esports, Kairos Esports, Trackside Esports, Proto Sim Esports 2, Over the Limit Racing and Grow Racing Team Red, Crisp Racing Blue currently haven't got times on the board either. So we'll see what can happen here as well.
James, I believe we have somebody in the waiting room. I don't know if they want to have a chat to us or something. I'm not quite sure. Seeing somebody there.
Yeah, George Santos from 215. Okay.
Let's have a look at 215.
215. It's you know what I mean?
So we have to bear with the numbers here because there's a lot of cars to look through here. So
Yeah,
just trying to find the
Ingersoll
215.
Rand, buddy. That's what it is. So there we go. Let's bring in George here into the booth. George, how are you, buddy?
Hello, hello.
¿Cómo estás?
¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? How is it going?
Well, it's going very well. We're on the verge of what plans to be an absolute amazing race. I'm sure, George, you driving for Ingersoll Rand Ineos Esports?
Sorry?
What team are you in today, George?
I'm in the 215.
Yeah, Ingersoll Rand
that's
Esports. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't pronounce it right, James. That's
Maybe,
confusing.
hey, there was a lot going on at the same time, right? Get out. Do you know what I mean?
And you guys qualified at the moment in P9. So how did you think so far? I think
We choked a bit because we were really good on lap. I mean, on time to the finish of the quali to do 3 laps, and we choked. So we can only do 1. So it's bad. It's bad, but well.
And George or Jose.
Jorge,
pronounce that one. James and I were talking probably about 40 minutes. We're looking for pit stops for the other classes. When are you thinking for pit stops for your car this evening?
So the thing is, we have to feel safe, and it's about 14 laps, which is around 56 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's roughly where we put it, between 55 and the hour, to be fair. As well.
Yeah,
so
it's impossible to do the hour, I think, but...
Oh, it's a long straight, George. Surely you've got some lift in there as well.
Just put it in neutral, mate, and just let it go coast all the way down there. Yeah. You won't have to use any fuel.
Yeah. So, well, thank you for your broadcast. I've seen is pretty good. Quality and organization, and so thanks.
No worries, buddy. Well, thank you so much for popping in. You're welcome anytime. Come and have a chat, and we'll go from there. But cheers, George. Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See
Muchas
you.
gracias on that one, my friend. Yeah, and best luck with the racing. Yeah.
Right, so before we've even gone anywhere, CM and CMX MSI Gaming GT3, they have got a drive-through at the start of the race. So they were missing the decals for the car. So they had no decals on the car So unfortunately, they are out. There was some other stewards' decisions earlier on as well. Stewards Team Shazoo has got a drive-through for having the wrong car number, and TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing LMDH. They cannot participate in this race because they did not complete the required laps in practice. So there we go. As we're just waiting for Norbert Windholz to come across the line here. He's got a purple here in Sector 6. What is he going to be able to do? Oh, he's bumping
Rules
up.
are rules.
Yeah,
let's have a
rules
look
are
at
rules.
Norman. Yeah, it's like, hey, you know, you got to get a super license as well. So if you don't complete enough laps, you don't get your super license. And Norman goes up into P10.
Yeah, the LMP2 exit is open. So the LMP2 cars will be going out. There is Tobias Soriano from MRP by Fields Academy as well. So good job from them. And everybody's out now, Beagles. We go into the LMP2s. What do we think from here? This is going to be a different one altogether.
What about times are you thinking here? I mean, we got, what, 3 minutes and 53 seconds. Point, say 3 minutes and 54 seconds, let's say, was flat. Was the time LMP2s? How about everybody out there in the chat? We'll give you guys a who gets the closest guess to the time wins the prize. Once again, just gets a shout out. Yeah, they're pretty close in tracking it. I'm just trying to get a little bit of slipstream, I imagine. James also get the temperature into the tires as they go down the very super long back straight. You can go straight through there if you want. It's even shorter, but guarantee you might get a little bit of carbon fiber damage.
Yeah, do you know the interesting thing is, right? You know, we have this manic first hour, right? It always happens, does it, in any form of racing, especially in endurance racing. You have this sort of manic beginning, and then it kind of settles down, and there's Dan Peoples there, our very own.
Yeah, stick with Dan for a second so I can actually go for it. Go ahead, James. Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, you know, what do we think as the 6 hours evolves? Because I always split endurance racing, right? And anything generally over about an hour, I class as like a little mini endurance or a little mini sprint, whatever you want to call it, or extended sprint. But you have that beginning, and then you have the middle, and then you have the end. And, you know, the thing is as well, is I compare it to like almost like a Formula One race. You know, the start is absolutely manic. The middle is you go to sleep after you've eaten your Sunday dinner, and then you wake up 10 laps from the end. You know, are we looking like that as well here?
I was about to say, when you were talking about that, I was just thinking to my mind, it sounds like a Formula One race. So yeah, I guess great casters think alike. Yeah, but yeah, no, I don't think it's going to be that much of a snooze fest at all. Because I think the sheer amount of cars we have, the sheer amount of, like, you know, obviously with the different classes, there's always going to be something to look at. Even all that traffic to come and play, of course, there for the hypercars. Even the LMP2s, remember? So I don't think you're going to see a massive difference too much between the hypercars and the supercars, the LMP2s, because of the simple fact that, you know, the turbos, isn't it? In the hypercars make the massive difference coming out of the corners. But as you know, this track has so many long straightaways that they should be pretty much evenly balanced, aren't they, on pace a lot too. But going back to that, of course, I think the action is going to be everywhere, my friend, because of the sheer fact that we've got so many cars out on track.
I think
you're gonna see so much action, even if they have a 40-second gap to a car behind them or whatever. It's the fact that they still have to navigate traffic, and it's easy to tiptoe into the rear of somebody's car. Or as you say, leave the door open and get burgled?
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to get robbed. I'll tell you what we will do. We're bringing Dave Ramos. Dave has just completed qualifying here in the GT3 Pros, finishing down in 13th for Octopus Racing Team. Dave, how are you? Welcome in. Hello?
Hi.
How are you, Dave? You good? Oh, he's gone. All right. Well, not quite sure what happened there, but there we go. That was Dave Ramos briefly there as well. So not exactly sure how is it going on. I know there is some little incidents and accidents coming inwards here as well. From the beginning of the pit lane, I believe there was some incidents involving Team Shazoo. So let's see how that one pans out here and see if the stewards do look at it, Biggles. But we're predicting times 3:30.6 is my guess for a P2 pole. What do you reckon?
Okay, good. We'll see if you get the pick for that one there, Zachary. And as the Dutch League Racing says, Leo's looking good, yeah. Leo Racing Team, as I said before, in another league, were pretty strong. So I'd say definitely look out for those Italians. They are in the different, they're also in the LMP2 class as well as the GT3. I'm not quite sure if they're going to be in hypercar class or not.
No, I don't think so.
No. See, Dan so far should be completing a lap. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Very soon we'll get that answer in that 3:30s or so. What's your guess on that one, James?
I reckon 3. Yeah. Do you know what? Right, it's really hard because Zachary's put the time that kind of everybody would kind of predict. 3:30, 3:30. I reckon 3:31 maybe. Dan's on track, Peter. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that you miss him. But he will be in, hopefully pop in the broadcast booth with us later. But he keeps cutting in and out from OBS, so it keeps disconnecting.
I'm still watching the YouTube feed, even though it's a little delayed, but it's good for me so far. I'll let you know if it does drop off or something.
Yeah, it's seems to be consistently dropping out here, and I'm not entirely sure what.
Peter, you can't be off to watch Free Practice 3 for the Formula 1. This is far more exciting. We'll let you go to watch qualifying later on, yeah, but you have to watch this. At least tune in. If I'm not watching the Free Practice in Formula 1, then nobody's allowed to.
Well,
it's okay.
Well, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna yank the cable out of the trackside Bahrain so nobody can watch it. All the pictures will be down. All right, back to the real esports racing, iRacing. Somebody's asking about the cost of iRacing before. Is it worth it? Well, that's an interesting thing, James, because I've spent a lot of money on iRacing and I've never driven a car around a track once, just for broadcasting, as you know, and commentating. But I honestly. No, I don't buy anything anymore, James, that I have brought everything. So it's kind of like, I'm getting your value for money over and over again now. What do you think? Once you make that initial couple of purchases, you then kind of got it forever, don't you?
Yeah, I think that's the thing with iRacing. You do end up having, you do make the use of what you've got. Do you know what I mean? I think it's not like you're going to sit back and never use it again. You will use it again. So, from that perspective, I think you've got to kind of stay positive and just go, okay, actually, we've got this, we can use this. I think iRacing is a different entity, really, compared to most other games. There is a lot of things that you buy within iRacing, and then, cars and tracks and all sorts of other stuff. Michelle Sengali's gone pole there at the moment as well from the Leo Racing Team, MRP in second. I think it's going to weigh in up the cost to the drive. Do you know what I mean? If you're going to drive constantly, get yourself involved. Do you know what I mean? Because it is a top sim and everything else. So let's see what Sean Campbell can do as he goes across the line.
Should look quick, shouldn't he? Bang! Wow.
3:31, nearly a second quicker than the Leo Racing Team LMP2s there for Sean Campbell on the top.
That's the quickest time all weekend, of course. We haven't seen the hypercars come out, but that is the quickest so far in this class. It's getting close to the 3:30 mark, but 3:31.8. James, to go back to that as well. I mean, I used to cast a lot of the F1. That's the F1 racing game. And that thing's expensive when it comes out. It's like $60 or something like that, right? So it's $50 to $60. And you got to remember, that's $60, okay? So people generally play that for a little bit. They either do leagues or not. That's it, mate. Once a new game comes out, you don't want to go back and play the old one anymore.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you think about $60 investing in iRacing, gets you a couple of cars and a couple of tracks quite well, and that's something that always you're going to continue to use too, even if it's 2 to 3 years from now.
Yeah, exactly. And I've been on iRacing a good couple of years now. So, there's a lot of things that you can do. Obviously, from my perspective, I've gone into the broadcasting side of things as well. But there is a lot of things within iRacing that you can do within cars, and there's always that encouragement and that willingness to get better and get into the faster cars. Do you know what I mean? I think that's one of the things. As we got Patrick Silvardi from Origa Corsa here as well, currently on the screen. No time on the board there as well. Bazinga Motorsports not set a time. Peaky Drivers, Lithia Motorsports and Team Shazoo there as well. So just
is it the Peaky Blinders driving team?
It's not the Peaky Blinders. They're the Peaky Drivers.
The Peaky Blinders?
No, Peaky Drivers.
Peaky Drivers.
The Peaky Drivers here in the team with Steo Ferrier as driving. You know what I mean?
Where's Arthur? Arthur should be driving. Okay. Ben in the 505 Endurance, and I'm going to mention them, of course, because they're Australians, and I'm Australian, so I kind of got to stick up for them. They're currently in P7. Dan is currently in P9, so Dan is the slowest currently at the moment. We're still waiting for some more cars to put their times in.
Yeah.
Just to bring that out to Dan.
Don't point
You
that
are
out
the
to
slowest.
Dan.
No.
It's not Dan's fault, is it? You know what I mean? It's
He's not the slowest completely yet. We don't know, but you know, it's qualifying's one thing. It's race results. Remember, in the endurance, mate. If there's a pile up and and 3-4 cars up the road from you are all taking each other out, then all of a sudden you're in podium positions just like that.
Yeah, definitely as well on that one. So let's sit back and chill and enjoy this 6 hours here. I think it's going to be an absolute classic. I think it's going to be interesting to see the amount of cars that actually get to the end of the broadcast. What do you reckon?
That's going to be key. I would say, yeah, you're in it for a long haul, so try to be very gingerly at the start of the race. If you don't feel that you could be confident in an overtake, back off on it and think about it later. Because you want to see the checker flag. I want to see every one of the drivers see the checker flag. It's not realistically going to happen. I mean, if anything, you do get people with technical issues as well, too. So make sure you are aware of your parents and stuff like that they're not just going to unplug your internet because you didn't take the trash out or something like that. So make sure you communicate to them. Make sure your dad doesn't, reset the router because you can't connect to Facebook. Make sure all that sort of stuff. Make sure somebody doesn't have the microwave turned on next to your Wi-Fi if you are on Wi-Fi.
Would you be on Wi-Fi though?
Sometimes you never know if somebody's on a Wi-Fi or not, but make sure, be careful if you're operating the microwaves. Because remember, the microwave cooks on 2.4 gigahertz. That's the same frequency as if you are running 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi. Just, all that sort of stuff. And remember, you're racing in a team too, so you obviously don't want to let your other team members down that put many hours into this. But anyway, that's connection issues. That's sometimes out of our hands.
Yeah, please, can we stop going on with connection issues? Because we've had a few, all right, already. So let's not continue this. 3 minutes until pit exit closes for the LMP2s there. So they've had their warning. So they've got 3 minutes there as well. And still...
It's 3. It's got a T.
3. That's what I said, 3. I'm sticking my tongue out saying it. 3. 3.
All right.
All right? God, he's picking on me today, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? Does anybody feel there's a lot of bullying going on in the booth here today?
People say that to me. See, we do not condone bullying as well here at JP Broadcasting.
No, we don't. So stop it.
James and I are okay. Their bullying is friendly bullying.
Yeah,
even though you can't pronounce 3 properly, but yeah.
Oh.
All right. 3. I think we're just waiting for a couple of those drivers, as you can see. I think you're looking at about 4 of those drivers down the bottom there that have set their times. Some of them are setting a second time. Some are setting a first time. Patrick's about to set a first time. And as you saw the message, the pit lane is going to be closing up for them soon, and you get to see the hypercars. And that little mini purple sector there from Lemmy in the 130 machine too, James.
Yeah, I was just seeing if Riga Course was going to set a time. But as you say, Lemmy here is flying along as well in their qualified. Not really. Futuristic says. What was the not really to?
I think that's to the stream lagging. It's not lagging for me. I've got it up on one of my monitors, so it looks good at the moment, but I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, well, keep an eye on it as well. We have had a few disconnects through OBS, so hopefully OBS will sort itself out here as well. So, we are monitoring it as best we can, guys. Obviously, just let us know if there are any issues, and we will try and resolve this problem one way or another, as the song goes.
One way, yeah. That's who was that?
Don't
Blondie?
sing.
Blondie.
What was it? Blondie?
Blondie's the song.
No, it can't have been Blondie.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Who's
1 minute until pit lane closes.
Who sung One Way or Another? You know that one
that's one for the chat.
way or another.
James, you're talking to a music trivia quiz champion. You're not going to beat me on that one.
It was
Don't
not
quote
Blondie.
the original song somebody probably wrote, and she probably just played
One Direction, says Louis Gregg. Was it?
No.
It was not One Direction.
Yeah,
was
they did. They did a cover of it. Yes, they did.
Did they actually?
But the original, I think, was the more famous original was Blondie.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't. Ooh, big lock up there from Lemmy.
I'm surprised they're not spread out so more there. Just trying to get the toe, do you think, on the other cars?
Yeah, the front one is obviously Sean Campbell's up front here. He's kind of poodling along on his own, really. He set his time of a 3:31, and he's still a second quicker than Michel Zangali here, who is just about to head across the line as well. He's green across the board currently at the moment. Where is Michel going to go? Stays where you are. Stays where they are. So there
Keep
we go.
an eye on Sean. Mini purple sectors too, as well.
Yeah, he's all the way around the backside of the track currently at the moment. I wanted to see what Lemmy did, but I'm not entirely sure he's going to be any improvement here. Later in the race, I can join the VC if you want. Oh, that way I thought it was. No, it wasn't just. Blondie did the original. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm driving for Chris Racing Blue, says Louis. So there we go. You're more than welcome to come and say hello to us.
We do have the 398 machine there of Stefan. I think we're just going to keep an eye on the Lemmy. Yeah, as you said. What about Sean? I think Sean could be looking good. Dan hasn't. I think Dan improved a little bit. No, not really. Sean's already got the fastest time, so I think he's going to pull into the pit road anyway, because I don't think anybody can beat it.
Yeah.
That's Sean Campbell for the Swank Racing team, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it was Swank Racing. Sean Campbell there. Hugo and Rada, the interesting thing about Hugo and Rada is he's got 2 green sectors currently at the moment for the XPD Emerald Racing. So, you know, I cannot see anybody else getting near him. And my voice and Discord keeps cutting out on me. OBS keeps chopping me off, Biggles here. Keeps stopping randomly.
Mine's actually not too bad, which is good. So what you kind of need it for. But you're right. If you look at, like, for example, Dan, so I'm only going to pick on you, but now I might. Dan's Platinum Racing team, right? Their fastest lap was a 30 during qualifying. A 3-minute 35.6. So if you got the Sean doing a 3:31.4, there, looking about 3 to 4 seconds a lap quicker. You can start building a gap pretty quickly in a 6-hour race, wouldn't you? But then again, they got to split the drivers up across the field, so they could be their strongest driver right now during qualifying. They might have weaker drivers coming in later. I don't like the word weaker.
It's not really weaker, is it?
Less strength, let's say, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, isn't it? It's not weaker. It's just I don't know. What do we call them? What do we call them?
Strategy. I'm not quite sure.
Strategically placed drivers.
Yeah, there you go. That's probably the best politically correct way of saying something like that without.
Does that work?
Putting any of the drivers down. And, it's actually true because some drivers love, they're not necessarily going to be the quickest in the actual qualifying, but overall, they might be a quicker driver consistently for lap times over and again, and loving, like, remember hot temperatures as well too, because you get into the track temperature will get hotter because we're starting in the morning, aren't we? And we're moving into just after midday, I think, 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon local time for the track. It's hottest, so yeah, they might be better at handling the different tires too, in the temperatures. Who knows?
Well, let's see how we get on here with Philip Ansell, the Scotsman. As we're coming down through the 4 chicanes and down through the start-finish line. Ooh.
Give us a thumbs up. We've got 27 thumbs up at the moment. Thank you very much, everybody watching as well. A lot of the drivers are probably watching, so we'll definitely say hello, and some of the drivers have come chat to us. And they'll pop if you want to be putting up with us in your ear as you're driving, if you can. Focus on it. Some people need complete quiet. Some people like to put on some Italian opera, perhaps, if you're the Leo Racing team.
No,
when you're driving.
I'm a complete quiet man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I can't.
Just the engine and you.
Yeah. I just want to be at one with my machine that I'm probably going to go and put in a wall somewhere. Yeah,
I think that's absolutely it, isn't it? For the Bazinga, Oliver has finished in, where did Oliver finish at? In P8 currently for the qualifying position. And now it's time for the hypercars, only the one class of hypercars, so the one manufacturer, BMW. Hopefully we're getting other hypercars, aren't we, soon in iRacing, I believe.
I heard there was a leak, wasn't there? I heard
I
heard that there was an initial leak. So there we go. Predictions on GTP. Well, if the LMP2s are in the 331s, the GTPs have got to be 328s, 327s, haven't they?
Do you think there's enough corners for them to really maximize the... Is it the turbocharger on them? Or is it the... What is the boost that the hypercars have?
I think there's enough there. I think we could be seeing, some very quick times currently at the moment there as well. So
I'm guessing 3:29, mate.
All right, 3:29. We've got Dan Peebles has jumped into the booth with us. Good afternoon, Dan. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, James and Biggles. Let's say not very well after that quali.
You're doing the first stint, aren't you?
I'm doing the first 3 stints of our team. We're basically, with the way we're running with Marnix and me in the team, Marnix, of course, being a steward and me being a commentator, we have to kind of run in blocks of 2 hours. So I will be doing the first 2. Nick will be doing the second 2 hours, so from hour 2 to 4, and then Marnix the last 2.
Right, okay. So what are we looking at in conjunction of pit lane times, pit stop window? What are we looking around about 40, 45 minutes?
45, I think, is a bit of a stretch here at Le Mans with the longer track. We'll be looking at 40 minutes, I think.
40 minutes. And, the only way is up, Dan, really, isn't it? You're in 13th. You got to be pushing to go forward, right?
Yeah, well, I was doing quali laps yesterday in FP5, and I was doing close to 32 threes. So I don't know where the pace has gone. Could be the track that is different that I'm not used to. I was struggling in the practice earlier on as well for my race pace. So don't have high hopes, to be honest, for this one.
Well, you've just got to keep it on track, Dan. Keep running in the right direction. Stay out of their walls, and just remember, if you crash, always think about what we're going to say up here in the booth.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right, mate. Take care.
Yeah, good luck, Dan.
Well, there you go. That was Dan People. So we got about a 40-minute window from the LMP2s as well. Current hybrid quali record on iRacing is the 3:16.3. So I'm guessing it's going to be low 26s.
Oh, that's it's a big deal. Then again, I keep forgetting it's a very long track, so perhaps you'll see that spread more.
Mark Hutchinson says a 21 from Tom Dadswell.
So,
what do you think?
Is that
a 3:21?
That's the Georgian. Yeah, that's Georgian Mark, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Georgian Mark and the French Tom Dadswell. So yeah.
Well, you see that on the pictures, Tom's Dadwell at the moment there, driving under the British flag, even though he's closer to France than he is in the United Kingdom.
Hold on. How do we even know he's closer to France than he was in the United Kingdom? Where is Tom
said.
Yeah, but no, that's Mark and Adam Hedgecott were giving him grief. Where is he from? Yeah. How far down is he? So,
he could be in one of those little islands halfway between France. I don't know what they're called, right? Halfway between France and UK. You got a couple of little islands there.
Yeah, I don't. Is that the? Oh, blimey!
It's your backyard. I'm not sure what they're called, but you do have a couple of little islands there.
I don't pay attention too much to bits around me that I can't go and jump on.
Yeah, you already were a school teacher, of course. Geography.
He's on the beach. Where does on the beach mean?
Is that Brighton?
Is he Cornwall?
No.
Oh, Mark's not happy with you, Biggles. He's got an angry face against his message.
Because they keep calling him Northern Irish.
He's Georgian, isn't he? Sean Campbell, not low 26s. I'm not roasting the grid. All right, well, let's see here as well as Tom Dadswell. They are obviously...
Hey, Mark, why don't you come and have a chat to us real quick where you're not in the car? And then you can clarify everything with us, if you like. Just jump up into the waiting room, and we'll speak about it. We'll listen to your Georgian accent there. We can tell whether or not you're going to have an Irish accent for sure.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's giving you grief here. I'll tell you. Let's see what happens. He lives on the south coast, so super close to France. Yeah, I'm on this. Well, I'm not on the south coast. I'm down south. So there we go.
Keep an eye on the 7 car at the moment. Look at those purple sectors lighting up everywhere. So all the Fruity Machine purple sectors at the moment for this Matej. Is that Matej?
Matej Saranak.
Matej. There it is.
There it is. Or you could just say from FinTech Motorsport LMDH.
Yes.
That would be easy.
And Leonardo, I think, as well, too, got a couple of... How can they both have purple sectors? I'm a little confused on that one, because it doesn't have to be replaced.
I don't know.
Isn't it the purple sector the fastest of everybody?
Yes.
Or no, it's only yes. So there's a little confusion on that one. We'll see. Obviously, it looks a bit of showdown between the 83 and the 7 machines so far.
Mark's chickened out. He said maybe later. We got super important quality stuff to do. Oh, there we go. Right, there is a drive-through at the start of the race for Peak Sim Sport Austria. They were starting a lap after the 45-minute call and setting a faster lap. So they have got a drive-through penalty. So
the Austrian, he wasn't listening to the sound of music too much on that one, unfortunately. There's my pun.
Peak Sim Sport there. Unfortunately, drive-through penalty, as we can see here. Leandro Mendez from Raycar Esports team.
Tom. Tom it looks like a mini circle. We're going to be seeing these cars crossing the line, so I'm not quite sure. But Tom may be one of the first ones. Get an idea of these times. If I'm going to be right with the 329s, or is it going to be lower, as James predicted? 328s.
I think I'm looking a little bit lower. I've got to be honest, Biggles. I've got to be honest. But we're going to start seeing now.
I'm always honest.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you really?
Here we go. Final couple of corners. Bang. What did we get on the timesheets for that one? That's 324s. 333. 323, sorry.
323 for Simtech there as well. Wow.
Smashed my time.
Yeah.
Somebody was saying, actually, in the chat, that was correct, Dad. Somebody was saying 23s. So I'm not sure who that was, but I'll scroll up there and give you a bit of shout out. There it is. Sean was saying, thinking 25s and 23s. So you're the closest so far, Sean. 23.
Well,
let me
keep going.
Yeah, I let me do all the offending by butchering people's names. That's what I'm famous for. James gets it right. I butcher people's names, so just blame me. In the Altitude Esports there for Tom, and we know that Mark was in there focusing on their qualifying session. They're in P3 currently at the moment with theirs. Just having a look. So David Flanagan from the team Upstate GTP, one of the American drivers on the field there, with the slowest time currently at the moment, so 3:28, but they're probably putting another lap. Still yet to see what a couple of drivers. Yeah, there's a handful of cars that haven't set times yet, James, too.
DLR Rotary Industry Orange, Delta Racing, and Writer Engineering. So them three have not set times as of yet. But Dave Flanagan, Tom Fain, Marin Perez, Diego Morelli, Leandro Mendez, Tom Dadswell, Ballas Tarowski. Oh, Ballas is in there. I know Ballas from a TCR league.
Yeah, that's just we were talking about this in the green room, like looking through the names, realizing somebody, the drivers these days, don't we? And, like 10,000 plus people. Well, it's hundreds of thousands of people at iRacing, but starting to see the familiar names, and that's great.
Yeah, getting used to seeing the same people over and over in various different leagues. So that's absolutely stunning there as well. But these guys, Albert Priam and João Delgado, have not got a time, and neither has Nico Schiewitz from
David
Writer.
Flanagan, I think I know David out there. Obviously, Tom there is improving. Yeah, but there's another reason why you're starting to know those names, James, because you cast like 3-4 times a day, so not surprised.
Yeah, it does get, there was a lot. We do a lot here as well. We've got 2 going on today, guys, as well. We've got the Peck Endurance here as well. And then we've got the VWSC is happening as well with Paul Glover and Dan Peoples. So Dan's not only driving, he's not only commentating, he's also going off and doing another one. So
yeah, Dan's a bit of a powerhouse machine, isn't he, here as well? I think he casts just as much as what you do, James, or almost as much as what you do. Myself, sometimes.
He's a little busy boy, is Dan Peoples. Bless him. So what is Altitude Esports going to do is he's going to come across the line now. Oh, second, 3:23.271. There was an improvement from Simtech, 3:23.118, and just there as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a fine battle here. And also Ballas Tarowski with a 3:23.780 from the Magic Arrow team. Dave Flanagan's got a time on the board. We've still got no time for Albert Priam and João Delgado, Biggles.
Yeah. Let's get a time in, guys. But then again, there we go. So I think that was the Delta Racing squad there for the number 12 car got up to P8, I believe. Let's have a look at Martin Perez. This is the last lap that they can do because they've called the pit lane to be closed, so they're going to return back there and end the qualifying session soon. Was it? Did they say it was closed? Or I think they did.
Yeah.
Race control.
So, to see what happens here. Do you know
now, this is the thing too, James. I mean, obviously, because we did the Bathurst 12-hour here on your network. As I'm Australian, I wanted to do the Bathurst just a social event that we did. But remember the team that I was casting, the Australian OC team?
Yep.
And they elected to start from the pit road in endurance. That was a 12-hour endurance, but still, they elected to start from the pit road, which is a clever idea because they ended up making their way up to P3 eventually in that race. And there was a little bit of an incident, and they dropped back to inside the top 10. But either way, but just thinking, it goes to show that qualifying isn't necessarily overly that important in endurance races, is it? Like, as long as you can,
dude, anything above 2 hours, quali is not really that much of a worry. I think that's one of the things. Do you know what I mean? That people don't quite get. It's qualifying, it's racing, it's 6 hours. You've got a long old time just to pick people off, and if you're going to rush every move and every overtake and everything like that, it's just going to go completely Pete Tong for you. You've got to be sensible. And if you're not...
And that's why they started in the pit road, didn't they? And that was all the same class by ground for the Bathurst. That was just the GT3s. But they did that, and if they didn't, they would have probably been around the accident zone where in the top of the mountain where there was a big crash. So...
Got to love the mountain at Bathurst, haven't you? It becomes like a car park.
Oh, yeah. As soon as somebody spins, man, they block the track. That's it. 2 minutes remaining until the pit exit closes for the GTPs. We'll just call them the hypercars. Thank you very much, race control.
Hypercars, LMDHs, whichever, preference you want to call the cars. It's all the same. They mean exactly the same thing. So there we go. As Albert Priam here as well. Hopefully we'll get a lap time on. He's coming round on that run down into Indianapolis, turn 18 and 19. So,
can you go aboard to get a feeling, the sensation of speed inside one of these? Beautiful.
Yeah,
we only got a corner anyway. Two. So, James, have you driven this track yourself very much?
Not very much. But I have driven the track. He's going round Arnage now. He's going down 20, 21, 22 before he starts going into the Porsche curves. I've not driven... Yes, I've driven it, but I'm not by any means a regular on this circuit. He's going to be swinging to the left a little bit now. Start letting him line up on the outside. Run it in as well. 1 minute remaining until the pit exit closes for these guys. And then he's got to go left again. Oh, he's swinging it now. Then he's got the sharp... Not sharp right-hander, but it can be a tight, long right-hander here, and then he's got to go left again. And that's the thing, you can see the left and rights, the left and rights, the left and rights, and it's still all the way through. He's gone right, he's gone left, and that's all the way run through the Ford, and then he's coming up to the Ford chicanes, of course, which is another left, right, straight, left. He's got to catch that inside, right, and now he's got to get on the gas as best he can. What is Albert Priam going to do here? He's currently sitting in 12th. He doesn't get a time because
I don't think. No, he must have not been off track exactly. I didn't see a time set on that one, unfortunately. And being such a long track, you don't have much time to go around and do it again. Because that would be the last time. This is the last time that any of the drivers can put a time in. As we can watch from Martin Perez here for the Octopus Racing team. Lots of tentacles in that car. Pit exits closed. This is it. Get your foot flat on the gas pedal. Don't lift. Don't brake. Send it across the line. No, well, you're going to have to brake at some point. Otherwise, we hit that car up the road.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that, mate. You don't want to be doing that. I think that's the worst thing we could hope for here. Well, not hope for. It's the worst thing that we could see. Lap one, turn one, chaos.
James, this is one for the chat. Chat's got a little bit quiet at the moment. I think they're getting a bit nervous, mate. The little butterflies are kicking in the stomach because the race is going to be starting soon. But that's the question. Do you think we're going to have the usual kerfuffling that happens between the hypercars and the LMP2s? Because, push comes to shove a lot. Remember, they're pretty evenly balanced at certain corners and things like that. Like going into a corner, braking. The LMP2s are just as strong as the hypercars.
Yeah, I think they should give enough separation, Biggles. I think they should between each class, right? They should be able to give enough separation between each one. They are all going to be out on track very, very shortly, of course. So I'm hoping that they don't cause complete and utter carnage. Because it's only going to take one LMP2 or one LMDH, and it's just going to go wrong. You can see it now.
I can see that writing on the wall. I think more so that you tend to find the GT3s are more behaved, I'd say, because they realise, that there's two classes out there that could be quicker than them, so they're certainly not going to be a too much problem. Some flying laps at the moment here, James, too, in the dying stages qualifying as somebody goes off in the background.
Yeah, but from Simtech Motorsport.
Now, see, Tom might steal pole away here. You can see he's got some mini sectors here. He's got to beat it from is that the Czech Republic driver, I think it is, in the Simtech Motorsports team.
Yeah, I would probably say you could be correct on that. Dadswell on one, says Adam Hedgecock.
Yeah.
Dadswell's on
this
one.
Could be pole.
Could well be. It's coming through now, wriggling around turn 26 and 27, going into the Corvette curves. Left. Here we go, a little bit of a straight. Dadswell here for Le Mans in the
I think he's got it here.
of Le Mans. You reckon?
I think he's got it. Yeah, unless there's a massive mistake in that second mini sector, this is just gonna look at it. Slaves are flying that car, flying it across the line. Can the Brit do it?
Yes,
he's got it.
3:22.97 for Tom Dadswell. He goes on to pole position there as well for the start of the race. And as we know, the start is important. It's better to be on pole than anywhere else, Biggles, isn't it?
Yep. Sorry, he's a Frenchman, not a Brit. Is Tom? Maybe this car, Soul Car, at the moment, they're the number 2 machine. As you can see, personal best and a purple sector. You never know. Pull something out of the bag here and deny Altitude Esports the top of the timing tower.
No, here we go. We're going to find out if Tom Fain can. He's got greens, more greens. So he's improving on his... Oh, saying that though, mate, his last lap was a 3:26. It's a big ask, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Just looking at this.
That, I swear, if OBS does it again.
You'll buy it, McDonald's. Here we go, Tom. Across the line.
Oh, he came across the line very slowly there.
He might have had an off track before, but it's 4 seconds slower. Yeah, I think that mistake at the back, at the last sector, cost him a lot.
Yeah, definitely did. So,
41 seconds it was last sector.
Yeah, I think I don't know. He just kind of stopped, didn't it? It just seemed to be like he just chilled out and didn't really drive it through. Do you know what I mean? Which is a little bit of a strange one there as well. So let's see, qualifying is coming to the end with 30 seconds remaining here for quali before we go off, ready for the 6 hours of Le Mans. Are you ready, Biggles?
Got to give us a thumbs up too, James, and almost 100 people watching live. We'll see if we can get your friends and family, call up your girlfriend, your brothers and sisters and everybody, get them to tune in there, see if we can crack the 100. It'll be a good, a nice reward for James, quitting his daytime job and doing this full time for his broadcasting network. So we want to see 100, don't we, James?
Yes, we do. It'd be great if we could. That would be absolutely incredible. So there we go. If we can do that, that would be absolutely stunning. How far are we from the end? We're just literally finished at this moment in time. We will run through the grid and see how we get on. Nerves, man. Heart rate going like a bat out of hell, says Mark Hutchinson. And he weren't even in the car.
It is for us too, isn't it? Believe it or not. Just as a broadcaster and a commentator, I get my I get adrenaline pumping at the start of a race. It's like there's just so much action to capture and try to commentate, and of course all the replays and stuff you're going to be showing. It's exciting.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's definitely going to be a good one. I can't quite wait to see how this one pans out. I've got to be honest, because I think it's going to be absolutely mega here this afternoon. Into the evening we will go. So yeah, stay tuned for this one, guys. And I guess now, get your drinks and popcorn in, really, Biggles. What do you say?
Did you have popcorn before you have a race? Or maybe if you're watching your other team. And remember, it's just as nervous, isn't it, for the other team members that are watching a driver in their cars. It's like, hey, it's my car too, remember? So let's just Take it easy.
Yeah.
They're just as nervous.
I'd
I'd like to see heart rate monitors for a driver. We have to probably hook something up, don't we, James, in the future? Some sort of plugin or something for YouTube so that the heart rates of the drivers, we could just put a command in, like, what's Mark's heart rate right now? What's Tom's heart rate? And it comes back with an answer. 196.
What do you think? We'll get ChatGTP on it and see what they can come up with.
Yeah.
Can you write me a plugin to determine the heart rate of a racing driver for iRacing? There we go. If anybody wants to get on that one, all credit goes.
Mark said 300.
All credit goes to me. So there we
I'll
go.
look for one for you, James. I'm sure, but they'd have to have something on their end as well too for drivers. But anyway.
Yeah. Ben Anthony, how do you determine GT Pro and AM? Is it iRacing related? Marnix is all over that. Look at that. When joining, yes, we eventually have a formula to check speed. Formula?
Yeah.
Blimey, it's all getting a little bit technical up in the PRL.
But E equals MC squared, or
yeah,
Newton's third law.
So that could be why Marnix keeps having to buy socks. He's got to keep taking them off to do the counting.
Oh.
That's why he was asking me about pairs of socks the other day. Yeah, I should have twigged. That was what it was for. If he's got
Dan's
all these...
heart rate's 157, Dan.
Oh, I don't know what mine is.
Send help. Yeah.
I'm just sat here chilling, and I'm not entirely sure. I'm not the one in the car.
What would you be your heart rate when you meet me in person, Dan? It'd have to be higher, wouldn't it? You'd have butterflies. It'd be nervous meeting me.
A heart rate when meeting you in person?
Yeah.
Why?
It's like meeting a celebrity for the first time, you know what I mean?
Really?
Or you're a famous race driver.
Really?
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
All right.
We're currently just filling time at the moment, or we're waiting for the qualifying results to come up, as you can clearly see.
We are literally waffling on here. Milo Spillman, it's okay, Dan. Even starting from last place, and my heart is going crazy. Oh, so there we go. Bless. It seems to be going a bit mental here, to be honest. Yeah, much love.
Let us know if you need a defibrillator out there, anybody. If your heart rate goes through the roof, we'll fix that up for you.
Yeah.
Take it easy, please, drivers out there. A lot of you are listening in the first couple of laps. Just take it easy, endurance race. I want to see everybody bringing the cars home.
Yeah, it would be good. Do you know the thing is as well is what we call crash. The last to first superhero. Like, I don't get it. You're not going to go from last to first in one lap. All right, it's just not possible without causing a major collision. So if you are racing and you are listening, right, please don't try the last to first challenge in the first corner. It doesn't work. Marnix gets stressed. It all goes wrong, and then people blow up and go off all over the place, and then the stewards are running around for the next hour and just screaming because they've had all of these complaints coming in, and none of them really know what they got to do with them. You just don't do it. Just don't do it, guys.
You've heard it live from James, so do not try this at home.
Yes.
AKA,
don't
try
do
to
the
send
last
it in
to
the
first
turn one.
Yeah, don't do it. All right, and if anybody does do it, expect a DM, because otherwise I'll be coming after you.
We'll get notifications from race control too, saying you got a drive-through penalty or something even worse.
Now go and see James.
And just let everybody know, of course, we do have live stewarding. So hopefully, if everybody does take James's advice, the live stewarding team won't have to pop up too many of those race control messages, but you will see them during the 6-hour event. And a big shout out to the stewarding team for having to go through that. And now, James, you can go through these qualifying results.
We've got Tom Dadswell for the GTPs in pole, Matek Cernek in second, Balastaroski third, Leandro Mendez fourth, Nico Shielwitz fifth on Diego Merli in sixth, Martin Perez in seventh, and João Delgado is in eighth place. So there we go. There is your top six. Tom Fain in João Delgado 8th, Tom Fain 9th, David Flanagan in 10th. In the LMP2s, we've got Sean Campbell on pole, Michel Sangali in 2nd, Hugo Aranda 3rd, Tobias Serrano in 4th, Philip Wansel is in 5th place. Okay, come back. There we go. And then we're going to go into the LMPs. There we go. That's what I was waiting for. Hugo Arando in third. Tobias Serrano fourth. Philip Ansel in fifth. Winston Eccles sixth. Ben Dutton in seventh. Oliver Kerner in eighth. Lemmy Mishk in ninth. Patrick Silvazi in 10th. Cito Ferrier in 11th. Vicente Lare in 12th. Marnik Heister is down in 13th. Dan Peoples. Milo Spielman is in 14th. Then we go into the GT3 Pros. Alessio Bernardini is in first. Alec Gold second. Gitano Volcano in second. Oh, I know Gitano from ASR. Thomas Piber in fourth. Philip Barreto in fifth. Sik Yin Ho in sixth. David Pervitel in seventh. Rubens Lorente in eighth. Ali Torres ninth. John Sylvester in 10th place. Josh Fletcher in 11th. Stephen Bird in 12th. Dave Ramos 13th. Louis Marino in 14th. Emery Camelda in 15th. Justice Stekios 16th. Paolo Tadaloni in 17th. Thomas Dunn in 18th. Pedro Martins in 11th. In 19th. And Cristiano Roca rounds out the GT3 Pros. Now in the AMS, we have got Norbert Windhose in first, Stefan Kuzman second, George Pinarano third, Roy Wilbrink fourth, David DeMarco fifth, Mateus Soto sixth, Alfonso Soto seventh, Fabian Sutka eighth, Christian Marr ninth, Simon Van Dijk 10th, Victor Fernandez 11th, Ingmar Hamburg 12th, David Kuhn 13th, Patrick Hoyt 14th, and Ricardo Vario in 15th place. I really hope whoever has a name that I just got wrong, I am so deeply sorry.
You did a fantastic job there, James. I think you got through 59 of those drivers' names. So that's pretty impressive. That's what we're seeing at the moment anyway, 59 cars on track.
Right.
So it's going to be exciting. Of course, you all know, if you're not familiar, they're going to be doing the rolling starts in their different classes.
Yeah,
so that they spread them out a little bit. Otherwise, it would be absolutely carnage into turn one if they didn't do that.
Yeah,
imagine a standing start with everybody on the grid with no spread.
Can you imagine?
Just being mad.
I cannot even think about that. Cannot even think about it. We're going to be looking at jumping straight back to the LMP2s once the LMDHs do get underway. So let's see here as well, as we can go on board with the pace car. Come on, pace car.
Oh, you can?
Well, yeah, well...
I didn't know you can go on board the pace car. That's awesome. Anyway, it's going to be... Make sure you give us a thumbs up out there if you're going to be excited and looking forward to this one. And thank you for the 93 Sipping Crack 100 as well, too. It would be absolutely fantastic for the start of a 6-hour endurance race.
Yep. From Le Mans. And we're going to be underway very, very shortly here. The pace car is going to go in.
Yeah, isn't Tom from France?
Sean can do. What is Sean Campbell going to be able to do here as well? He's going to be getting underway very, very shortly. Sean from Swank Racing, he's gone as well.
There it is.
Yeah, dude, look at the thing. Michel Sangali didn't really get the jump on him, did he? And didn't manage to stay with him, but they are going 3 wide down the order there as well. Not entirely sure that would have been the best move, but currently at the moment, Sangali is in second, Campbell first, Gonzalo Arando, Tobias Ariano, Ansel Eckel, and Ciro Ferreira here as well. Now in the GT3s, Alessio Bernardini is in the front for the pros. He's going to be gone as well. Alex Gall is in second. Then Christian Gitano Volcano in third. Filippo Beretta in fourth. Thomas Paiva in fifth. Pervitel is in sixth from Corais Esports. They're 2-9. So there's a lot happening here currently at the moment. And Oliver Kernet in the LMP2s is battling away, and Leandro Mendez from the Raycar Esports team. Everybody, Biggles, looks like they've been through so far so good, I think. There was a little bit of an incident in the middle of Dave Ramos on that, but they seem to be okay.
Oh, you spoke too soon on that one, James. I was just about to say it was perfect driving. But yeah, it's broken big time on that one. You can see the steering angles pointing in the middle there. No fast repairs, so you got to get those repairs done now. It's going to cost a bit of time, but I guess it's the best time to get it done at the start of the race, because then you've still got 5 hours and change, of course, to go.
Yeah, would you really want to, though?
well, I'm not quite sure what to see.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
You still be in it, you know. Other incidents will happen, so you know. Check a flag at the end there. We'll see about that one.
All right, Mark. I'm sorry. Mark's just put the time in.
Mate, my cars are flickering all over the place as they're trying to load everything in, so I'm glad it's not happening to you. It could be a lot worse out there.
Yeah, it's not happening.
If you're
to
seeing
me
what
at
I'm
the
seeing
moment.
right now, Mark, that's why, thankfully, James covered all that race start. I was hoping you weren't going to ask me about that, mate, because I can't quite see the cars properly to verify.
Alessio Bernardini here in the GT3 Pros has got Alex Gall. Gall's just gone past him there in that Ferrari, so it was a move from Alex Gall, and he is currently in first place. Alex Gall has made that move. Oliver Konat from Bazinga there, car number 169, left-hand side, has got Winston Eckel right beside him currently at the moment. How's our very own Darren Peebles getting on? Oh, there's been another one there as well at the back. Simon Van Dijk. Looks like he's been included in a... Yeah, there he is. Van Dijk there as well with Justice Stakaios. Oh, man, it's getting messy earlier on. We didn't quite make it through, did we, Biggles? I thought we were going to make it.
I'm just having a little bit of a latency issue at the moment there with it, so bear with me, James. I can only just relay on what you're talking about just a couple of seconds later on the YouTube channel, so it fixes itself up in a minute.
Now, João Delgado, Tom Fain going down the start-finish straight, which technically is lap 2 already. David Flanagan is in 6th place. He's up 4 places for Team Upsport GTP there. Nico Shewitt is in the pits. Don't forget there are some that have got drive-throughs here at the beginning, so we're expecting them to come in and get it done there. Thomas Dunn down in the GT3s. Oh, AMS and Pros mixing it up here. This ain't going to turn out well. Do you know the thing is, though, Biggles? You said that the GT3s are generally clean now. I think it's the GT3s that have had the incidents.
They're not touring cars.
No, they're definitely not.
Generally.
Yeah, they're definitely not. David Flanagan and Martin Perez here are looking at swapping positions earlier on as well. So let's see how these guys get on. Martin Perez. All good, I think. Perez is through on Flanagan. Is João Delgado going to get through as well? Vincenzo Lara at the back of the LMP2's got Ansel going in as well from Team Shazoo. Don't forget they had a drive-through there at the beginning. So that is unfortunately Team Shazoo going through the pits already at the end of lap 1. So there we go. Let's see how we get on here. Biggles, how you doing there? You're fighting fires, brother?
I am fighting a bit of latency issues at the moment, just trying to keep an eye on the timing tail is working good for me. We've had just have Dominic at the moment. Is that runner inside? I think there was yeah, did that look like Patrick had retired the car, I think, from that earlier incident.
Would you retire this early on, though?
No, definitely not. You got all the other drivers, you put in all this effort, you know, many things can happen in a race. And even if you're plump last. I've been plump last in races before, back in the F1 days when I used to race every once in a while. I was the slowest car on the track, but I'd still manage to get points by just bringing the car home.
I think that's the thing that they've got to be looking at doing, isn't it? They're just bringing the car home to each other. Hugo Gonzalez Aranda from XBD here as well, trying to get alongside Sangali from Leo Racing. And, well, there we go. Car number 185 did not make it through there as well from Tobias Soriano. So let's see how this one gets on here as well. There's a lot of action down in the GT3s. You can see them strewn in 3 wide back at there on the straightaway. In the Porsche there. Is that Christian Mayo? It's not Christian Mayo. It's one more back from that. Soto was battling away with Martins there. So there was a lot going on further down the back of the order here as well. Gaetano Vaccaro is battling away with Rubens Lorente. Oh, are they all going to make it through currently at the moment? Everybody seems to have made it through. There was the normal incidents that we saw, Biggles, you know what I mean, which is expected really. And then obviously Stefan Kuzman's had an accident as well. And then, it's kind of settled down a little bit, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, it has, which is what you like to see. It was a very clean start to the race, too. There's not a lot of incidents, as we mentioned. And, they're just settling in, getting in their room, of course, cold tyres, getting the temperature back up into them, getting a feel for the car. All the butterflies and the stomach and the nerves, of course, are slowly starting to calm down a little bit for the drivers as they get settled into their racing times and format that they'll be doing. And then later on, of course, they'll be looking at picking up the pace, I say, as they get more comfortable with the cars.
Yeah, I think that's
a little bit of pressure, I think, is that at the moment there on the Altitude Esports team. Yes, it is, right, with Simtech in the gearbox.
Yeah, it is. About half a second back at the moment. You can see the gaps on the left-hand side. There's half a second between these two here. There's about 3 seconds in the LMP2s, half a second in the pros, and half a second in the AMS. So there's little pockets of battles developing here. The field is slightly becoming how we expected it to become. You kind of almost expect it to become LMP1s, LMP2s, GT3 pros, GT3 AMS, and it's almost getting that way. Some of the pros are a little bit out of position. They start making their way through, and there as well. So they started making their way through. So it is becoming a very much a follow my leader chain here as we go to the front of the AMS. SR Technic and Fury Simsport Academy, of course, at the front. But there is Milo Spillman from Lithia Motorsport, up 5 places in the LMP2s, battling away here. Car number 134 in the front with Ben Dutton for 505 behind it. Big old your man.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ben, they dropped 5. The 505 endurance team had dropped, I think, 3 positions, sorry, not 5. But it's, once again, so you can drop a couple of places at the start of the race and make it all up a little bit later on.
Yeah, you definitely can. I think that's going to be the interesting thing, isn't it, really? You know what I mean? So
yeah, I'm still got some little technical issues there, James.
Yeah,
so I'm still being with me a little bit.
We are fighting fires in the background here, so just be aware we are just sorting out some issues we've got. So be aware, if you can, just bear with us. Live TV.
Yeah, but the stream looks great, James. I mean, on the YouTube stream, I've been watching that up there. Your pictures look good. This is my entertainment problem. So far, so good. So just those couple of incidents, I think. Yeah, we also got, looks like a bit of a battle brewing, isn't it, between P10 and P11 as well, too. That is the Battle of the Spaniards, if I'm not mistaken, in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so LMP2 is battling away. We are on lap 4, 5 hours and 49 minutes remaining, Biggles. 5 hours and 45 minutes, then Alex Gore and Alessio Bernardini are still next to each other currently at the moment. So this is going to be a interesting one earlier on.
Too early into a corner or any of that sort of jazz, and see how it kind of pans out.
Yeah, definitely on that one. As we seem to have a car. So, see how we go here as well. Rick Wilbrink from Fury Simsport Academy battling away with Christian Meyer in the Porsche from the Austrian Sim Racers Blue team. So, there we go. They're battling away quite nicely here as well with Emery Kamalda. So we've got 2 BMWs and a Porsche. And then for good health, there's Stephen Bird from the Platinum Racing Team Orange in another BMW there as well, battling away at the same time. So yeah, nice little pockets of battles developing here as well. And Tom Dadswell's still got Simtech Motorsport LMDH behind him. Tobias Soriano, Hugo Gonzalez Aranda They are literally near enough side by side as they're coming down into 12 and 13. I would say they're coming down the Mulsanne Straight, but practically this whole track around that whole back corner is called the Mulsanne Straight. All right, so yeah, there we go. The front two.
I'm glad you're familiar with that. Yeah.
Yeah, it is pretty much, mate. It is pretty much called the back straight. As soon as they turn out of Tetra Rouge of turn 8, you've got the first Mulsanne, then you've got the second Mulsanne, then you've got the third Mulsanne, and then you've got the Mulsanne run down into Indianapolis, which is down into turn 19. So there we go. Facts and figures, Biggles. Facts and figures, as they say. Yeah.
I was going to say, when was this track formed? But it's street circuits. Street roads.
Victor Sanchez Fernandez from the Peaky Drivers team. Grow Racing Team Red. Side by side there as well. And then behind that, we've got Christian Rocker from Proto Sim Esports. And Afonso Soto and Fabian Sotk in front of him from Scorpion Racing Esports Team Silver. So, nice little... I like this, you know. Do you know, I like the way this is spreading out, like this class battles. You know, you've got a few of the pros still coming through. Paolo Ernesto Tandolini, you can see it here, Sopka there, and a pro. So it is Rocker and Sopka side by side. Ooh, look at that run. Didn't I see at one point, Biggles, that Charles Leclerc was eating a yogurt on the way down one of these straights?
Was he?
Yeah, not obviously in a Formula 1 car, but he was sim racing. I'm sure he was sat putting his foot on the accelerator and he was just eating a yogurt.
I guess it probably because he's used to a Formula 1 car speed, so he's sitting there going, okay, I've got plenty of time. I'll just put my hand out the window there, put my feet up on the dashboard, and just chill on the straightaway, because the straightaway for him obviously would feel very, very slow compared to a Formula 1 car.
Yeah, bit interesting there. Volcano here. Now Gitano in the BMW Leo Racing Team. Lap 5:44 on the clock. And it's not 5 minutes or 5 seconds, it's 5 hours. So we've still got mountains of time here as well. We've lost Scorpion Racing Esports. TR Geeks Energy obviously weren't allowed to take start. Trackside Esports as well. Rotary Orange looks like they've dropped. Are they still running? No, Rotary Orange is running. And Dominic Englek is running as well. So there we go there. Yes, and Trackside is still going. So it is just TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing GT3 in the pits. Raycar Esports team in the pits. And Hugo Olivia from Delta Racing there as well has now just gone into the pits at the same time. So there we go, a lot going on. Cristiano Rocca has just overtaken Ricardo Valraro from Proto Sim. So there we go. There we go. All going on here in the first 15 minutes, and this is kind of where we're expecting it to settle down a little bit.
Nice. Yep, absolutely right. It is. It's definitely starting to settle down.
That's what coming already into the GT3s here, Biggles.
Oh, yeah, already. Well, I thought it would have been a couple of laps later, but there it is. Obviously, we are looking at
laps.
Yeah.
Oh, sensible, Tom, sensible. Oh, the nerves are going through traffic. Scares the living hell out of me. Not that I'm normally the one doing the lapping, Biggles, I've got to be honest. I'm not normally doing the lapping. What about you?
Oh, you wouldn't even go on these cars, mate. I never had a shotgun.
Would you?
Well, unless I got my GTR Skyline out there, of course, but there is no GTR Skyline in the GT3 class. And there it is, so he's going through the traffic. Now, this is going to be the advantage of the other cars. How are they going to take advantage of it? Because you can really do it again, depending on if you're getting on the straightaways. Of course, you're going to get them through the corners. This is another thing as well, too, as you can see right now. Tom is following these cars through the corner. Shouldn't be a problem to get them on the exit.
Yeah, he's got to just be looking at putting his nose up, isn't he, really? I think that's the thing, isn't it?
I thought you said about getting your nose get chopped off like a plastic surgeon or something. Is that one of those references?
you know,
you usually say?
you know, getting your nose chopped off faster than Kim Kardashian at a plastic surgeon's, you mean? Oh, that one.
There you go.
Well, you know, look, at the end of the day, do you know what, right? I can't work it out a lot of the time to do with racing in general. It's, you know, either really busy, you know, it's one of them things that you get told that you can do this and then you do it and then you don't do it because you can't do it and then you want to do it but you really don't want to do it. I don't know. There's a whole list of things going on with racing at the moment, isn't there, Biggles, that you really have to kind of try and pay attention to and go from there. So it's going to be interesting to see how these drivers cope with this, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if we get a second. Dan's actually, keep an eye on Dan at the moment too, my friend, the 110 machine. I saw there was something very, very close happening there for a second. Actually, did Dan make that? I think there's an overtake as well too for the 122 car. Is that Silo and Oliver? That's spicing up behind Winston. And that's 12th, 13th, and 14th. That's in that class. Here it is right on pitches, mate. Yeah, so this is definitely brewing up here. All four of these cars, they're looking like they're going for it like it's the final lap of the race there, James. So take it easy, guys, but we want to see this great wheel-to-wheel racing.
What do we think? Oh, no, don't do that on me. Please don't do that.
I wonder what's going to happen when. How far are they from the GT3s too? Because that's where it's going to really get spicy. These
They're
four
coming
cars
into
here.
the back end of them, aren't they? Currently at the moment. Coming up to the back end, there's a few. You're going to see a few of them down the road there as well. Ben Dutton 505, car number 150. Oh, look at all these people making these moves.
Yeah, why is that 122 car just lifted off there and just allowed him through? That was Silo, the peaky drivers.
Did
he get a slowdown?
I don't know. Can it be fuel saving, you think?
It could be. Just allow all four cars who was leading them and just said, no, I'll fight you guys later on. You could be right on the fuel saving. We are expecting them to come in, what, 40 or so minutes?
40 minutes,
yeah.
So
look at the slip line. Bump drafting. This is not NASCAR. This is not IndyCar. This is LMP2s. Going to make their way up in the corner here. This is really risking it. I have to tuck in. There's going to be, yes. Has to take the escape area.
Yeah. Patrick Savazzi from Riga course. Went in a little bit hot on that run, didn't he, really? Was that a move he needed to make, though, do you think? Or do you think he could have done it without it?
I would have probably waited a little bit longer on that one. You just see that you can see, so you know that something's going to happen there at that point, isn't it? I think that may be the reason why the 122 car backed off and allowed them pass, but he's on the back to get that draft. But just like that, yeah, just instant. So now, as you said, you got these GT3 cars, I think, coming up soon. That's going to be where it's really going to get spicy for these guys battling. And you are looking at these guys battling currently for, what would you say there, the P5 position in this class?
P6, P7 in class, so... But there is another look. If you look down here, Dan Peoples is battling away with Vincenzo Lara. So Peoples now
it should
in
be
11th.
Textbook overtake here. Yeah, gets him before the corner.
So
and jumped on there for Dan.
Yeah, he's flying along quite nicely, isn't he, really?
Yeah.
That could have been so much worse, says Mr. Hedgecock. I definitely agree with you. It could have been as well. So... it definitely could have been a lot more worse, but it isn't. It's all good in the hood, and they all survived, which is vitally important this early on, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it is. I'm looking at, I was just about to say, look at the Italian Leo racing team here. That was really spicy, and that's on the back there of Alex. So this is a battle for P1. In the GT3 Pro class at the moment. I do know that, as I said, the Italians are very, very quick, my friend, and that's because he was on pole, remember, too. And speed, don't take too many risks. That's what I would kind of do. I'll do it on the keyboard. Do it with eye tracking as well, too, so I drive with my eyes. Anyway.
You drive with your eyes?
You're asking too much, James. What do you do when you can't just drive?
Yeah, well, you certainly don't drive with a keyboard, I know that much. I'm pretty sure the last thing I did was drive with a keyboard.
You're going to allow the hypercars through? Yeah. Well, it is. I've seen some very quick keyboard drivers actually in the past. But once again, not in iRacing necessarily, but in other sims. Did you see? Did David have a crash before a little bit earlier there? I'm not sure if we missed that one or not. Now that's David
Ramos.
No, David Paribito. Trying to read that name there.
Oh. No.
That was 26 minutes and 30 seconds into the race, on lap 6. I'm trying to think where he is currently at the moment. So many drivers on here. Yeah, this one. Was it an incident here?
Oh,
there's a lock up. There it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now, get off the racing line. Good.
Yeah.
What do you think about that one? Just two cars?
Well, the thing is, it's
corner?
one of them questions, isn't it, where you debate whether or not he should have stuck his nose up there. Do you know what I mean? You know, I think there needs to be some form of clarification on these rules of, oh, he's got his nose upside, he's alongside and all that. Right, he might be, right? But sticking his nose up in in somewhat of a precarious position, should we say, can't be right, can it? It's not down to the drive. This is where I start ranting.
Keep an eye on Dan as well, too. Sorry to cut you off there. Dan and Vincent are exchanging places again, and that's once again battling for 11th and 12th. Is this Dan on fire, right? Because he already got the overtake before. That's correct.
Yeah, he got Vicente Lare last time, and Lare's got him back there.
He wants the and he wants the 181 machine up the road. I'm seeing a couple of messages of Norman having a crash there. Maybe Josh Fletcher had a couple of moments too.
Yeah.
So Dan, just hold off on your overtake for a minute. We'll have a look at these replays and then we'll get back to you, Dan. Like drivers choreographing their overtakes. According to
it's going to be moving out of P2.
Going to be turning in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Josh Fletcher's one.
Yeah, just with a couple of times around here. So this could be a full spinner room and then coming back. This is going to be braking. Look at the rear end sliding. There it is.
Did you see it on the
figured
curb?
that one. Yeah. And then it's going to sit and wait, obviously, thankfully, for the other cars to go. This is the only problem, too, isn't it? When you get so many of these corners bunched up on a track in a corner, and then you have a little bit of a moment, you just got to sit there patiently waiting, maybe eating yogurt like Charles Leclerc, while you let all the cars go past until you find a gap to get back on track, and that's so you have to rely on your teammates as spotters as well too.
To turn around and
say, turning into the corner here, I was going to say the hypercar should get ahead of them before the turn in.
Yeah.
Let's go, Manti in the chat. Hello.
Hello.
Tide Panda, welcome.
Yeah, Leo Racing here and John Sylvester from the Platinum Racing Team Red. Of course, they're still battling away here. This is down 7th in class for the BMW GT3 Pros. So there we go.
What's the difference between the Pros and the AMs, James?
It's about iRating. It's like that. Okay. They asked earlier on, didn't they? They said that you know, they were talking about iRating and how do we determine iRating. Oh, there we go. I just called that in time. That was Josh Fletcher and Alfonso Soto. So it's about the spread of iRating, and then they talk about how fast they are, and that's why I said about Marnix taking his shoes and socks off, because obviously he was talking about they use a fancy algorithm to monitor speed and stuff. So, he's blocking here. Come on, son. One move. We're not weaving a jumper down the straight.
They had to get off the racing line to allow the hypercar through, but they're also racing themselves, of course, as you can see, the GTs there. So that's always the difference. Yeah, as you said, so that's based on the iRating, just to verify that if anybody just tuned in. It's very, very interesting. I'm just trying to. I'm finally getting back into it. I do apologize for kind of being spaced out at the start there, James, because I did mention that I had cars flickering all over the place and I couldn't see the cars properly, so it was a little bit hard for me to try to cast all the pictures with you, but you already did a fantastic job, and already getting a praise out there from production value is off the charts. Good job. Respect.
Thank you very much. It's not just me though, it is Biggles up in the booth with us as well, and we are going to have a 3-car battle here. Spearman, Peoples, and Michigan?
Yeah.
There we go.
Mischief. He's up to mischief at the moment there.
Do you know the worst thing they've done is they've stuck an Englishman and an Australian in a booth and we're trying and giving us foreigners names and then gone, off you go, guys. We're like, cheers. You know, the only one out of these three we can pronounce is Peoples, and he's in the middle.
and Dan Peoples is going to be, well, thankfully we're going to have Dan obviously casting a little bit later on, so he's going to be able to pronounce his names properly because he's in Europe. He has no excuses.
Yeah.
You're apparently not in Europe, remember, so, and I'm definitely not in Europe.
Well, according to everybody who's down on the south coast, I'm near the beach, apparently. I'm French. I don't even know how that works out. You know, I am down on the south coast. I'm not far down, but I'm down that way. Oh.
I just thought there was somebody who was diving into the pit lane entrance there too, so hopefully that's going to be a bit tricky.
That was... Oh, no, it wasn't that, because it's still in the pits there as well. So
keep an eye on the battle also brewing down there in the GT class as well too, mate. I think Jose, yep, there he came for a chat. Didn't Jose come for a chat to us? No, he wasn't this Jose.
No,
and you got
George
Rink.
Mendes Pinarello. What are they going to do here, though? Because look what's behind them.
Yeah, I know, and they're going to be racing, and if I was obviously the hypercar as well too. You gotta be all right. You know, don't try to send one up the inside. Aware that they are racing. Now you obviously got a couple of cars. You've got a gap back to you, but now you seize an opportunity exactly. Sometimes I do think you see the classes, don't you, James? You see them gamble on a risk it in the corner.
Yeah, definitely as well. That wasn't Sengali in the BMW. It wasn't. No, it was as well. It's 10th in class, Louis Marino, and that as well. But that could have been definitely a different situation. As is Oliver Kernet here, and Tito Ferreira. Or Ferreira.
I think all we need to do now, I think, let's just add an F3 car in here. Let's add a lawnmower, and we'll really spice up the different classes.
Oh, can you imagine? Put it all there in together.
No, like let's get a Mazda RX and a Formula 1 car, and then we'll have two more classes. Yeah, could you imagine how busy? It's already busy right now, James, and we've only about 30 minutes into this race, and look at the traffic, mate. It's like an M1 on a Friday afternoon on a bank holiday weekend in the UK.
Yeah, all car classes practically within one shot there. GT LMP2 behind the GT3 and the LMDHs, so all of them literally in one shot of the track, rushing down here at Le Mans. 5.5 hours. I can't believe we've only got half an hour already.
Oh, your time flies. Only? Yeah. Mate, remember I did the 12 hours of Bathurst? Not a problem. 6 hours of that to sleep.
Hey, it's not like we haven't done that before, is it, really?
Yeah, no. Yeah. This is definitely spicy at the moment, you can see, with the LMP2 class there. And that's, is it Michelle, or is that how you pronounce the Italian name there?
Michelle Sangali.
Michelle Sangali, yeah. I haven't seen Michelle in the Leo Racing team before. I've seen some of the other Leo Racing members before, but hello, Michelle.
I presume, I'm going to say that. Unless they come back and say, no, it's Michele Sangali, and then we're completely in the wrong.
Michele as well, yeah. I don't know.
They're
okay, but
what are we going to pick? What are we going to pick?
I've already messed up the a lot of Leo Racing team drivers, and having a speak to them before they like get alright. You know you're Australian. It's okay. Oh, coming off in the
People's either side here. Tight. Oh, that's. I'm not even sure there if that was sensible or silly from Peoples, because he's going to get stuck now. He's dived that Mercedes. Oh.
We are allowed, baby, if you are tuning in, hello, we are allowed to pick on Dan because he's one of the team members here at JPBroadcasting, so, yeah.
We are giving him a little bit of grief.
We don't pick on other drivers, we pick on Dan because he's part of the team. He's
part
okay
of the team.
I think did Tom have an off-track moment as well, too? That's Tom Fan, I think, a little bit earlier on there.
Tom Fan, he did, yeah. He's just gone off. Hold on.
Well, we have a second. This is all alone, too, yeah. So that's not too bad. I'd say he might just lose a place. Is there a
no, he's coming around the corner there. I think he might be survived that by the chicane.
Yeah.
Tom Fan there.
Blue Chip Racing Team. It looked like a teammate behind, but it's not. That's actually Martin Paredes in the Octopus Racing Team livery. Tom's still out in the lead. Yep, he's got a bit of a gap there now, mate. 20-something second. And was it 21, 23, 22? I can't remember now.
23.
That was a long time ago.
Was it?
23s, yeah, and so that was about a second. Well, it was about 3 seconds lap, 4 seconds lap faster than what Dan's pace was, isn't it? So you expect them to kind of really run away up the road there, but I got to negotiate all this traffic like everybody else.
Do you know, I'm sitting here looking at Alessio Bernardino, right? And he's been behind Alex Gall for a while now, the Chicane Online Racing Red. And I've got this funny feeling he's going to be fuel saving this.
Yep, they have. I've seen them do this before as well, too, in another league, as I mentioned. And that's the thing, too. Actually, I think in the other league it was in the hypercar. Switched over to GT3 in this one. There is no Leo's racing team in the hypercar in this series, so... But I know this man has pace. I mean, you got to think about it. He's also got a 7.6k I rating, so you know you got some speed if you have an I rating like that.
No, of course, sure. That was my rookie. That was my rookie IR, Biggles.
Well, the car he's battling with is, if I'm not mistaken, that's Alex for the lead of the race. It's an 8k I rating, so they're very, very similar on that.
No, do you know? I can't even imagine that. Like, I get excited when I get near 1.5. You know what I mean? And these are going up at 8 and 7 and all that. And
you have to explain. I still can't get my head around how the I rating all works properly because I'm not a race driver. But it's very you'd have to explain that because we got 6 hours to talk about that.
All right. So the easy way to do it is if you win, you gain IR. If you crash and you're at the back, you don't. Right.
All right. But what if you'd come thirds and fourths and stuff like that?
If you come third or fourth, you still gain IR. And it depends on what your IR is compared to everybody else. So if you're third and you're beating people, say you've got an IR of 1500 and you're beating people of 2k and whatever else in your drive, you know, in your race and stuff like that, you gain more IR than they would.
So if I beat Alex, that Sandro is battling with right now, they have an 8k, say 7k, and I beat them a 1.5k. I rating, I'll get a chunk more.
Yeah, you'll get like over 100 or something more if you win the race.
So these guys now, with that higher I rating, in order for them to get better, they have to be drivers that have higher I rating than them?
Yeah, they've got to be in and around the same I rating.
Okay. It's going to be tough, isn't it, finding that competition, because they're obviously in the probably top 100 drivers, you'd have to say.
Oh, yeah, easily, without a shadow of a doubt, they're in the top split. Do you know what I mean?
Is that also, does your I rating relate to the specific car that you're in, or just in general for all cars?
Just in general for all cars for that series. Okay. So you get an I rating for ovals, you get an I rating for dirt ovals, and then you get an I rating for rallycross.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
So yeah, so that's road, cool. Ovals, dirt ovals, rallycross. That's your I rating.
There you go. So if anybody's new to iRacing, I know there was a couple of people new to iRacing out there that was asking about the cost of it and stuff. So there you go. James can ask questions away too about it if you want. I'm also learning, as you can see.
Yeah, we will fill you. Whoa!
Is that Dan making his way? He's squeezing through.
I don't know what he's up to, but I tell you what, he's nearly killing himself here. Dan Peoples in the LMP2 for the Platinum Racing Team Black. There's a lot of people.
Boxing.
Yeah.
No, sorry. I always get confused with that. Is it pit lane entrance?
Yeah, there's pit lane entrance. They are, yeah. All of them are in. Sean Campbell, Sangali, Sororiano, Dutton, Kona, Savalzi, Lara, Spielman, Michka, Peoples, Ansel. They're all in. So this is Hugo Oliveira here as well in the front for Delta Racing. He is behind these guys. He's a lap behind the LMP2s that have just got into the pits. And he is all the way on the first part of the Mulsanne, so he's not going to be able to unlap himself there either. Marin Perez, however, penalty, drive through for the 221, causing a collision.
Yeah, there was another message that popped up before too, that I just missed the edge of it. So we'll just I'll just check with the Stewart team if we can have those messages pop up a little bit longer. So
that's Pedro Martins. 221 causing a collision. Ooh, there we go.
Interesting. So do you think the pit lane? Yeah, okay. So we're about 40-minute mark. That's the schedule, isn't it, for a lot of the drivers to box?
There you go. Adam Hedgecock's also put a description in the YouTube chat for us.
Excellent.
Regarding IR and stuff like that.
Yeah. Thank you.
They're all being very informative. They're all informative.
Yeah. Well, we have to put it this way: the racing Wikipedia. Here on the YouTube channel. Tom's in. Yeah, we got what? We got 7 cars. Yeah, it's actually all the hypercars. Yeah, we're in.
Yeah, all the hypercars literally have gone in.
Well, apart from the ones that had little moments earlier.
Yeah, but the 221 car has got a drive-through. So Chitano Vacano from Leo Racing, Biggles.
Yeah, they do get in trouble a lot too, as well. Very aggressive drivers.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
No. I'm not 100% sure. No, it's good if it works out. It's bad if it doesn't. But it's like Max Verstappen and those drivers. They are aggressive drivers and they're fast drivers. So, that's very aggressive. As you can see, there's a little bit of door banging.
Cristiano Rocca is trying to go around the outside here. I didn't think that was going to work, and unfortunately put himself onto the gravel. As we see Dan Peebles and Lemmy Mishki still going at I'm sure that's a different way to say his name than that.
Yeah, just 1 second, James. Sorry.
Oh, by myself. There we go. As Dan Peebles still holds that place there as well. Pedro Martins from Rick Wilbrink is in front currently at the moment. Here in the booth of the JPB YouTube channel. Of course, you have got myself, James Parfitt, and the mighty Dean Biggles. Martins from the Grow Racing Team Red. Could have all gone wrong there. Need to be a little bit more careful. Dan Peebles and Lemmy Mishkik still battling away here. Currently at this moment in time. So there we go. Pickles, are you back with me now? Clearly not. Great first in from our Tom. Lunchtime now. Oh, yeah. Do you know what, right? I agree with you. It's got to be soon, isn't it? Because, yeah, definitely need some food here. Currently at the moment. So that would be nice. But Dan Peebles still battling away here. Platinum Racing Team, Scorpion Racing Esports Team Purple. What are you going to do with his Lamborghini? That's going to be the question.
James, I'm back. Somebody was knocking on the production trailer. I don't know, you didn't hear him.
No, I didn't. How was it?
Just to see if you wanted any McDonald's or a takeaway or something like that. I said no. James
Can you
is okay at the moment.
stop it? You know what's worse, right, as well, is Mark's just put in chat. Right, great first tip from our Tom. Tom, I'm going for lunch.
Good on you. What are you having for lunch?
I don't know. No, my luck, he'll probably say McDonald's.
What he's having. I know what you're having.
Did you pass him his packed lunch through the window? Oh, love it. Oh, mini baby. Oh, do you know what? I've got all these. Everything you're talking about, Mr. Hedgecock, I've got in my fridge about now. Mini baby bells and...
I think, yeah, we should have to do this as a LAN event and just have the one car and then have a driver swap so they have to jump into the sweaty rigs that somebody else has been using and then quickly adjust it, of course, for your height, just like they do in the real cars, of course. So they have those little cushions and things like that, remember, that they put in there. Sometimes they replace the seat, don't they?
Yeah, you can get can't you get clip-on chairs where you just pull them off and pull them on? That would be cool.
Yeah.
If anybody does come up with the idea, you heard it here first, mind you. All right, so pattern, you know what I mean? Do you know, every time these guys get really close to each other, Wilbrink here and Martins, and then something generally goes wrong. And for these guys, they're battling away, but behind them, they've got the LMP2, so that's probably what's going to go wrong currently at the moment, because they've got to stop their battle.
It's going rough on the 211 cars or so.
Yeah, they've got to stop their battle to allow them to go through, haven't they, really? Look, here's the 104 now. So that's Michele Sangali. And the 115, Tobias Soriano from MRP there. So,
just a recap of what's going. Well, we'll give a little bit of a recap after this in a second, actually, because I want to see how this is going to pan out. It's interesting to tuck in behind, isn't it? I guess it's because you wanted to go on the outside there for the racing line. Yeah. And as a GT3 driver, don't you? You're just supposed to stick to your own racing line and not really move around or anything, and have the other cars, the quicker classes, make their way around you. Isn't that general rule of thumb?
Yes, that is the general rule of thumb. It is basically not everybody can understand that, you know, facilitate generally means to try and help them make the overtake. So, you know, it's
very
a tough
interesting.
one.
So, who have we had for retirements so far? I think at the moment we were looking at 2. Are we looking at 3 retirements?
So,
this race?
TR Geeks Energy obviously didn't take the start. Scorpion Racing Esports is out, I believe, and Raycar Esports is out as well. I believe the Austrian Sim Racers Red are still running, however they are about 3 laps down on the leader of GT3s. TR Geeks Sim Racing GT3 is still running, again the same scenario as they were before. Simon Van Dyke from Trackside Esports also, but they were involved in that lovely big old collision there at the beginning. Over the Limit Racing is in the pits. They've been in the pits for about 7 minutes. Scorpion Racing Esports Team Silver, another one caught up at the beginning, along with Blue Chip Racing at the same time, and Rotary Industry, of course, were all caught up in the incidents as well. So, yeah. So there we go. That's your brief rundown of the first 45 minutes here live from Le Mans, broadcast on the JPB YouTube channel with myself, James Parfitt, and Dean Biggles. Welcome in.
And guess what?
What?
We cracked 100, James.
Hey!
Thank you, everybody out there. 100 live viewers, and I'm glad you were tuning in for the action pack here. We were kind of worrying early, weren't we, James, in the endurance race, if it would get dull like a Formula 1 race. We have a bit of a snooze in the middle. I don't think so at all so far. We're seeing so much action with 5 hours and 14 minutes to go.
Yeah. The starting of the GT3 pits have started coming in. João Delgado, but then again, João's been in there for a couple of minutes, so I'm expecting the GT3s to start coming in very, very shortly here. I'm also expecting as well, as Bernardini has saved enough fuel behind Alex Gall, I wouldn't be surprised if he was going a little bit longer.
You did hear that from the drivers, didn't we, that popped in for a quick chat. And mind you, other drivers, you are available. If you'd like to pop into the waiting room, have a quick chat to us if you want.
Yeah,
we're a friendly bunch. It's back in the production trailer here.
Well, you have an English and an Australian. What more could you ask for in the booth? You know, maybe somebody that can pronounce the surnames properly, but let's not be picky about it. You know what I mean?
That's Dan's job, mate. When Dan comes in later on, he'll get it right.
Yeah. Dan can come and pronounce it and roll R's more times than a merry-go-round going around. They got R's in everything. And talking about this is Milo Spellman and Vicente Lara. They've kind of dropped off Dan Peoples, who's battling away with Ansel further back there. There's Ansel in front, and there's Peoples there. Still trying to get away from Lemmy Mishkik, so not currently making that move at the moment. Barretto sitting in 4th in the GT3 Pros. Ruben Lorente.
Hey, you got it.
Did you get it?
Yeah, you got it perfect. For the Carbonol Esports Racing team, the Spanish and maybe Portuguese Spanish team, I think. Yeah. But that one,
a little bit of everything, I think. That's the only problem when they have that Iberia flag, or it says Spain and Portugal beside it. You never quite know where you should put them, and they do come back and say sometimes, I'm not from Spain, I'm from Portugal, and then the words of, that's like calling an Englishman a Scotsman. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they've got the multi-flags because obviously they're sharing that with the drivers, because we do have a couple of just Portuguese flags on for the drivers and Spanish, España.
No, I'm really interested to see when this one's going to kick off here. Oh, Bernardini, I don't know if he went to fake that. It looked like it went a little bit there, but Chicane Online Racing Red here of Alex Gall making Another lap. So they've got 50 minutes. Now, they did say 55 would be a rough estimate, but that's pushing it quite a lot, I think.
You wonder if you think they're going to follow them in as well, because that's the only problem, isn't it? For when you are leading a race, you kind of are the ones that the other cars can say, well, okay, I'll copy what you're doing. Or not. And this is the battle course for your basically 7.6 and 8K I rating, and number 1 and number 2 here in the GT3 Pro class. They're almost keeping up with the 188 machine on the LMP2 up the road. That's how quick they are.
Yeah, that's the thing. With the LMP2s and the GT3s, they're practically, they give or take, right? And I'm sure somebody's going to tell me I'm wrong. Pulling out of a corner, they're near enough on the same kind of speed-wise. It's only when the LMP2 starts, like, winding up. It reminds me of, like, an old Ford Model T4 where you have to start... And then it goes, do you know what I mean? And that's...
How's it go?
And that's basically this. Oh my God, what we do. That's basically the sound of the LMP2s as they're going. They start off and the GT3s are the same pace in the corners, but then it's only when the LMP winds up it goes again. So there we go.
You got it. And the message that SimVision says Portugal. I think that's the driver we were talking about before.
Ah, yes, that was the Iberia, wasn't it? Ruben Lorente.
You could see Leo. You could see that Leo. I guess because I always mess his name up, but he's the Leo Racing team in the back there. Just no, you could have probably got to look for an overtake there, but I think he's just happy just to tuck him behind at the moment, as you can see. Probably just apply that pressure onto the Dutch driver that's in the lead there for the Chicane Online Racing Red team, and see we've spoken about this before, haven't we, James? Do you like being the chaser or the chasee? Or, the other way around. Chased or chasing kind of thing. Mental games at that point, isn't it? Try to put pressure on these other drivers.
I think Alex Gould knows that Bernardini's not going to make that move, right? And partly because if Bernardini was going to make it move, he would have made it already. He's been close enough. So... there's no way that he wouldn't have had.
And have a look at the background too, James. Their LMP2 team car is coming up in play here. Yeah. So, but then again, I've seen with the Leo Racing team before, mate. They're not teammates so much, but I'm not quite sure in this series if they are going to try to be teammates, even though they're different classes. They're going to try to help each other out or not.
Surely he would be looking at making a move out the way, wouldn't he?
You'd see, yeah, because you'd wonder if the LMP can
he get both? That's going to be the question.
Yeah, you see the flashing there. So he's aware of his teammates saying "G'day, g'day."
Steady, pay attention. That LMP2 went up there as well.
Yep. Got him right before the corner. That's kind of a good feeling if you are an LMP2 car that you want to get the overtakes done just before the corner, or else not in the corner.
Philip Ansel battling away with Milo Spillman here. Oh, Spillman. It is Spillman, I think.
Team Shazoo, the Scots driver. Philip. Team Shazoo have been around a while, too. Shazoo.
Isn't Shazoo a yogurt drink? Or is that Yazoo?
Not sure. It's one for the chat, mate. Chat's been the walking Wikipedia of racing knowledge. Probably yogurt knowledge as well.
Yeah, I'm sure it's Shaz.
You're in the yogurts today. This is a couple of times talked about. Charles Leclerc eating yogurts down the straightaway here at Le Mans.
I think the problem is you know, it's at that moment of the day that the leaders here are going in, and Bernardini didn't. He didn't go in to the pits. Alessio Bernardini did not. He managed to save another lap of fuel, and he's going to go one lap longer over Alex Gould without the draft, of course. So from Alessio Bernardini there, it's going to be interesting to see for the Leo Racing team if he can stay in front of Alex Gould when he makes his pit stop next time around.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one for sure. Because they were, very, very close, of course, first and second in their class. So once we'll get an idea. When track map, of course, is going to be, it's a lot to see because there's so many dots on there. Just to let everybody know, of course, that the dots are relevant to the classes. You can see on your timing tower to the left there. You got your yellow dots, which is your hypercars. You got your blue dots, your LMP2s. Then you got the pink and orange, which will be your GT3 classes. Surprised that people haven't really hit those witches hats yet as well. Still standing.
What's that, sorry?
The witches hats in the corners.
Oh, the cones are still there.
Yeah, the cones, yeah.
Yeah.
I call them witches hats or whatever, but yeah.
Witches hats.
If you knock them over, they reappear, don't they? I don't think they stay knocked over.
Oh, look at the GT3 pit lane now.
Oh, wow.
They are literally...
You are allowed to race into the pits and out of the pit road, aren't you? But
yeah, look. All the GT3s in together. They're at Le Mans.
It's a GT3 party, and that's about $1 million and change, I believe, of cars out there at the moment.
Look at all them cars in there. There is absolute ton of cash in that pit lane there at Le Mans, isn't there? So how's it going? Well, I'm
I wonder if there's some driver swaps or not. We shall see.
Well, I'm guessing...
You got to bear with us. There's 60-something cars or something of names to try to figure out. I think you said something like 300 or so drivers in this series at the moment, John?
260 something at one point. How are you? What do you? Yeah.
Oh, lock up there. I think from Thomas. I thought he was going to be spinning. He was just turning into the corner. Yeah, you've got like those available on your computer or your phone. Text to chat, voice to chat.
No.
Text.
No.
Huh? Well, they're available.
Oh, are they? Oh, okay. I have to go looking. Curb Enthusiasm, a GT3 pit party. Yes, it was at that specific moment. And they brought them all in together here as well. Pedro Martins.
I got one for you, Curb. Pretty good GT3 pit party. There you go. You should get the reference to that one.
How's this going to work out here? They're coming down this straight now. Oh, is this going to go up the inside? Andre Rosa gets past Zanders there on the inside. Another one up is Pinarino. Oh, go back.
I think, in the background, he had to skirt off there, and we'll go side by side now. Is this racing for position, these two?
Yeah. This is, this is an AM and a pro.
Yeah.
So Zanders is the AM, and he's squashed between Rosa and Piba, which is the pros. Volcano's a little bit further back. So it is just Zander and Rosa fighting it out here. Where is...
Oh, yeah, pit stops. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, keep an eye on that one. Where's Alex, who was leading the race? And Alessandro's in the pits at the moment, as well as Felipe and Rubens.
Yeah. It's how, whether or not they're going to come out side by side. What do we reckon?
It just depends on how much fuel they're going to take on that too, on that one then, James.
Yeah,
the pit stop time that I'm getting from Alex was, what are we looking at? 50...
what was it? 1 minute 18.
Total?
1 minute 18.
1 minute 18, yeah.
And Bernardini.
It's a 41-second stop in general.
Yeah. Bernardini's still in there. If this is going to come out, they're going to come out very close here.
Yeah, they're coming out now, and their stop was 40 seconds, 0.35, so this should be very close.
There's Bernardini, there's goal. Oh, they're going to hit the green, they're going to be up running.
Yep.
Well before.
This is going to be, you reckon? I have to get the speed up? Yep, you are right.
4 seconds, 3-4 seconds at least ahead from Bernardini, so taking that extra lap. Got that time there as well, and Sangali is still battling with Tobias Soriano, so...
Yeah, they did a Schumacher, I guess the iRacing team did the Schumacher-esque thing that Schumacher used to do back in the day, didn't it? Put the banker laps in and the in-laps and out-laps and get the gaps done.
And Sean is in chat again while driving, doing multiple things at very impressive moments, saying he's not looking forward to catching that pack again. No, I bet you're not. There's a strewn of them, to be honest, but you have got the guys behind you fighting it out here. While you've
Who's typing for you, Sean? Somebody's typing for you.
How do you know?
Is it a family member or a friend? Huh?
How do you know somebody's typing for him?
I'm guessing.
You're
Just
guessing? Okay. And they come back and probably tell you no one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a bot.
It's a bot.
Chat to the bot the whole time.
ChatGPT. Other AI websites are available, guys. Please, don't just take it as that one.
Which one did you say again?
ChatGPT. GPT.
Oh yeah, the one that all the students use to submit
work.
Huh? Is it?
Yeah, the ones that they were using to submit essays for, weren't they?
Submit essays. Yeah. How do you know as a teacher? How would you even know if somebody's using that? Actually, it's very, very difficult, isn't it? Because it is original content. You can't search for it and double check.
No, it's not like there's plagiarism involved. Plagiarism. Plagiarism. Is there really?
Yeah, you can't like citations and stuff like that. You can't check it or.
No.
So, well, then again, if you're going to cheat, you're cheating yourself because it's your education.
Yeah, that's the only thing with that, isn't it? Really, it's whether or not it can be deemed as politically correct.
Making a way onto the fence, so very close to get around the overtake done.
Oh, Xander's there in the Ferrari with Hinch, the crisp racing blue BMW in front of him. Chris Hindish. We need to learn to roll a lot more. And Sean has been.
Let's call Dan and ask him.
Yeah, Sean's been very flash there. He's put the Mulsane's longer than it seems. So clearly nobody's helping for him. He's just got the keyboard in his lap and he's whizzing in some letters. He either types incredibly quick or he doesn't. You know what I mean? But he's doing a stellar job. He's 13 seconds out front currently at the moment as well. So, Sean Campbell.
He's doing a Charles Leclerc, plenty of time on the straights. It's that type of what you want.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? He's coming in with Drew Swank as his co-driver there as well. So I think
has Rubens had a moment? Just have a look at this one.
Now I did wonder that, but I'm wondering if he's gone into the pits. But let's have a look.
Doesn't say he's entering the pit road, but this is the BMW looking at.
It's going to spin it.
Cupboard. There it is. Yeah. A few drivers have done that today.
You're on a long list there, bud. You're not the only one, is it really?
That's the hot zone, I'd say. If we were to get trackside for tickets, we'll just pull up the follow-up chairs, microphone in hand, sit there and watch the race, James.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'd love to just sit there along the Mulsanne for an endurance race like this, because you're going to guarantee that that there's going to be cars all the time, right? Especially because they're spread out all the way around the track. You haven't really got to wait long. Don't get me wrong, there's a gap between 18th in the GT3 AMS, which is Thomas Dunn, as well. So, before you get further back, of course, to the leaders and stuff like that. But you could guarantee you're seeing action all the time, aren't you? I think that's one of the things that people get put off by with motorsports, Biggles, is you go and watch him at a racetrack. My son keeps pestering me about F1 tickets, and I looked at the prices for Silverstone. Well, they're ludicrous.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
They
released the ticket prices for they released the ticket prices for the Indy season, and most of the average ticket prices were well under 100. So, and in Formula One, of course, you're looking at thousands and thousands.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Las Vegas is crazy prices.
It would have been about £1,200 for my family. So that's just for me, the wife, and my two boys. Because obviously my little girl.
That's general admission too, right? You're talking about nothing.
Nothing.
Not grandstand or
nope.
Yeah.
General admission.
It's crazy expensive.
Yeah. And you sit back and think, how, are you expecting people with this modern day financial world crisis that the wonderful governments have put us in? How can you justify 300 and something pound? Do you know the grandstand, Biggles? 449 to 789 pounds.
And they're honestly not. I don't think grandstands. Well, in Albert Park, I've done grandstands and paddock passes and general. I enjoy general more than the grandstand because there's so many places to watch the race. And there are at Silverstone as well too. Plenty of places. There's a lot of tracks that you can. Unfortunately, there's tracks like Baku and stuff. You can't walk around. That wouldn't be that exciting. Austria and stuff would probably be pretty good, but Yeah, like I was looking at going to the Vegas one. I thought, nah, man, that's just absolutely ridiculous. And probably might not be an exciting race as well, too, considering the track layout. But anyway, what about these other events? Like, would you go to Le Mans? Would you, other GT3 races and IMSA series and all that sort of stuff? Tickets are a lot more affordable.
Well, you would, yeah, because obviously, clearly, you would have that, more affordability. There's a lot of pushing going on by Jocelyn Terra here in the other BMW over the Platinum Racing Team Red of John Sylvester. So John's obviously still in the car after his pit stop.
Bit of bump drafting.
Oh yeah, very much so. I thought
NASCAR.
Yeah, but
you can bump draft these, right? You just don't bump draft your hypercars or LMPs. They're carbon fiber, but a little bit more flimsy. Team Shizou contact with the Lithium Motorsports from Race Control. Now
they've had a warning.
Yeah, that's a warning. Look at this gaggle of cars, James. Now it's going to get very spicy because you got the different classes.
All three together there. LMP, LMDH, LMP, and GT3s. All mixing it up. Ooh, do you see his handles?
Yeah.
Wow, I thought he was going to be in the back there and that was going to be it done, I think. But boy, oh boy, that could have been a lot closer. And even though we're still up for an hour, we've just gone past an hour, we've still got quite a few little packs of battles here. Because normally, you and I both know that this is where they start sort of spreading out a little bit more now and getting, off on into their own rhythm.
So 5 more to go, guys. 5 more hours of this, hopefully. And here's another race control message. What do we got here, James? Another warning.
Warning for the 399 CMX contact with 375 Austrian Sim Racers Blue. So that's the battle that we were just, I believe, looking at. So
I guess the stewards aren't. That's a good thing for the stewards because they got time to look at that and relay that information pretty quickly to us, and they're not crazy busy. So this is good.
I think that's a good thing, isn't it? They're not.
Yeah, well, because this is the closest four-way battle on the track too. So this is probably where the race control will have their eyes glued. Also, you do see there is a little bit of action up there as well too, James, between 4th and 5th there on the hypercars. But I don't want to miss any of this action just yet because something's brewing up here.
Yeah, just be interesting to see whether or not it's going to be what's the word? The earthquake almost. Do you know what I mean? So
rumbles, you feel it. Yep. And there's obviously they're going to a couple of LMP2 cars. One of the LMP2 cars is going to clear on, but there's another one just in the background. Another 104. Are they going for it now, James? Yep, it's going to commit. Now you're going to be turning into the inside line, make it stick. It does. So good defense and good offense. And some Kloss that you're watching here at the moment, the Danish driver.
Yeah. 4:52 left on the clock, dear sir.
He's got both the Leo cars there, or is it just the one?
No, it's both, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's the GT3 Leo and then the
the Leo for the LMP, but this is another one as well. Believe it or not, there's a car behind that. Platinum Racing Team Red. There is. It's. Are
you sure, James?
Positive. There we go.
Are you seeing double?
I could well be. So,
now, cleverly enough, you don't do that bump drafting through the corner because you are 100% trusting that driver is going to brake at the exact same point you're braking at. But you can see how much you catch up on the straights right there, You saw the exit there, so he was about, 1/10 behind on the exit, and now you're just going to gain that speed. Turning in. It's also bringing the car in background into play, isn't it? Yes, it is. So that's Pedro. Yeah, Pedro's slowly catching them with this draft.
Yeah, Pedro Martins. So, what do we reckon? 4:51. 4:51 on the clock.
Is that Marnix out there, who's also part of our race control, I believe, or obviously is letting us know?
Ooh.
Not a lot of reports.
Yeah.
So far, you've still got 5 hours to change that. Might happen. Bit of grass being kicked, a bit of dirt being kicked up to the radiators of these cars.
That's the thing, isn't it? When you've got such a long time remaining, you know, literally anything can happen, can't it? And it can be either so dangerous, and you've got to keep your eyes on the track all the time, haven't you? Really?
Yeah, well, that's what happened in the Bathurst 12-hour. That, you know, one was following the Australian team, and the OC racing team, and they got up to, as I said, P3 from last place essentially, from starting in the pit road. Got up to P3 with a good field, but similar amount of cars that we have here today. And somebody lost it out of Hell's Corner, I think, and they were coming around the corner and boom, had to hit the fence or something and damage their car and spend 15 minutes or so like that in the pit road and dropped them down. Just inside the top 10 or something, just outside the top 10, and they made their way back up. But just like that, yeah, see, no fault of their own, of course, just an incident up the road. They had nowhere to go. So anything can happen.
That's the thing. We've just seen Ansel, the Scotsman, overtake Vicente Lara. So this is a nice little LMDH battle we've got going on here as well. Marin Perez, Tom Fain. I'm sure that name's Fain. F-A-I-N? There we go. So,
how's Dan doing? I'm just curious in a second. So where is Dan? Dan
there he
Peoples is, yeah, he's currently running 13th. So second last in the class, which their target was to be not last. So they're already achieving their target, which is good. Dan was pretty pacey there before playing the endurance game.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're sort of waiting, aren't they? This is the Platinum Racing Team Black, and obviously Marnix is getting in the car as well. We'd be interested to know, Marnix, is Nick or Martin running today, or both of them, or is everybody running? So, be interested to see who was getting in the car behind Dan, to be fair, and what job he's got to do.
Another thing too, James, I think we'll throw it in the chat with everybody watching. During this whole endurance race, give a shout out to any particular liveries you like the most. So we have a little most favorite liveries kind of voted from the fans out there.
Okay.
Overall, as we progress through, there's a lot of lovely liveries out there. We'll check everybody else out for sure once we get more spread. So there's a couple of battles brewing once again. You got a battle for 14th and 15th as well, to James. That's all the way down. That's a Leo Racing team again. So that's the other Leo Racing team, the 221 car.
Is that Volcano's on his way back through?
There, they're on the back right there.
Klaus Christensen.
Yeah. Did they get through there? No, they were.
No, I didn't. I think that's what makes this so hard, is the fact that you've got so many cars all around you. You know what I mean? And it's gonna be a nightmare, I think, for some of these. Look at the height difference too between these cars as well. It looks like the Audi's like a little
BMW is so much higher, isn't it?
Yeah. The Audi's like a little shopping trolley, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The BMW is like the big maxi shopping trolley. So.
And if you guys are new to iRacing, guys and girls that care, that are tuning in, it's because, as James just said, there's so much action around there. As your team, you really are relying a lot on your spotters and things like that as well to alert you of what's going on, because they're going to tell you that there's faster cars approaching behind you. You want to keep an eye on your own times. They're going to make you aware of all the other pit stops that your other competitors are making. You also got to keep an eye on your fuel as well too. Sometimes you forget about your fuel, don't you? When you're racing so much, you're focusing, and all that happens. And that's why even just one driver's in the car at the moment, but the team are definitely playing a teamwork to help their drivers and their team get as maximum points that they can.
Yeah, Arrigo Corsa.
Why is he flashing so much? I don't understand it. They're racing, aren't they?
They are racing, yeah, but it depends if he's putting him off or... That leads into that discussion about light flashing. Yeah. It drives me crazy.
So it doesn't need to yield. Of course, this is, game on. And sometimes, as I said, like it'd be before, some drivers flash to say, This is flash to say get out of my way, but doesn't have to. Once again.
No. He doesn't have to, and he's well within his rights. The LMP2s are coming in again. Sean Campbell there as well. Yeah, Oliver Kona.
Yeah, I don't get that. I mean, sometimes I've seen flash after there's somebody overtake. Oh, they go pit lane
together.
And, yeah, unless he's flashing and say, "Hey, come and box now."
Well, I don't think he's asking him to come in the box for a cuddle with him, Biggles. I don't really think.
You never know. There might be a different teams, but they could also be good friends.
This just drives me crazy. Like, bro, you're in the pit lane. Knock it off. You know what I mean? What are you flashing it for? Like a peeping Todd down the park. Come on.
I was saying that sometimes if you get somebody overtakes, you get overtaken with, they do flash him back after and say, "Hey, that was a great overtake."
Is that what you think is being said?
No. He's doing it before even trying to overtake, so it's not that case. I'm saying you do see that after an overtake sometimes as a thank you, but in this case, yeah, we're not quite sure why. If anybody does know any of the drivers out there,
please fill us in.
Ask them and let us know.
And say, James in the booth is going crazy. Back off your lights a little bit. You know what I mean? You're racing. You're not there to put him off. You want to put him off, wave pictures or tickle his ear or something. I don't know. But you sit there flashing his lights at him. Not going to happen, Biggles, is it? I don't get it. So, there we go. Stress is real. And the commentators' opinions, of course. Thomas Berlin is in track now for the Chicago Online Racing Orange team. Yeah. Drives me absolute bonkers, Biggles, flashing. Have I lost Biggles again? So, I tell you, every now and then I end up sitting and talking to myself. I'm sure I would. I feel so lonely. Should be a drive-through. He went in at the same time. So Spitz there from Peaky Drivers LMP2 team. Sean Campbell, Swank Racing is now in fourth, but Sean has pitted again. Still ahead of Tobias Solano and Giuseppe Gianpaolo Filippi Cristina, who's taken over the car, of course. Patrick Savasi from Origa Corsa there as well in 14th place. Nicholas Roda down in 15th, of course. That is 8th overall in the LMP2. Jen Kaiser in the 9th. And Zachary Livergood from Livian, who was in YouTube. Hey, Zach. Go on, Zach. Zach, he's a man. If he can't do it, no one can. Go, Zach. There you go. I'm giving you a shout out like you asked.
You're a poet. You didn't even know it there for the Lithium Motorsports team. Yeah, Zachary's in there. And now Max is in control of the team. Yazoo, the Scotsman.
Welcome back, by the way.
As the hypercars are entering in the pit road, some of them.
Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Had
somebody
again knocking on the production. Warning for the Bazinga Motorsports, my friend, for exceeding
flashing.
Headlight flashing. All right, there it is.
I'm sorry. Bazinga, you no. I'm not cheering the fact that they got a penalty, right? I'm cheering the fact that there's actually, I think this is the one in the bin. You made me so happy, right? This is actually the first. Oh!
Yes, big contact as you switched on. I thought you watched the replay for a second. That was live.
That was live action with Anders there. Oh, car number 90. Is that car number 90 in that? Yeah, Chris Hindick.
Yeah, the elite racing team. That's the. They've been at it too for now. It was only awarding for the light flashing.
I know, but all right, I know, right? But it's made me happy because this is the first. Oh, what you been up to, Panda? You've been naughty. This 167 is not flashing any. 169 is not flashing anymore. I can't imagine why they're not. They've just been given a penalty for it. Now, I know I cheered, and I probably should have done, and I should have been a bit more diplomatic. I get it. I do understand it. But it is just a thing that drives me crazy. Now, we've got Oliver Cunner in the YouTube chat. Oliver, how are you?
Hi. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so tell us, how's your race going?
Yeah, we had a pretty good start, but afterwards I was pretty unlucky with the slowdown and cars coming out in front of us. So Yeah, not ideal, but okay.
All right, tell
Oh,
me.
you had to slow down. Is that correct?
Yes, I had to slow down in the last 2 chicanes.
Okay, your team is just obviously. Now this could be a controversial conversation here, Oliver. Right? Warning for excessive light flashing. What is your opinion on it?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about with the race control, because the team who reported us was pushing me wide at the last part of the straight, and afterwards overtaking me on the next straight. And then I flashed him because it was just not a fair overtake and no clean driving. So I flashed him, and it's pretty ridiculous to get a warning for this because it was just my sign for them to make them know, okay, what you did was not okay for us.
All right, so now hold on. Let's go into the excessive term here. There's an excessive word in that sentence there, Oliver. We're not going to get away with just telling me you flashed him a little bit to say, oi, mate, I weren't happy. Come on. You know what I mean?
No,
we were watching it, Oliver. There was a lot going on, wasn't there? Even going down the pit lane.
Yeah, I did. But to be honest, he could have let me by again after I flashed him first, and he didn't. So I think it was nothing too bad. I could report him as well for pushing me wide and overtaking me. So I really don't see why I get the warning for this, because I think,
Well, this is something like, because I was about to say, I forgot to mention on the stream, but usually like we are capturing the pictures of, after when you're racing in this situation, but there's incidents before that obviously are the reason why, one team's unhappy with another team. And that's the reason why you'd be flashing. And people do that for that reason, but we're talking about just the excessive, of course, going continuously. I mean, he obviously would be aware that you are very upset.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty massive, the flashing, but it was for a reason.
Okay, well, Oliver, thank you so much for coming into the booth. Fair play to come into us, because, if you've been listening to the broadcast, I did have some strong opinions on that. So for that one, I apologise in advance. If anybody if you watch it back and think, James, I'm just going to DM you. Just DM me in general.
Just come into the chat if you want to clarify anything with us. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah, that was great. That's Oliver, the 169 car.
Thank you,
And
Oliver.
just overall, how are you finding, just before your target so far of the race? Like, what's the ultimate plan that you guys got? Are you looking at changing any strategies? You've still got plenty of racing driving time to go.
To be honest, we didn't have a real aim or real place we wanted to be in at the end. We took part here in last season as well, and we started there the same way because we didn't knew how good the other drivers will be. So at the moment, we're just sitting in P7 and looking what can be possible at the end of the race. But we have to see throughout the season.
All right, excellent. You've gained 1 place in this race, so that's a gain. Still going up, and head down there and bring the Bazinga Motorsports team home, higher hopefully, as much as you possibly can. But long race to go. When are you back in the car in another stint soon? Or?
Yes, probably. My teammate will do 2 stints now, and afterwards I will continue again.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
Take care, Oliver. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks as well.
Well, there you have, James. Flashlight answers have been your questions about the flashlights have been answered. Courtesy.
I suppose from Oliver's point of view, he's come in and manned up and said, right, do you know what? I was. But do you know why? Because they pushed me off the track. And it's all a little bit, I don't know. But I think, look, once to say you're not happy, fine. The word excessive that the stewards have put in the warning clearly states there was more than once. So, I think from that point of view, it's been done, it's been dealt with. Move on. I'm sure 169 won't be on their lights as much. However, unhappy they become. So there we go.
And we're not doing nighttime today because we started the racing local time earlier, but is it annoying in your mirrors at night with the flashing? Obviously the daytime is not so much of a problem, but does it?
From my point of view, it
as
just
a driver, I don't know.
No, from my point of view, it just lights up the road ahead of me. As we see the Crisp Racing Team and Leo Racing Team going side by side here. They're going down into Indianapolis. How is this one going to pan out? Because they've got a Porsche tucked up.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm telling you, mate, the Leo Racing Team are feisty.
And an LMP behind them, just for good health there, Biggles.
this is going to get. Yeah, look at that. Look at the braking chain, of course, like dominoes. You're going to make sure that you don't slam the back of that car behind that. And that I think the 134 is going to be patiently waiting, cleverly waiting right there, the LMP2, just saying, I can see this battle. Wait till they get through the corner, then do the overtake down the straightaway. That's clever. This is what I'm talking about before, James. Sometimes you see some of these faster classes just risk it too much into a situation like this. They should be aware. They go, hey, these are all your spotter tank. All these guys are racing right now, guys and girls. So be cautious. You might cost you to 1/10 or 2/10 or something like that in the lap. But remember, you've got 4 hours and 33 minutes to continue.
It's going round.
Chris. As well as it's actually caught the other car in the background. Yeah, this is. I tell you, the Leo Racing team are feisty, my friend, and there was the contact there. You get the replay of that one in a second to see that one.
I don't know if he did, you know. 2 seconds. I just got to find it. There's a lot going on. 2 seconds. No, he hit the grass. He hit the grass.
Oh, so there was no contact?
No contact. Dan Peoples did have contact, though.
No, I think Dan just hit the brakes, didn't he, to avoid that in the background, and it locked up.
Watch his rear right. So his rear right goes on the grass. Watch Dan behind us in the LMP2.
Did Dan hit the...
No,
I think Dan just locked up,
yeah, okay. That could have been a lot worse.
Well, it gets scary, isn't it? Because you're flying around a corner and then you'll see a car going off the track. What do? Well, some drivers don't say don't lock up. You actually just put the gas down and just try to go to the left or to the right. I don't know. Either way, Dan's safe. We got through that one.
Yeah, we did get through it that time. So,
what his heart rate monitor Dan is right now, or was before?
Well, we said it was at 157. I don't know if it's any more than that as well. So JD has put, maybe not flashing, but anyone who says they never let frustration get the best of them in iRacing is lying. And I have to deal with that. And I have to say that's so true, because I race on a Monday, and trust me, I do get very frustrated there as well. And if anybody's watched it, you will see that I get frustrated. And then Mark Fletcher, I wish sometimes I could map it to my throttle. Now, I also know that can be done, Mark, as well. I will find out more details. Hit me up on Discord, and I will, because I know that can be done. But there was that thing as well about excessive light flashing out of iRacing, didn't they? They come out. There we go.
Yeah, or race control just disables your lights for the rest of the race. I was going to say, keep an eye on this battle that was brewing up between 5th and 6th in the hypercar classes. You've got the pictures switched on to that one. You can see those two cars there in your picture. They are racing for this position. That is the Blue Chip Racing squad that you're looking at. And then you have the Octopus Racing team right behind them. You see how they pan out in the traffic. Are they going to lose too much time? They got an LMP2 car. That's going to be fun to see them catching up to the LMP2 car there, because we all know that the hypercar and the LMP2 cars are the best of friends on tracks, aren't they? See, everything's good on the YouTube at the moment. I just love to see all the comments and everybody being a part of the family here. JPBroadcasting YouTube. I am Dean Biggles. I think James just stepped away for a second, so give him a breather. Already been casting for 1 hour and 30 minutes straight and doing all the camera work as well. These cars at the moment, the battle for P4. 5 and 6 is cautiously making their way around one of the GT3s. Altitude Esports have a gap of 14 seconds to Simtech. Now that's actually come down a little bit, which is very interesting. I'll keep an eye on those times because they did build a bit more of a gap earlier. Just having a look currently. There's the wall. They really have to navigate this LMP2s because again we're seeing the battle there of Jakey driving. Where is the other car? Octopus Racing team just behind them, getting past the LMP2 and not maybe even passing to go side by side. And it will be. There's the Octopus Racing team. Will they tuck in ahead of the Blue Chip? And they do. And utilizing that traffic to get the overtake done. Make it stick into the corner. Gets the power down, and that is a job done. So, good job there between Jakey and Stephanie, I believe it is. It's definitely now the Octopus Racing team. But they're still at it. Coastal Supreme will reverse around the other way. Wondering right now whether or not the Blue Chip Racing team are going to want this one back. Or they're happy to sit in behind. I actually quite like that livery on the Octopus as well, too, on that rear fin. Just reading some of the chat you guys say at the moment. Picking up to the Thomas flying. Brian's now Fletch. Well, they're still absolutely at it here. James has just stepped out of the production trailer for a second, so this will be the battle that we are watching. There's not a lot of the other battles on track to necessarily watch at this point. As somebody did mention, there was a 169 cars coaching the 105, and the 169 car was who chatted to us before. They're about 8 seconds and change down the road from Patrick in the 105 machine. So keep an eye on that. Although they keep shaving some time with those laps there. They are kind of bringing in some good laps. Not necessarily in the last lap, actually, because I lost about a second. But anyway, your pitch is still banged up on the hypercars. Oh, it's off in the background. That is 229, I think it was, of David. We'll come back and replay in a minute. Oh, Felipe, actually, I think it might have been. Yeah, the 220 car. And they were running third in the GTA AM class. GT3 AM class. So that'll be interesting. We'll get the replay of that one a little bit later on. You off to the golf course there, Mark? What's your handicap? So pit stops at the moment as well too. All of your hypercars and your LMP2s have made their second pit stops. Looking at third pit stop there for the GT-AM Plus. I know that's a hypercar. Sorry, that's running 21st at the moment. And they're just out of extra pit stop early. Welcome along to Le Mans. Round 1, 6 hours for the Platinum Endurance Racing League. More to come. We got more tracks this season as well on the calendar. We'll go through that one a little bit later. James could probably pull up the graphics there to show you. For now, we're here in France. And we're also looking at this battle that's picking up. I think James might be back at the moment. There's a camera change. And there's Dan, the Platinum Racing team. Currently running in 12th place in his class.
How are we doing?
Oh, good. There was a couple of moments. I think Dan went off track, and it just looked like a couple of incidents that just reported. There was another one earlier too there, James. But so far, so good.
Jocelyn Otero has been off track, apparently.
This is the Octopus Racing team, the other Octopus Racing team, because they just got a. That's I think it's a 222 car. Oh, 122 car got. That's going to be investigated, but it kind of looked like where are they going to go anyway? If they go forward, they're going to get hit by a car. If they go backwards, they get hit by a car. Interesting.
Kind of didn't have nowhere to go, did they, really? You know what I mean? They're kind of a bit locked up and locked in it there, and unfortunately for them, they were all kind
Sometimes
of
I think
up.
they say you're supposed to just stay still as well, too, if you're in that area. So cars, because if you're moving, cars will moving. It's a lot difficult for somebody to judge. Anyway, that's one for the stewards to look at. Yeah, what you did miss before there was the Octopus Racing team did get past the blue chip, and that was the battle for P5, P6 and the hypercars.
Oh, nice. So damn. Oh, hold on. Go 3 wide here. This ain't going to work. Somehow. No. Oh.
It lock up.
Oh, no. Slow down for peoples. It's got to be having a slow down.
You saw the puff of smoke out of the back there for the lockup, and I guess it threw the Dutchman off there a little bit.
Yeah, definitely as well. Poor old Dan Peoples. He's down the back end at the moment. Currently in 12th in class overall. There was a nice little battle going on here as well. Stefan Savario Lario Hergo, who we do know drives Radicals. He is from the Radical Sim Racing League.
He's in the Radical Sim Racing series?
Yes.
Is that correct? I thought it was like talking about real radicals or whatever, but yeah, I figured you do know a lot of these drivers, of course, in the other series that you put on here on your JP Broadcasting YouTube channel as a dummy into pit road. Sometimes it looks like there's a dummy into pit road there for the Octopus Racing team.
Yeah, we have got Kane Tuck in chat from the 355 car. I just want to try and find the 355 car while we scroll through 60 cars on track currently at the moment.
Pick a number, anyone between 1 and
Mate,
60.
I'm trying. Do you know what? I don't know where he is. Where is he gone? Oh.
Yeah. And James has this on 4 different screens and 4K resolution. I'm looking at it as well too. I'm trying to see these numbers and get a telescope.
Do you know what? Let's bring him in here as well. Welcome in there, buddy. Thank you so much for joining us in the booth. How are you?
Hello, we're doing fine. I'm just enjoying the sound of our Lambo, but I'm not really enjoying the race, so trying to make the best of it.
Why are you not enjoying the sound of why are you not enjoying the race? You're 12th in class, you know?
Yeah, 12th in class from 12 cars, I think.
Yep, the others are out behind you, so...
Yep, that's right. So we're just trying to make the best of what we have.
Well, yeah, at least you're still going. You could have given up.
Yeah, we could have given up. Yeah, I think in total we had like 15 minutes of repairs only, but we're still going. We're just trying to not die. And I would recommend posting a camera on the Porsche curves to watch us do some like initial D drifts. It will be fun, good for the audience to give us style points.
All right, okay. Have you been styling it up around the Porsche curves? Have you?
Yeah, absolutely. The car, it gets better or worse every lap. So it's like rolling a dice to see what lap is going to be good, what lap is going to be nice.
You just never know what Lambo you're going to get when you go into the Porsche curves. Then. Is that what we're saying?
It's an Italian car. It's not a precise German car. It does what it wants.
Well, yeah, you know.
It does what it wants.
Yeah, it's almost like a Porsche that can do anything at any wrong time or any particular moment, isn't it? Really, but
yeah, it's a Porsche that doesn't understeer.
Yeah, but you're still going. I mean, that's
still
the
going,
thing, isn't it? You're 5 laps
that's
back.
That's the spirit, yeah. We're 5 laps back. We had a bunch of crashes. We're, I think, 10.
You know, where else would you be on a Saturday? Than driving around Le Mans for 6 hours, 5 laps back with a Lamborghini that does drifting better than it does taking the corners.
Yeah, we're last in class, but we're not last overall.
No.
Is it Khan, to pronounce your name correctly?
Khan, yeah, it's Khan.
Khan, yeah.
Turkish,
so who gets to take the Lamborghini home?
I think it'll be Daniel, because he's doing 4 minutes with a dead car, and I was doing 4 minutes with a completely fine car. So yeah, I think I'm a bit fucked.
But maybe you ding the car into more of a setup he likes.
Yeah, maybe I should just do it like the old days in Gran Turismo 4 and just wall ride it around the Porsche curves.
Yeah, maybe. See what happens there.
Yeah.
Apologies for the language, Khan.
Oh yeah.
Please.
We got it.
Well, you're a bit late on the beat button there, Biggles. They're already free-spirited.
It's lag. It's lag. We'll blame lag.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lag. Because
we're
only getting like 30 FPS when the grid's a bit full. So apologize for the lag. Computer's having a hard time.
Interesting overtake there.
My computer's
that's actually interesting.
The computer's running fine.
Yeah, mine is having a hard time. So.
Oh, yeah, that's actually interesting because it would actually be a bit of a cruncher for a lot of people's computers. I know that a lot of drivers probably turn the graphics settings down a lot.
Yeah,
to get
at
your
the
frame
start,
rate.
I think we're dipping in the 20 FPS for a bit, so it was a bit iffy going into the tight turns.
That affects your driving a lot, doesn't it? Like
it does, because when you were playing on a PS3, Gran Turismo 5, you don't notice the 20 FPS. But when you're playing with 165 and it dips to 20, you do notice it. So it just, yeah, it's a bit shit. They ruined it this season with iRacing.
Language. Cut.
Oh shit.
No, Stop talking. Stop talking.
Oh balls. Am I allowed to
Calm. James, Calm was saying, he was saying ship,
yeah,
okay,
ship.
Remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just referencing the Porsche this season because it's a bit of a ship.
I thought you were representing the Lamborghini.
It's lost in translation. That's all it is. It's lost in translation.
No.
Talking about the Lambo going down faster than the Titanic, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's what it was.
The season of PET, we're representing the Lambo, and it's not a ship. It's more like what do you call those boats that just disintegrate after they go fast? Those power boats.
Oh yeah, the power boats.
The power boats. They disintegrate basically.
All right.
We disintegrate. Yeah, we're getting some traffic.
Yeah, you have.
Look at you're German, right? Your team German?
See, I actually have no. I think the team's Mexican, but the team owner is German-Mexican. Daniel's German. I'm Dutch, but I'm Dutch-Turkish.
Oh, you're Dutch. Okay, sorry. I was trying to get it all.
We should change the name of our team to like Team Worldwide, so Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah.
Wasn't that a rapper? Did he say that at the beginning of the song?
Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide. What was his name? What was that rapper's name who said that? Mr. Worldwide.
It's the Brazilian rapper.
Was it Pitbull?
Pitbull, that's it.
Yeah,
That's
Pitbull.
Yeah.
No,
right.
Mr. Worldwide. So,
maybe we'll try that one, buddy. But look, thank you so much for joining us in the booth.
Can you get me is it Bitterball? Bitterball?
Oh, Bitterball.
Can you pick me up some before you jump back in the car? Would be great.
Yeah. No, I'll get you a Red Bull and a fricandel broodje. No worries.
Oh, well,
thank you. I love it.
Can you drive it over to Panama, where Biggles is?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I'll just take the Lambo, borrow the Lambo from Daniel.
Yeah, mate. It's all right. It'll make it.
No worries. Yeah.
Awesome stuff, buddy. But you take care. Cheers for jumping in with us.
See you. Bye.
Is that an overtake? Dan got an overtake there. Right there, I think on the 181 machine. Not quite yet, but we'll see.
My car from Cabano Esports Black, of course. Dan Peoples got the job done this time around. So fair play to Dan.
He's trying to hold off the last place. That's the battle for last place as well.
Yeah, that's Vicente Lara has given the car to Mike R from Cabano Esports. So Lara was in the car there as well. We do apologise for the language, guys, as well. These drivers do get a little bit excited. They forget that we are live, and Biggles weren't quite quick enough on the beat button in time. So apologies for that one.
Too deep.
Dan's gone a little bit deep. Is he going to lose his position here? We've got somebody else waiting in the booth.
James, it's a whole bunch of about the language.
Yeah, well, we got to apologise a little bit because it doesn't always work out as Dan Peoples is battling away with Mike. This ain't going to be nice, is it? Running down into Indianapolis.
He went too deep in the corner and he lost a lot of the pace. He's going to have to tuck in behind now. But it's all right. He's still got 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. I think Yannick had a bit of an off-track moment too before.
Yannick Gerards has been taking a little bit of a divert.
And where are they running?
He's trying to make... Stop. Oh, good job. He was trying to make his way back through traffic, unfortunately, and he hit that last curb. So there we go. We got Bruno Ciccioli.
The triple two machine.
Triple two machine there. Bruno, welcome in. Thank you so much. How are you, buddy? Bruno! I guess...
Bruno, are you there?
No.
He's muted at the moment. We'll get Bruno in a second. Yeah.
I guess
that's
we
the
don't
pictures
talk
at the
about
moment.
Bruno.
That's the Mercedes. Is it Bruno is the team that he's a part of, the triple two machine? Yes, it is. Rubens. Now they're running... They're actually leading their class at the moment there, James.
Second.
At GT3 AMs, aren't they?
Yeah, second currently in the pros. Rubens Lorente from Cabano Esports. Niels Kors has gone in. He's taken over the car on the Chicane Online Racing Red as well. So fair play to them guys as keep going. As I say, we have lost some cars. We've got people in the pits. We've got people so many laps down. We've got runners going on here as well. So there are people trying to make their way through. So let's see how it gets on.
It's the GT3 party before that was mentioned in the chat. Ooh, tricky pit lane entrances, of course. You're going to make it stop right there. As you can see, the Octopus Racing team. Even James is rolling his R's a little bit more too, I noticed that. Yeah, the GT3 pit party is on at the moment. Again, I can see we're getting a bunch of them in.
Yeah, so there we go. The GT3s will be partying in the pits. So there we go. We're back at it again here as well this afternoon.
I think that might have been the reason why Bruno popped in for a second and popped back out, because he might have been realizing they're at pit stop time too for them.
Yeah.
For his team, 222 machine. Let's have a look. Yeah, they'll be getting very close to their pit stops as well, so probably focusing on that.
They all seem to be going in together, aren't they, really? It's the same every single pit stop. You know, the GT3s are going in together, the LMP2s are diving in together, you know, the LMP1s are doing the same thing. So, you know, I don't think, obviously, they're not really running to a strategy. They're running at the moment, aren't they, full pelt to see who can go the furthest and the quickest there as well, I believe. So, you know, fair play to him. Brian Loyne's on the front with the Altitude Esports LMDH, of course, out in front at the moment, leading by 7 seconds over the Simtech Motorsport LMDH of Mattis Cernek, who hasn't changed drivers as of yet, Biggles. He's still going. Martin Hobson has unfortunately just had a crash as well, so let's have a look at that right now.
Is this going too deep? The rear slipping out.
Yes. Platinum Racing Team Orange there. Unfortunately goes round. So
fortunate to have no traffic coming around at that point as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the drivers are doing a couple of stints. We heard from Dan at the top of the hour that he's going to do a couple. Now, there is a limit, right, James, to clarify how long the driver can do?
I don't think there's necessarily a limit. They can't have, I believe, as far as I'm aware, they will need to change drivers. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to have a look through. Let me just scour through here as well. Unless somebody pops up in chat and turns around and says, actually, they can solo this. I don't think. An entry must have a minimum of 2 drivers, so they can't solo it. So they must have a minimum of 2. So I suppose if one does 3 and the other one does 3, then that's the run, isn't it, really? Or they could just do a couple of hours, and a couple of hours. But I suppose that leaves the guy going first doing 2 stints while the guy in the middle sits back and drinks tea for 4 hours.
Yeah.
So, you know.
And you still, I mean, if you only have 2 on your team as well, you might only have just the 1 spotter. So you still have to be really the whole 6 hours at that point.
Well, technically, that's 2 run stints, isn't it? 45 minutes, I suppose, would be an hour and a half. Then you'd swap over. The next guy comes in, does an hour and a half, swap over. The next guy in for an hour and a half, swap over, and then back again.
There's an accident you can see at the bottom of the hill there. This car's sliding back. Hopefully, you make it stick and not go back on the racing line. What was that? That was a collision. I think that was.
What's that?
Yeah, is that Zachary and Lewis?
Oh, problem.
I think it looked like if you go back and the GT3 is coming into a corner and they wanted to try to get it looked like they wanted to try to get the overtake done. See? The speed difference. No, I think I'm putting in that one on I think Zach got a little too eager on that.
Unfortunately, Zach, we're gonna have to pin that one on you, dear sir. But from my opinion, I'm sure we may see a steward's report come in and go from there as well. But for a minute, we'll just sit back and wait for that to pop up on the notification screen there as well. But I think that was just a little bit impatient from Zachary Lewis as we go to Christian Glaumeister from Crisp Racing Blue, battling away with Victor Sanchez Fernandez from the Peaky Drivers, who were in chat earlier on as well, Biggles.
Yeah, they were.
They said, hats off to the organisation and broadcasting, really entertaining. Congrats from a Peaky driver. So there we go.
Well, thank you, Peaky. Now you're our favourite, one of our favourite teams.
You're so
we'll start
easily
favouring
pleased, aren't you?
teams. Yeah.
You're so easily pleased. Now you're one of our favourites. So there you go.
I'm going back to that incident. I don't know whether or not they'll be issuing a penalty because I wonder if the GT3 car is okay, because they can take a bit of a punch, no doubt. And more than anything, that mistake from Zach has cost them a lot of damage in that car anyway. So they already are essentially penalised, aren't they, by having damage?
Do you think he just got impatient?
Just hoping the GT3 doesn't have any. Huh?
Do you think
he was impatient for sure.
He just got a little bit, what's that word, like almost he felt like the GT3 should be out of his way when really, there was really no need for that GT3 here.
Just break a little. If you break a little bit earlier and then follow him through the corner and then got the power down out of the corner, then you would have got the job done. It would have lost him 1/10 or 2/10 at most in lap time. But now, how much damage is it going to cost you?
No, that's the thing. For Zachary Lewis, he's down. He's still running from Lithia Motorsports there, but he is a little bit further down. The LMP2s have started coming in again. You will start seeing Bazinga Motorsports is in, of course. So they're back in. Nicholas Roda still in the car. God, I've got my R's going here, Biggles. I'll tell you this much, mate.
Fantastic goal. I'm trying to think of some word that goes with the R's on that one.
Supercar.
What do you reckon about the pace? Now that you did lose a bit of a front. Doesn't look like the front fender is there attached, but some parts came off. I thought it was a rear bumper on the GT3 that came off. There was some carbon fibre coming off. We'll keep an eye on the speed here. They are going to jump into pit road.
Well,
lithium.
339 ones at the moment, which is about, well, it's quite a way off. They're in the pits. They are going in.
See if they're going to take any repairs or not. It looks okay at the front, so maybe it got away with it.
Maybe. It does look a little bit more compact than normal. It does look a little bit squished.
But you heard before from one of the drivers in the chat that that even with a little bit of a dinged up car, they've still got drivers that can put in some good laps. So.
Yeah, it definitely is here as well. It's turning into quite a nice little toasty little battles going on across the race circuit at the moment. So we are pitting this lap, says Mark Fletcher. It's from the Altitude Esports.
How much gas are you going to take in there, Mark?
Well, it's going to fill it up, isn't he?
How many? What's the name of all your pit crew?
Do you know when their birthdays are?
Yeah, their birthdays.
As we can see, they're all three classes on one picture. GT3s, LMP2s, and LMDHs.
But this is what's interesting, James, because I just since I didn't mention it, the gap has come down significantly between the top two hypercars now. It's only 4.5 seconds, James. They've been eating away at it consistently for the Simtech Motorsport team. I've been just noticing. Remember that gap was up 17 seconds or something really, really early in the show, and it was just before I think you went for your break. It was just around 10 seconds, just over, and look at that, they chipped it down.
Yeah, it's down to 5 seconds. Shaky there from Blue Chip Racing is chasing down Stefan Severia here for the LMDH.
Blue Chip Racing?
Blue Chip.
Remember, not the Bull Shift Racing.
No, that was another one. That was a different series. You know what I mean? For the,
he always catches you on that one. I know you have to go slow on that one so you don't hit any of the words.
Yeah, I have to really think about that, Like, when you say it so quickly, I do have to say, think about it slowly. Because it can catch you out and it can just go a little bit wrong.
This is going to be really interesting between these two because they're going to be boxing soon, you would imagine. Okay? So, how much of a fight do you want to do? Knowing somebody's going to be back in the pit road in a minute. These two have been at it, haven't they, for some time? I said Octopus did get past when you're on your little break before. Blue Chip. So they're back at it again here. What do you expect? We are expecting the hypercars to come in soon, aren't they? Yeah, because the LMP2s have come in. The last of the LMP... we still have 2 LMP2s that have stayed out. So first and second at the moment. I've still got to do their pit stops, as well as, I believe, the Peaky drivers as well. Nobody else has made theirs.
Drew is in from Swank Racing. He's in. Nick Kirstens has taken over the car from Dan. So
Yeah, I was going to wait. We probably hear from Dan soon.
yeah, in front of the Platinum Racing Team Black there. So they're now in 11th in class. Of course, Zachary Lovegood having his own little
Brian's in. They're in now, the race leaders.
There you go.
This will be interesting whether or not if Simtek can jump them in the pit stop now. Was that 4 seconds?
No, Simtek's in behind them.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to come out any. I don't think they'll come out any quicker. What's the tyre life like, Mark? Oh, well, you're up in the air, so I'm guessing you're taking tyres.
A little bit of a lock up there for Simtek in the pit stop box, so that might cost them just a fraction of a second or two.
Yeah, and Simtek have changed drivers as well. They've just done a driver swap. The standard Senel is just jumped into the car there. So I got a funny feeling the Altitude boys are going to be out very, very shortly.
They should be on the gas.
Yeah, there we go. Big old.
Don't hit the pace car. I love it. You just drive through the pace car.
Big old spin up from Brian Loynes.
They should make it so you have to drive around it, so you actually be massively penalised if you were in that first grid position.
Yeah. There's Brian Loynes. And there is the Simtek racing car. So they're still as they went in. Big old Stefan Severia. Oh, they're coming in. Oh, they're coming in together. Jakey GB.
And drive through for the Lithium Motorsports team for causing the collision.
Well,
134.
Not being rude, but we kind of had a funny feeling that might be coming, didn't we?
Yeah.
He did kind of torpedo that GT3 off there. I don't know if there was a frustration or an entitlement. I'm not entirely sure. I cannot confirm or deny, but it's no faster to go again on them. So, well, the fact that your car was in the air, Mark, I'm confirming that you did take tyres.
Does it go in the air if you do a driver change or not?
No.
No, okay.
Only goes in the air if you are taking tyres. So,
okay.
Yeah. I know they say you can't confirm or deny, but I can confirm that you did. Because your car went up in the air. There'd be no reason if you didn't.
If you do a driver swap, you do your tyres anyway, because I don't think there's any time difference, is there?
No, I think, isn't it now the LMDHs and that will run at the same time with tyres, if I'm not mistaken?
Timothy might have had a little bit of a moment, mate, if you want to look at that. That's where's Timothy. Oh, yeah, and that's the Upstate GTP, so that's the American squad. And that looks like a mistake maybe coming out of pit road.
Oh, no, is he trying to go in? Oh, he's too fast.
No, he's already been out the pit road, I think, yeah.
Oh, he's missed the pit road.
Oh, it missed the pit entrance. Ah, yeah, okay.
He missed it.
I presume these dudes are upstate New York or something like that. They're upstate somewhere in the States.
Upstate Chicago.
Yeah, could be. Anyway, it's good to see the American squad in here. It's actually more suited for their time zone. Well, they're really early in the morning, actually, for us and the Americans.
I love the fact that Mark now is just coming and go, I agree. We did take tyres. He just what? You could have just said that, but, when we asked Mark, when you were like, I cannot confirm or deny. You were like a top secret 007 agent, and then you're like, yeah, actually, we did. Oh, they saw us on camera. Oh, dearie me. Never mind. Oh, right. Just breaking under the 4 hour.
Oh, Jakey? Has Jakey had a crash? Oh no. Was this a pit lane entrance problem as well, too? Because the Blue Chip Racing, remember, they were battling it out big time there with... what's the other team?
Oh, no. He went off before. Yeah, let's see if we can go back a little bit.
Oh, look at the tyre. Oh. This is cold. They just come out of pit road, didn't they? I think. Yeah, and that's cold tyres. And that's a big, big damage, mate. I mean, you can drive them 3 wheels. It's fine. Get rid of that tyre.
Look at that.
Oh, that's a toe back as well.
Yeah, poor old Jake. Unfortunately, from the Blue Chip Racing LMDH team, it looked like, depending on what the repairs could be, if they ran real life mechanical fixes, right? That car would be done for hours. But here, we'll just wait 15 minutes.
I've broken suspension and stuff in the middle of the outback in Australia or upper tropical north, a couple of zip ties and things like that. I've fixed a broken radiator before. I fixed an engine mount before. I could get it done. Oh, that's
yeah,
speed difference there coming in, lapping the GT3, that's tricky. But yeah, I was going to say, well, mate, duct tape is pretty good. Remember, a little bit of duct tape helped to bring the Apollo 13 astronauts back, so don't you deny the power of duct tape.
Now, is that actually true? I've heard that a couple of times.
Yeah, they had to use the duct tape then to use the filter. They had to replace the filters. There was a square and a round filter in the different modules that they were using, of course, and they didn't calculate one of the modules having 3 people, because it was only supposed to be having 2 for the moon landing. So yeah, and so the carbon monoxide, the scrub, and they had to do a bit of gaffer tape and a bit of plastic, and even use some of the manual. I think it was tearing off some pages out of the manual.
Oh, drive through!
Pinky gets a drive through.
Oh, causing a collision. Can't have a 373. Oh, the poor little Peakies. That was a little. What's that?
I wonder what that was.
Where was that
from earlier? Was it the one we looked at? I can't remember. So the new driver in there, Manuel's in now.
Yeah.
Jakey is, I think they're still in that one indeed, the Blue Chip Racing. I think they're just taking those massive repairs. We'll keep an eye on that one. As Platinum Racing Team Blue go in, that's your race leader for the LMP2s. So it's interesting to see if they're going to come back out ahead of the Leo Racing Team.
Well, 39 seconds down the road, Alberto Gazzapo from the MRP, though, is chasing down the Leo car here as we're on lap 35. And we've only been going just over 2 hours.
Yep, correct. 3 hours and 57 minutes remaining.
Yes, we have.
I just know that off the top of my head. No, my Stream Deck tells me.
Does it really?
You know my mouse flashes. I told you that before. I don't think yours does, James, but other people out there be aware. Your mouse flashes to flags, like white flag is, checkered flag, also cautions, things like that. Does yours do that?
No.
Yeah, mine does that.
My Razer mouse is just.
Yeah, I got a Razer. You should set that up. I think there's some setting for it. It should just. It's great because I know every time if there's like obviously some of the other events that we do, if there's a yellow. That happens a lot, obviously, in oval racing and stuff. My mouse starts flashing yellow, and I know instantly that there's a caution without even looking at the screen.
Oh. I didn't realise that.
I think you could even get your RAM, like I have coloured RAM LEDs on my RAM, but I can't see my computer. It's behind my screen, but you can even have your RAM flash with colours. Look at this kerfuffling here, James. Trying to make their way around.
Look at the LMDs as well. Involved in that one.
I wanted to see the cars up the road on that one because, I did say at the top of the hour, like, I think you're going to have these inner war battles between the two classes, as in the LMP2's going, oh, I'm a little bit quicker than you through corners and stuff like that there until Brian gets on the power, of course, on the hypercar, and that's when you see that turbo boost kick into gear.
Yeah, that gap now is 3.7 seconds here. Gazzapo and Cristini are still fighting it away. Currently as well. If we give you a rundown of the classes, and we'll be able to tell you who is in what position. And
this is Brian. This is a Belgium driver. It's great to see. It's the only Belgian driver I think we've had so far.
Yeah, Brian Crusser. So fair play to him. As we just can give you a rundown of the standings. So it is Brian Loynes from Altitude Esports still in front, Simtech Motorsport LMDH in second, Epoch third, Magic Arrow fourth, Octopus Racing fifth, Team Update GTP in sixth for them. We've got Writer Engineering and Blue Chip Racing 2 laps and 1 lap down respectively. In the LMP2s is Leo Racing there in first place, MRP in second, XPD Emerald in third, Platinum Racing Team Blue in fourth, Swank Racing fifth, of course, led at the start by an absolute mountain of a gap. Not entirely sure what happened to Swank Racing, of course. Origa course there in 6th, 505 in 7th, and then, of course, Bazinga in 8th place. In the duty-free pros, we have got Leo Racing leading us off in that one with Chicane Online Racing Red with Niels Kaur currently at the wheel, taking over from Alex Gall. They were battling away with the Leo boys. They're not currently at the moment. I'm expecting them to come back together later on. Carbono Esports there have been very quiet in the Mercedes. They've gone about their business, stayed out of trouble, currently sitting in third place. Sim Vision in fourth, and then Ingersoll Rand is in fifth. Kairos Esports in sixth, and then Grow Racing Team Red in seventh, and then Josely from Octopus Racing Team in eighth place there. Down in the pros, in the IMSA, we got Brian Kraus is currently in first place. Manuel Cruz in second. João Carlio in third from Team Upstate. Christian Mayer from Austrian Sim Racers Blue in fourth, and then Stefan Scheuster in fifth. Peaky Blinders GT3, Manuel Roig is down in seventh. Rubens Carapato in eighth from seventh from Pro Sim, and then Louis Gregg in eighth there as well. I've got a funny feeling João Delgado is still running. They are quite a few laps down over their LMDH counterparts. They are 5 laps back currently at the moment. John Sylvester is still running as well. He's a little bit further back, and it's Simon Van Dijk there as well. Currently out are, we've got Geek Energy Sim Racing GT3 is still running. Team Jizu are out. CMX MSI, Over the Limit Racing, Scorpion Racing Esports, Raycar Esports Team, Scorpion Racing Esports Team Silver, and then TR Geek Sim Racing Energy behind them out currently at the moment. But that is as we stand, and this is your battle for the LMP2s here from Gianpaolo Cristini and Alberto Gazeppo. So there we go.
Okay, excellent, James. Can you repeat that? Sorry, I missed it.
No.
Oh, man, that was a fantastic recap. Almost on the hour. You'll have to do a recap on the hour every hour as we
yeah, you better get right things down then, didn't you?
Yeah, a couple of hours into this one.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting. Where's Dan? Dan should be coming out and chat to us soon. He's been out of the car now. We've given him a bit of a rest, a bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
Somebody grab Dan by the scruff of his curly hair and bring him in here.
By the scruff of his curly hair. Ouch.
Hey, at least he's got hair.
Hey, I've got hair. It's just
you have hair,
mate.
Me. I go for the Dwayne Rock look.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
You raise the eyebrow. That's going to be the question.
Oh yeah, but I can't. Can I smell what's cooking in the kitchen too?
Ooh, it doesn't matter what's cooking in the kitchen.
I can't raise the eyebrow actually. I did notice I had a mate that could do that very well, but I can't.
I don't actually know if I could, to be fair. I haven't tried in the mirror recently. I got to be honest. But, you know, be interesting to see, wouldn't it, if you can or not. I know, a little bit crazy. True. But these guys still battling away up front in the LMP2s. They've been inseparable, haven't they, really? You know what I mean?
I expected the Leo Racing team to be up around here because both the great drivers and the Italians are fast. It's a full Italian team on both of the classes that they have as well, too, the GT3. And, Gianpaolo as well. He's in the car. He's I did chat to, I think, Paulo earlier this week. So, yeah, and they're very, very pacey. They're also, as I said, they're very nice, aggressive team. Well, they were battling with their other teammate cars actually in another league. But they are aggressive, man. They're like like I said, Max Verstappen in the car. You know, aggressive Max. Certain other drivers, just like that. The Tifosi, man, they love the Italians.
Yeah, the problem with that is obviously when you get Cristini and Gazeppo together, and you know.
Oh, Brian had a crash. Oh, I don't know. I'm not quite sure.
No, Brian Loynes.
Brian, for the Altitude Esports team, running second in the championship. What is going on?
That's Platinum Racing Team Blue in front.
Oh, and the race, I mean, not the championship, but...
Oh, he's on the curve.
No, he's locked it. Yeah. He's okay, but it's out of the fence.
The only mistake, wasn't it, Biggles?
Yeah. They could have got a lot worse than that, so I think Code Brown moment there for Brian, but they still have a bit of a gap there to P3, so all that's done is just lost them about 40-something seconds and change, I think, now to the Simtech team that they're battling out for the lead, but at least they still have that 3 hours and 50 minutes to build that back up.
Yeah. They definitely do there. He got on the curb on the outside there. He just tried to brake on the curb, and that was it. It was all game over. So
YouTube.
No?
James, it is off on YouTube.
No, it's not.
Oh, no, that's the replay screen. Oh, it's really delayed. Hey, hang on, I'll refresh it.
Everything's working at the moment.
Everything is awesome.
Everything's working, yes? For sure, it'll be right back, yeah.
I think they're just playing tricks on you, James.
I don't know. I don't know what's going
Testing
on.
to see if you're paying attention.
I wish they wouldn't do that, though, because it makes me worry, and I sit here and think, are we back? No, we're back now. Oh, okay. OBS is having a moment then, I guess.
Well, maybe we can find out about the 76 car there of Dominic that I think wants to come have a bit of a chat to us.
Yeah, we'll bring in Dominic there. Dominic, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. Yeah.
Yeah. How's things going for the Reuter Engineering Esports team?
Yeah, we are about to do good progress. So, we do steady lap times and yeah. And now we are P7 because of the incident with Blue Chip. So yeah, we're making
still
progress.
Sitting in pit road at the moment doing those repairs, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that in the broadcast. I was like, yes, now position.
Oh,
Jesus. I don't know.
You want to battle? You want to overtake them on track? You don't want to have a bad luck.
Yeah, you don't want to be saying that, but you got to move up. You've got to try and get past all the LMP2s yet, haven't you?
No, we haven't. We are about to unlap us from the LMPs, and yeah, the next one is okay. It's far away.
45 seconds up the road currently. Zachary Lovegood.
Yeah, so he's approaching Indian. We are.
Didn't they have to serve a drive-through penalty, or they already served it?
I think they must have already served it. To be honest,
they got 3 pit stops to their name, so I'm just wondering why. If they had served it, all the other LMP2s have 3 pit stops as well. So
yeah, they must have had a penalty as well. To be fair, I think they got that penalty, didn't they, for causing the incident with the BMW?
Yes,
so
yeah,
it's all a little bit. But you guys have got to come back through. What's the plan? Because I'm not being like we were talking earlier on with somebody, and most people could just give up and say thanks very much. But you guys are not giving up, but still going.
Yeah. We are. We want to drive, and yeah, let's see what the future has for us.
Let's see what the future holds, eh?
Yeah.
No,
so
I foresee you finishing the race, hopefully.
Yeah. We want to finish it because the points are at the finish and not at the middle or at the start of the race. So yeah, and even with P7, I think that's a good couple of points for the championship.
Yeah, I think it is, to be fair, isn't it? Let me get out me notes of paper and think there as well. Where did I put that? I had the point system separate here as well.
Yeah, that's right. James still uses paper out there, everybody. There was a thing back in the day of people used to use pen and paper. And
Look,
you know what? I'm in the
right?
trailer next to James. What I do is that when he's not looking, I just take a couple of pieces of paper and just move them around there.
Right, I like my pieces of paper, right? Where are you running? You're a 7th overall. So you get
yeah.
So you'll get 16 points in a 6 to 8 hour race.
We got a warning real quick that it came up for Delta Racing Team for aggressive driving or something like that one. Just real quick. Okay, that one, that's number 12 car. I'm just trying to see where they are real quick there, James, while you guys continue with that. Oh, that's the Delta Racing Team. They're running in 10th place, I think, for the GT3 AMs. Anyway.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Right in the middle from the GT3 field.
Yeah. So
44th position overall.
So what's the ambition for you guys now then?
Finish and just drive. That's the plan, I guess.
Well, Dominic, sounds like a amazing plan. So you go and have,
Isn't it?
It is amazing. You know, carry on driving and just keep finishing. That's it. That's all you need to worry about there as well. So Dominic, well done. Thank you so much for joining me in the booth from the Reuter Engineering Esports team, and hope you get to the end there, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
You too.
Right, now we have got Dan Peebles into the booth. Dan, good afternoon.
Yeah, it's about bloody time Dan gets in here. G'day, Dan.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm not doing too bad. Refreshed after my stint, but oh, blimey, it's better for me to stay up here, I guess.
Well,
what do you mean? Stay up here. I mean, you only had a couple of little off-track moments, but overall, you delivered the car. It's in one piece.
It's in one piece, but minutes behind the competition. I was fighting for 13th, 12th, 11th, around that place, which is not where we want to be. However, I did hear Marnik say at the beginning of the race, our goal is not to finish last, and at the moment, we're doing that. So, yeah, I don't think Marnik could be happier.
Really?
Yeah, wasn't it? Well, yeah, well, one of the cars, obviously, who are they back out? I guess I think too. Who was the LMP2 that had all those massive repairs just before?
Yeah, they
Lithium, I think.
Lithium just had massive repairs, didn't they? Because they had an incident.
They're back out actually. So yeah, there you go. So you're not gonna.
You know what I mean? So they are back out as well. So Lithium back out on track. At the same time, you're currently sitting in 16th place. So there, Dan. 16th place for the Platinum Racing Team Black. Nick Kirstens has taken over the car. Have you discussed ambitions, Dan, or have you discussed where you want to go?
Not in the wall, that's what we've said. We're now in 10th. At the beginning of the race, I personally set our goal at a top 8, which wouldn't be bad. You know,
yeah.
The talent
Sorry,
that
Dan,
is
real
in
quick
here.
there. We're going to have to look at a crash, I think.
Yeah, see, Manuel
and that's
Roig.
also involved the Leo Racing team as well, too, because that's crucial. This Peaky Drivers team at the moment have been a little bit in the wars, and that there it is. So they got bumped actually by, and then there's a contact between. I saw the Leo Racing team is involved in that one as well. So what happened there? Remember, they're running second in their class, in your class there, James. So I mean Dan.
Yeah, the one
might help you.
I think it was the lead LMD there. Yeah. Simtech. Oh,
yeah, that's what I mean. All that other car was very lucky as well, too, in the background to avoid that GT3. That's going to be one for the Stewarts as well. Yeah, sorry to cut you off on Dan, but that was obviously important for your race as well.
Well, that GTP is going to have damage now, and as far as I know from the small experience that I do have in the GTPs, is that damage to that car is usually a lot of lap time lost. You really want to have that car in one shape. But let's hope for the Altitude Esports car that they're good off. Or was it the Simtech Motorsports LMDH that was, the number 7? Yeah, they're into the pit lane, so it doesn't look too good for them.
Doesn't in the pits there as well. Brian Lawrence from the Altitude Esports team. So what are you up to now, Dan? Are you staying in the booth while Biggle goes and get some food?
I am, if I'm allowed to.
What do you mean? I had my food.
You've had your food?
Up here.
Oh, well, I'll go and get some food then, because I haven't had my food.
Yeah, you can. James, if you want a bit of a break, mate, that's fine. Dan and I can cover you for a bit. You do so much, mate. And,
well, you, I'll just get handed over to Dan in the waiting room, and you talk for a minute, and then we'll carry on from there, all right?
Yeah, okay. No problems. I'll do this for a little bit as we're seeing.
All right.
Right, it's...
Yes. I'm on board. Yes.
So yeah, I'll be back
Hey,
shortly.
grab some McDonald's or a meat pie and a sausage roll or anything that you want to.
Bring back some for me too, because I'm hungry after my stint.
Yeah, whatever. No. Bye, boys.
Bitterbollen.
There we go. Biggles trying to pronounce bitterbollen in.
Bitterbollen, that's it. I keep getting it. It's got ball in it. Bitterbollen, that's it.
So, Biggles, talk to me.
Sir.
What have I missed in the first 2 hours being in the car?
Well, a lot. A lot, for sure. You might hear there is a football match going on, just a little bit down the road from me. I can hear them. They're all cheering. They're excited. That's how excited they are. But so you might pick up in the background there a little bit there, Dan. But
all right.
Well, where did we go from the start? Trying to recap it. Now, put me on the spot. James just went through a recap about 20 minutes ago.
Are there any important things that I need to know? Of course, the crash from the lead LMDH, which is still in the pit lane. Like I said, any damage to that car is going to give you huge lap time.
That's what you missed because Simtech and Altitude Esports have been tooth and nail going for it. They've really been separated most of the race by really about no more than usually 40 seconds. And Brian had they were starting to catch him after a pit lane. They had a little bit of a moment where Brian spun, so it dropped him back about 40 seconds or so behind. And then, of course, you saw that moment with the Simtech team that now put them in the pit road. And they're, as I said, running in P6 currently at the moment and in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, we had about 9 LMDHs here with us today. And 3 of them are, let's be honest, Biggles, already out of contention for the win. Because, of course, the number 7, we just saw that, dropped out of the lead of the LMDH class. The lead for them was pretty big, I can remember. I remember driving the car and then P1 and P2 and the LMDH is coming through. And then after that, a long old time before P3 came through.
3, yeah. Yep, that's currently at the moment. I think that was the Epic Motorsport or the Magic one. So the Octopus Racing team also was battling it out tooth and nail with... just scroll through that one. That was an incident. Lithium,
Biggles, fight for P6 in the AM class. This is Crips Racing Blue going past Protosim Esports. I expect this to change again at the end of the second Molzon straight. And on the edge coming up behind, but that's a change for 6th position in that class. Excuse me, 7th. So Crips going to 7th. Too bad is
piloted by the Norwegian driver against the Espanian driver, Renan, the Delta Racing team that you can see just ahead. That's the 381 machine. Oh, now sorry, it's the 12. Oh, they got past. Yes, sorry.
Does the Protosim Esports car want to overtake, or does it say, we know that Crips Racing is just maybe a 10th or 2, maybe 3 faster a lap. We'll let them go ahead, and we'll save fuel behind you and try and push you on the straight. I think we're going to get an answer here, because the Protosim Esports car is going to stick behind, and it's going to wait its turn. So I think Biggles, they're going to go for the latter of the 2.
And they've all been, that's another thing, that's actually Ruben, my apologies, the Portuguese driver piloting that 303 machine. All the GT3s have been having a GT3 pit party. I think most of the time, I'm sure if you were aware of that one before.
That they're all going in at the same time?
Yeah, they have been generally all going in at the same time. Last time they all went in was about lap 181. So you have about half the field, not 3/4 of the field, went in on lap 181. So not a lot of difference in the stop strategy so far and their class, whereas... But you guys have been... Last time you lapped, when was that? Yeah, you got 203s, 204s, 201s, 207s. So there's a bit of a difference too if your LMP2's boxing. Any damage to your car at all, Dan? And any driving at all? Like that we don't see necessarily was...
As far as I know, I've touched no one. We've had a few close calls, but you generally will have that the first couple of laps. Nick at the moment circulating right now. Last lap time for Nick, I can't quite see. But
the leaders are in too, James. I mean, James.
There we go. There they are.
Yep. Dan, that's the Leo Racing team, as well as the Fields Academy.
I feel honored. You just called me James. Well, there we go into the pit lane. Up on the jacks. Up on the jacks go both LMP2s. So the Leo Racing.
Oh, I see the wheels spinning at the moment now. They're not supposed to do that, are they? And that's the Fields Academy? You see the rear wheels spinning?
Yeah.
I thought you're not. I thought that. Yeah, you don't might have to explain that one, Dan, because as far as I know, that's a no-no, isn't it?
It won't be too much of an issue. Okay. Let's put it like that. In real life, this, of course, would be a danger hazard for the mechanics. So that's why in real life they're very keen on making sure that doesn't happen. But
okay, it's probably the real life I'm referring to, not the sim. Yeah, okay.
Here in the sim, it isn't a problem as far as I know. Okay. You can do that. It wouldn't be good because the refueling would take longer.
Yeah, if you dropped it down on jacks while the wheels are spinning like that, boom, you're into your pit crew.
Exactly. Well, we're out of the pits again. Leo Racing's team once again behind. They will now also have seen if they do have any damage from that incident, and if they do, it might. Oh, there's a penalty, a drive-through for the number 7, and that is just gonna put more salt in the wounds of the number 7. Here we have it, the Syntec Motorsport LMDH. That is going to be painful for that car. Are they going to just take it straight away? Of course, the damage already had, but you know what they say, Biggles? It's on the faster cars to overtake the slower classes safely. And
to
be honest,
we saw that.
7 didn't do that.
Because they were in a close battle, but yeah, well, I've said this before multiple times. It's better just to risk losing, a couple of tenths on the lap than getting into a risk of damaging a car or having an accident. Because now, but racing to try to save a couple of tenths has now cost them 9 minutes at a pit stop at least to have to serve a drive-through now, and they're running P6 rather than P1. So,
well,
was it worth trying to gain 1/10? That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, it's well, they lost time due to the pit stop, like you said. They lost time due to the drive-through. But you make that decision at that point, and at that point, you think you are sure that that is the best option to go for. And if it doesn't work out, I can tell you, you're not going to be happy with yourself with the decision you made. But you can't do anything about it at that point. You just have to live with it. This is the Delta Racing GTP making its way through the field again after their early problems in this race.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. The Delta have been in the wars, and I do apologize to some of the drivers. I might feel that I'm a little bit hard when I'm talking about that stuff. Going, it's easy, just do this, but that's because I'm not a driver and I'm sitting up in an air-conditioned casting booth just to enjoy this, not sweating it out and grilling it out of the track. So it's easier said than done as a spectator, isn't it? The grass is greener on the other side of the fence, as they say. But yeah, there's a lot of elements at play, aren't you, as a race driver that you're doing, Dan? Like, you're looking left, you're looking right, you're monitoring your fuel, you've got things all over the place. It's easier to make little mistakes when...
Yeah, it is. Well, Biggles, the thing is, really, the decisions that you make are split-second decisions. So you don't really have a lot of time to think about it. If I look on my relative, of course, you have your relative, your battle for positions, of course, traffic coming up. And when I see going into the Porsche curves, coming out of Tetra Rouge, the slowest corner on the track, if I see a car genuinely on 2 seconds, I know that I'm going to get that car on the entry to the Porsche curves. And you genuinely take that into your driving line, how you approach the corner. You lift a little bit earlier to save fuel. There are multiple things that you can do, but with those decisions, it's difficult. It's a split-second decision, and especially if you're in a fight, it makes it 10 times more difficult.
And Dan, you're right. Can you keep an eye on the battle actually for 3rd and 4th, and I think it is 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the moment. They're in the that is in the GT3 class here. So This is a GT3 Pro class. I believe that this is all for track position, Dan.
Yeah, it is. All these cars for track position. Now, the question is, like you said, they've all been into the pit lane now. I think their last pit lap, which for me doesn't show up correctly, I think.
Oh, I'll give it to you. The last pit lap, was 100 and...
100?
Well, the car that you're looking at right now was a 187. Oh, no, that's the top speed. My bad. Oops. Hang on.
I was like, we've not had that many laps in, what, 2.5 hours?
Yeah, I don't... Oh, yeah, here it is, pit lap. My apologies. Yeah, they all lapped on 20... There's a soccer game going on in the
They're all
background.
excited.
There's a ton of noise here.
They're all excited for the Platinum Endurance Championship, 6 hours of Le Mans. They all came out to see it, as are all the people in YouTube chat and on YouTube. Thank you all for watching. If you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe to pick up on everything else we're doing on the JPB YouTube channel. Of course, the VWSC coming up later today as well. If you haven't, smash that like button. It helps push the stream out there. And
oh, yeah, there's one for you, Dan.
We want good stuff.
We cracked 100 live viewers earlier today.
Well, that's cool.
Which was absolutely fantastic and all that support. Yeah, we have 65 likes at the moment, so people are smashing that like button.
I think
the peoples like the pepples, Dan? Peoples like the peoples?
Well,
I'm messing that one up, aren't I?
Well, the thing we've had, or the highest viewer count we've had for Platinum Endurance Championship as a personal championship record, was I think about 125 something. We did that, I think in season 1 actually. We did that, and
race leaders in too for the pit stops. Sorry, cut you off, but keep going. Yeah.
So not quite there yet, but just to tick over 100 viewers live, I think for James is a big achievement as well. So thank you all for watching. It means a lot to us. Just so you know, we're all enjoying having you all here and well, talking with us in the chat. It's all great to have you here. I hope you're enjoying the action that is happening out on track. Are you?
Yeah, I wonder if keep an eye on Epoch Motorsport in P2. They've made their pit stop, and I'm wondering right now whether or not they're gonna, if the Altitude Esports should still be able to come out ahead of them. Let's see, that kind of pans itself out. Is that that's the 22 car versus the race leader than 8. But yeah, but you still got to keep an eye on this battle at the moment. There's definitely brewing, and this is definitely for position at the moment. And that's the Grow, wasn't it? The Platinum versus the Octopus Racing Team. Yes, it is. And then they got to allow the hypercar to go through there.
Oh, that's difficult. If that Ferrari didn't know they were 3 wide for a second and it squeezed the BMW to the right-hand side, that could have ended in, well, drama there for the AMDH and the Ferrari and the BMW. But luckily the AMDH was already passed. That's a tricky moment there, because that can just throw your race completely on its head.
Absolutely. Somebody saying in the chat there, Derek saying live timings is offline. I'm not sure about that. The timings working at the moment on the broadcast, but I'm sure there's a live timings channel. Something specific about that one. First I've heard of it.
I think he's asking if there is live timing. If you can't find it, and I'll take a look really quickly for you. If it isn't in the description of this live broadcast, then I think it is.
Oh, it's there, live timing link. Let me check it real quick. Yeah, I'll do that for you there, Diego, because you asked.
Otherwise, you might have to refresh it a bit.
Oh, it's not working. Now, I think I might understand the reason why that's not working currently at the moment. Is because, Dan's now in control. We switched it from James to have a little bit of a break. So we'll see about getting that fixed for you.
When James gets back after his food break, after he's had his McDonald's,
probably went there
we
too.
will have a new link, or the link will hopefully work again. But the Ferrari got past the BMW, the Platinum Racing Team White got past the Octopus Racing Team, of course. Octopus Racing Team racing last year as well in the Platinum Endurance Championship. A lot of teams that actually returned. Of course, for you, because that's a little bit more difficult to know, because well, this is your first season doing this. You were.
Well, I know the GD3s are heading in the pit road now, mate. So another GD3 pit party will be occurring anytime soon.
There we go. This is the battle we were talking about earlier between those three cars. This is Grow Racing Team. This is, and I'm going to pronounce this correctly, Kairos Esports, #229. Hope I pronounced that correctly. And the Ingersoll Rand, difficult name.
Come on.
Esports.
That's what you did miss, Dan, at the start of the hour. James and I were struggling to go through a lot of these European team names and European names. We were like, don't worry about it. Dan's going to come in later. He's in Europe. He'll be able to handle it.
Well, gonna give him my best shot. Ingersoll Rand Enosis Esports. I don't think that is that European?
Well, probably not. I mean, it's the Spaniard. It's Jose Sanchez Rodriguez that's driving that car. So, I don't know. It doesn't sound very Spanish, but to me... See, I get the Spanish part right. No problems. I should, considering I'm living here. Is the Aussie, Ben?
Yeah.
I thought the 505 Endurance team had just Australians, but there was another driver before that they had. Ben's back in the car. That was from another country. I apologize. I missed which nationality that was. So, they're one of your competitors, of course, the 505 Endurance, as you see the Crips Racing team.
They're all in, Biggles. Every GT is now in.
They've been doing that. This time around, they're a lap different than usually all boxing on the same lap. So that's starting to stretch out as we're 3 hours and 20 minutes remaining endurance race. Yeah, Dan, and I mean, because you're well aware of this racing league, what are we going to next? Because, I mean, I wanted to ask James about the calendar again. Is it a 6 race
We've had
event?
The 6 hours of Le Mans now. We're going to go and have the 6 hours of Road America.
Okay.
The 8 hours of Silverstone, or Silverstone, how you want to call it.
You caught that, didn't you? Okay.
The 10 hours of Sebring, which is an amazing
10
event.
hours of Sebring, really?
Yes. The 4 hours of Barcelona, I'm not looking forward to that one. I hate the Barcelona circuit. It absolutely eats tires for breakfast. And then the 12 hours of Daytona, which I will not be here for, sadly. The longest race of the calendar. Neither will James. That's
right. You guys would be in... you were just recently.
Yeah, just Sweden.
Sweden for your little holiday. How was that to you? You're back, obviously. Was that cold?
Oh, yeah, that was great. It was, it was very cold. Now, you know what the thing is? I flew back, and the day I flew back, it all of a sudden became beautiful spring weather in Sweden. So now everyone in Sweden is blaming it on me.
You can't take the weather with you. That's what they say. Oh well. Well, guess what? Though, as you said, you're going to be back, and unfortunately not missing the Daytona, but yeah, it'll be back. It's interesting to how you guys are splitting it up. Is that because of the track distance length or something? Are you doing 12 hours of one, 4 hours of another?
I think the 12 hours of Daytona is just we ended with it 4 or 3 times now. So it was a thing last season. The season before it was also a thing, the Daytona 12 hours, and now it's again. So I think that is going to become a season closer, the Daytona 12 hours. An amazing track, of course. Not too long ago, actually, since we had the 24 hours of Daytona. Here we go, though. The Octopus Racing team going to try and get past the Platinum Racing team Ferrari. Isn't quite going to be able to do it into Mulsanne corner. It's going to stick behind. The car that you see ahead of this, though, is not for position. This is the car ahead of position for the Platinum Racing team. That's a little way up ahead. The car that you're seeing up ahead is one of the Austrian Sim Racers teams. That is, if I can quickly take a look. Trying to find the team.
I think they're going for it now. I don't think they're happy to get a tow. He's actually going to get a tow from the car up the road, exactly. So this is game on. And this is position game. You're going to make it stop, but look how deep he's going. I was like, Dan, he's got a break there somewhere, right? It eventually
that's a tricky corner, especially for an LMP. The 104 coming up behind that. That's a battle for
I would say, yeah. And the Leo Racing team, you got to be very careful on that one because you know it can go pole shape. I would have, because he's battling. I believe he's battling with the 115. Yes, they are. That's the reason why he didn't want to lift off on that one because he got 2 battles you just saw there at the moment. So the 2 GT3 battles, and you're looking at the hypercar battle.
Draft. That's what he's doing. He's trying to break that draft. I don't think the draft is what keeping, or is what is keeping the MRP by Fields Academy team close. However, I do think that they are able to save a little bit of fuel because of it. And as a competitor team, you never want to see other teams save fuel behind you. That might well be a slowdown though for the 104. That was on the edge of a slowdown. Driving this car, I know how close you want to be there. And
and the race leader's in actually for the Platinum Racing Team Blue. So I wonder if these guys know they're staying out for an extra lap. That's the race leader, of course. I'm talking about for the LMP2 class.
The Platinum Racing Team Blue, seemingly going a lap longer or 2 laps longer every time. If I look at their current pit lap 43, Platinum Endurance or Platinum Racing Team Blue now on lap number 44. So they went a lap longer than both the other teams. Lap 40 was the pit lap for Leo Racing Team and MRP by Fields Academy. So that's about.
And also brewing, Dan, is the battle for P5 and P6. Oh, we'll keep an eye on this part.
That was close to a bit of drama. He is giving it his all, is Michel Sangali, isn't he?
Yeah, I know, because I told you, you weren't aware of this, but I was casting for another league, and there's a lot of the Leo Racing Team drivers in that one, so I'm well aware of it. And you can see at the moment, I'm wondering, because you're going to be thinking about maybe they'll be pitting. I'm not quite sure soon, but I think I'm going to have to hold them off. It was a bit of a battle brewing there between Drew, I believe, and Ben, but that's just changed to Drew, that one. But keep an eye on this. This, remember, is now essentially for the lead of the LMP2s.
There we go. The 104 is giving it his all. Of course, Michel in that car chased by Alberto Gazapo. I know Alberto Gazapo, of course, won the GT class twice with the MRP by Fields Academy. They won it last season. They won it at season 1. They won the new challenge. They've got one in the name of Syntec Motorsport LMDH in the LMP2. And are they quick? Yes, they are. But is MRP going to go for the move here? They're not. They're going to try and push the 104 forward with a little bit of an air bubble. This is NASCAR-esque driving from the MRP Fields Academy, the Leo Racing Team.
Yeah, but we've had the pub drafting, thankfully. We saw that the GT3s. And Zachary's come out there and apologized about that one. He said that he thought the GT was letting him by, and he didn't mean to kill him. So it's just a racing incident, mate. And thank you very much for sharing that information. I know it's tough, but that's motor racing, isn't it? You have your days, your good days and your bad days. You're still in the race. I believe you're still in the race. They are.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. So keep going, guys. Anything can happen.
115 running a little bit deep coming out of Indianapolis. However, Biggles, I do think that bum drafting is maybe not the best idea. I've had it 24 hours of Daytona, driving the LMP2, and I got bum drafted on the banking, and I did not spin. No, I did not. It's not what you expected, but I did get about 5 minutes of repairs. From a little bit of a bum draft to my back bumper. That is a great angle to see those cars fly by. But I don't know. Maybe it's not the smartest idea to do that because it does damage the cars with the new damage.
True. Can you jump on board if you don't mind, the Spaniard there of Alberto, and let's have a look. I want to see his perspective trying to catch the Leo car. There it is. Yeah. And you take us through this, Dan, because this is the beauty of it. You've been driving around here for a couple of hours already. Look at that lift. So talk us through how Alberto is driving here, what he should be doing.
Well, we're going to go...
A lap guide. Give us a lap guide.
The Dunlop chicane. This is his second or first. It's what the driver prefers. We're running up here, lifting already. Hit with the fuel. There we go. Second for Alberto Gazapo. Then we shift back into first in the middle of the corner. And then quickly go up into second. That is just to get the turn in on the second part of that chicane. Now down the hill, of course, the third gear corner to the left here. Just coming off the Lamborghini circuit, I think it is called. I might be completely wrong with that. No, it's not the Lamborghini circuit at all. But it's close to that. Anyways, on to the road we go now. This is a little bit of the rougher surface we're racing on here today. On to...
There's the KFC.
There's the KFC on the right-hand side. Makes you hungry every time you drive by it. Onto the Mulsanne straight now, 6th gear. We're going to hear him here. Is he going to lift?
He's using his windscreen wiper. Maybe he's listening to you.
He's not.
He is lifting, isn't he, Dan? Or you can't overtake there too far back at that one.
Just a little bit, maybe, to save a bit of fuel, but I don't think he's pulling in the clutch or anything of that kind. I know that we were trying to do that at some points, pulling in the clutch to save a bit of fuel if you can, but when not needed.
How can we tell if he's doing that? Is there a way to see it on the steering?
You can hear it.
Oh,
Here we
this
go.
is bump
There's
drafting.
the bump draft.
Now, how scary is it to spot your braking point when you're doing that? You have to lift off a little bit, otherwise you definitely slam in the back of the car, right?
Oh, it's really scary to do that. It's very difficult, I have to say. You know, it's going into that corner. You can't quite see the braking markers on the right-hand side because, of course, the only thing you can see is the yellow car. Here we go again, bump drafting, and try and find the marker boards. There they are.
I just saw 100. Yeah, just then.
And that lifting, he's doing that just to spot his braking marker a bit easier. And if he doesn't, he has some time to react again. That's the only reason he's doing that. Now, I am surprised that they're staying in the middle here, because our setup...
they might approach this GT3 by the corner as well too, right? This will be interesting.
Well, they are. It looks like they're just about...
Yeah, it will be.
Past.
Gonna go.
Oh, no. Send it. That's
a
tricky move to make into Indianapolis. You can hear it lifting off a little bit early just to get the turn in. And
that's excellent. I love it. Sensation of speed to show that one. Yeah, I think Simon, one of your Dutch nationality drivers, have had a little bit of a moment on lap 30.
Sorry?
Sorry.
Switched. Well, there we go again. Alberto Gazzapo. That was close. Couldn't quite go for the move. That's not really a corner where you go for that move, though. That's a really tricky one, I have to say. Now through the Porsche curves, the best part of this track, in my eyes. Also the most difficult. The one I was struggling with the most was the Ford chicane. Coming up to a GT as well. Now this is going to be tricky. Is he going to go for this? Is the GT going to turn in? The GT leaves in just enough space for him to go through there. And now the most difficult part of the track, for me at least, this chicane. I could never get it right. I've done 100+ laps and I still can't get this corner right. So for the people that do it on the real track, it's it is a very tricky one.
Well, thank you for that. Looks like Khan's had Khan had a bit of a chat to us before, so check out that one. Khan Tunic has had a moment, and that is the, just have a look at Khan is. That's they're the 355 car as well too. And what's happened there? Switch over to another camera. This seemed to be going pretty slowly, but there was an incident before. Anyway, they went off track and back on track, and they're currently running in 13th place in the class. Also, you have a bit of a battle brewing, I think, at the moment there for 7th and 8th too in the but.
This is the one that you were talking about earlier on. Oh, yeah, that's easy to do. Very easy to do. And that's the Trackside Esports Ferrari round at the slowest corner of the track.
So they're still at it between Alberto and Michelle. Is it Michelle? How would you pronounce the Italian driver?
It's difficult. Yes, I think Michelle is the right one.
Could be Mikhail.
Yeah. I'm not Italian, so I don't really know how to pronounce the Italian stuff. But we could have a shot and try and pronounce that our best Italian. Michelle.
I should know because I cast them earlier this week.
I tried. I would go for Michelle Sangali.
Sangali. Okay.
Best shot I've had at it.
And the winner is... Come on. No. Hey, Marcus said on board at 30 frames per second. I believe the boss man is back as well as two. We actually have Daniel also waiting in the waiting room for a quick chat to us too.
Yes, we do. You can bring him in and have a chat with him, Dan.
Real quick there too, Boss Man, aka James. Is there a way you can sort out that live timing that was just asked before by Diego? The chat saying.
Yeah, when I take back over from Dan, it will should pop back up.
Okay, no worries. All right.
So.
Here we go. Dan, I'll get you into the commentary booth.
Hi.
Good evening, sir, or good afternoon.
Hi.
I should say.
Yeah.
How are you?
The mood is not that best today after what happened. Yeah, but we keep going. So yeah, we are in the car 355 tier Kicks Energy Sim Racing GT3. So like we are sniffing the air off the back of the field. You know, it's not a nice air to breathe, but yeah.
I know how it feels.
Yeah.
Myself, but strategy-wise, are there any things you can do to try and maybe gain some advantage over your competitors?
No. Short no. We are 5 laps behind, 2 laps behind the next car. So tactic-wise, let's finish the race. Khan said yes now a new nickname, Mr. Slowdown, because he said he's doing so much slowdowns, it's even a record for him. But it's not the best strategy he does. But okay, we try to end this race, but after the repairs, no chance. We still have 5 kph slower. It's in the corner slower. Everything is slower, like and also the lap times. Normally I do with the Lambo 57, 58 times. But now it's over 4 minutes, so yeah, maybe some other cars crash. I don't hope for team side. I hope they crash, but for race side, no. But it's like I think everybody knows it. But yeah, it's a difficult situation because we trained a lot and did a lot also testing setup work, and now it ends after turn 5 or 6 in the first lap. That's not very nice, but yeah, it is what it is. That's racing, and some dudes here sometimes drive a bit crazy, let's say that way, with overtaking, but it's nothing new in endurance racing.
It's unfortunate, of course, if it happens that early on. Do you think, though, that it might give you a better opportunity to try and see what's left of the race, try and gain some positions back? Maybe if this would have ended at what happened at the back end of the race, would you maybe have done something different, or?
Yeah, the problem was with the first incident, like I lost the rear because of cold tires, dirty air, and slow cars in front of me. So it was a mixture of all together, but nothing good. So that it could have been more on the gas, it could have been less on the gas. So I don't know how to save the car there. And like otherwise, quali was not good either, but it really did not change on this point. So for strategy-wise, I don't think there are many other options. The other option is to give up, but that's not what we want. We want to finish the race. So yeah, after that you are every time a bit. You think, okay, I could have done that better, but in our side, not really. To be honest, setup-wise, it was good, but yeah, it was an unlucky situation, I would say. This time, maybe next race, hopefully it gets better, but we will see.
Yeah, well, in terms of driving time, how are you managing that? Are you all driving an hour and then switching, or is it?
No, we're doing double stints.
Okay.
So I was driving the first 2 stints, and then now Khan drives 2, and I will drive the rest of it, because with our calculation, we get another 2 stints after Khan's 2 stints, and then it's like not half a stint, maybe only a splash and dash because of our repair. So yeah, that's how we managed it, or managing it. Like I'm driving the most because pace-wise, I'm also like 4 seconds, sometimes faster than Khan in normal situations. Now it's only 2 seconds, but I'm at the moment the faster one on the car. But yeah, let's see if you can gain some positions when other team crashes, but it's not very easy when you are 5 laps down.
Yeah. Well, Daniel, thank you for hopping in. Hopefully some more positions to be gained until the end of the race.
Yeah, and also, Chad, have fun with the guys. They're doing a great job, and have fun.
Thank you.
Bye.
It's Daniel from the 355, the Tier Geeks Energy Sim Racing GT3 Lamborghini. Like he said, Biggles, I don't think too much more they could do at, of course, being unlucky at the beginning of the race. About 5 to 10 kilometers an hour down the straights on a track like Le Mans is going to hurt.
Yeah, it definitely is. Biggles has just popped off and to grab some food, and he is going to. That's the thing with that as well. Whenever you lose speed in general, it is always a little bit slower and a more sort of pain. But they have kept it going, so there we go. Guys, give us 2 minutes while we swap over back to me taking over from Dan, and we'll leave you with the cars, but we won't be able to hear us, and we will be right back very, very shortly. Right, guys, we are back. The live timing is back up and running as well, so you will be able to see where your favourite team is and on the track currently at the moment as well. Biggles nipped off for a break. Got me and Dan left in the booth here as well, working on this one. You know, Dan, as a driver of this, where are you looking for the Platinum Racing Team Black people to finish off?
Honestly, at the moment, if I look at Nick Kirsten's in 10th, still the lap time that I did, the 1:36.9, is the quickest lap time of the car so far. However, a 3:37.1 last time round for Nick, which is personal best for him. Not doing too bad at all. The gap, however, to the car ahead is still 17 seconds to the peaky drivers. I think that is from I think the 122, LMP2 that is.
Yeah. Well,
So,
from where you are, yeah, from where you are to there is 17 seconds. So you still got a lot of work to do. But David Flores down here in the Ferrari has just composed. No, well, you haven't been lapped just yet. Oh, they've swapped. Ben Dutton and the Swank Racing have swapped there as well. Oh, is this going to work out? Yeah, that was coming around Indianapolis before they go around Arnage. These guys swapping backwards and forwards. So there we go. It's been a bit of a tight one. This we have just seen the radio message from Race Control to tell us that we've got 3 hours to go here this evening. So thank you so much if you have joined us so far. We've got 3 hours left on the board of this first race of Le Mans. And yeah, it's been a good one, Dan, isn't it, really? And a lot going on so far. And, well, where do we see it going from here? Because it's got to be surely sort of everybody's going to be coming back together again later on in the race.
We're going to enter into a little bit more of a quiet time in the race right now. There won't be too much battles going on. However, we do have one on screen, the number 505, or the number 150, the 505 Endurance team, fighting with Swank Racing for 6th and 7th, that is. So both not doing too bad, the 150 and the 188 fighting. Now, I do think that we're going to see strategies play out a little bit more. I don't think, like I said, we'll see as much fighting, but the race definitely won't get less interesting.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to for the whole of the next, you know, under the 2 hours until we get to the sort of round about the hour mark, and then it's going to hot up because we know everybody comes together again at that start of the race. So, you know, the fact that we've opened up at Le Mans and then we go on to Road America on the 1st of April, and then on the 29th we go to Silverstone. Not sure about that one. Sebring for the 10 hours on the 27th of May, and then Barcelona 4 hours on the 10th of June. And then the 7th of August, we go to Daytona. So, you know, there's a lot going on, isn't there? And a lot of racing to go. So, you know, it doesn't really matter if you have a bad one, I suppose, this time around, and there's always the next few races to pick it back up again.
I do agree with that, James. There is different points on offer for different race lengths. So that's also something to keep in mind as drivers as well and as teams. I do, however, think that no matter what you really do, you don't want to have an off race, really. You want to finish consistently in the top 10, top 5 maybe, you know, depending on what your goal is. Because with only a 6-race calendar, there isn't too much that you can do wrong. Now, let's be honest. With an endurance championship, every team at some point is going to catch some bad luck. So at the end, if you don't do too much wrong, it is going to even out. But you just want to make sure that you stay out of trouble as much as possible throughout the whole championship.
Well, yeah, I think that's the important thing, is just staying out of trouble in general, isn't it, really? And being able to complete as many laps as possible is really keeps you in good stead. The fact that you are going to score points anyway, I don't, you know, see it as too much of a loss. I think if you were completely out, then I would definitely look at saying, okay, well, you know, you haven't completed it, it's a drop round, all your training's gone out the window, you know, and go again at the next one. But the fact that they've finished the race is always kind of a good way to go at the end of the day anyway.
Yeah, well, I do think that if you have drop rounds in an endurance league, people are they tend to give up a little bit earlier, which, I don't know, it isn't a good thing. So that's, I think, why you never do want to have drop scores during endurance series, because that's the risk you take then. And especially in the 6-round calendar, you know, there isn't really a round that you should be dropping. And in the end, if you don't have drop scores, it's going to be on merit. If you win or if you finish a little bit behind, it's going to be on merit. The problem for your points loss. And it's something to improve on yourself. I think we saw with the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual, we saw as the 505 endurance car is now coming in, together with the 188, we saw that the servers sometimes could be a problem in R52. That isn't in iRacing really the case. So it's got to be you and the team that are going to have to work for it.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, they are going to have to try and get their hardest and work all the way through. They've got to, you know, I don't get the drop rounds in an endurance race. I'm not quite sure why they're needed, if you feel they're needed at all, to be honest, because obviously it's only 6 races. They don't need to have a drop score, they just need to turn up, and if you don't turn up, that's why you have reserve drivers, because so make sure you do turn up, I think, you know. Yeah. So I think overall there's no real need for drop rounds here. I think at the end of the day they just go and do what they need to be doing and do it well. So, you know, let's see what happens as we go along, as the season goes on, you know, and hopefully that, you know, there won't be any issues there either. So they've got some nice little backers. The LMPs are starting coming in. Drew Swank is coming back in as well. Origa Corsa in 5th place. They're in the pits there as well. And Alberto Gazzapo currently here in 3rd, battling it out with, I believe that's the 115 and the 104, which is Michel Sangali. These guys can't really seem to get away from each other.
No, they've been stuck with each other for an extended period of time now. And you know what? The thing is, they have swapped places now. So I think the MRP Buffields Academy is now going to lead the train a bit. So the 105 can maybe save a little bit of fuel. But it's so difficult. The 104, excuse me. It's so difficult. It's difficult to judge what they're doing right now at this point in time.
Yeah, it definitely is there as well. Bear with me just 2 seconds. We'll try and kick the timing software into life so it can pick up on the right drivers that we've got going on here. Drew Swank is currently going to 13th. He's just about to go and pass Johan Roldon from Origa Corsa, which he has done. Ooh. That was a crunch. So there we go. But up and running we go once again.
Well, come on, roll down. Origo Corse. Oh, yeah. There we go. It's going to park it on the side. I don't know why that was the case. That's a strange one. That's a strange one, isn't it, James?
Why did he park it? Why did he... Was there any need for him to park it? That's the question. So...
Well, now, I'm going to look. The 105. When did they last pit? It was the 105, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I look at when they last pitted... oh, it doesn't tell me because they're in the pits, sadly. But their last pit time, they've pitted as much as the rest. So I guess their last pit time was on par with the rest. So that's honestly a strange one. It can't be fuel, can it?
No, leave that one with me and I will try and find out as best I can here. Just bear with me while I battle in the issues within the overlay. It's causing me some nice little problems.
Well, the 115 now ahead of the 104. They've switched places. The 104 now wanting to save fuel. Maybe MLP Fields Academy. Of course, remember last season's GT3 champions. They've gone up to LMP2. Next step for them, I guess, James, is GTP.
Yeah, I think it'd be just moving up through the order, isn't it? And seeing how they get on. I think that's going to be the thing for them to try and do successfully, you know, is move up a class if they can. But it's always tough when you go from one car to another. If you're not used to, you know, being in it constantly, then obviously you've got to get used to driving it. And it's always tough when people try and, you know, drive a car that they're not used to.
Yeah, well, the 115 is, of course, like I said, last season GT3 champions, a different car they're driving in. And they're proving at this point now, I think, that no matter what they drive in, they are quick. They are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they definitely are. They definitely are as well. We have not got, we're under the 3 hour mark, guys, as well. So let's see how this one pans out as we're coming in to the vital end of the race. Bear with me with the overlay. We are trying to get that back on currently at this moment in time as well. So just bear with for 2 seconds. Unfortunately, this is the wonderful live TV that we've got going on at this moment in time. So we will try and bring you all the action back as soon as we can, so you do see the overlay and everything else that's happening currently at the moment. So just bear with us 2 seconds and we'll be back while we try and sort this one out.
Well, and we're back, and it's still this battle we're looking at. This battle has been going on for quite a while now, about 2 stints already, almost, if not longer. And this battle is now for 3rd and 4th. Winston Eckel, Platinum Racing Team Blue in 2nd. Hugo Gonzalez Aranda for XBD Emerald Racing in 1st. Now that's due to the fact that those 2 teams still have to pit. They have an advantage in terms of fuel. So they can keep playing to that advantage. They can work that to themselves. I expect the XBD Emerald Racing Team to pit 1 lap earlier than the Platinum Racing Team Blue, because that's the general trend they've been following since the start of this race. Now, traffic coming into play here for Alberto Gazapo. 104, not getting as good of an exit. Michele behind him. However, though, I do feel that these 2 are slowly but surely gaining a little bit of time on the rest around them. The 505 Endurance, 1 minute 33 seconds back on the XBD Emerald at the moment. That's about a 50-second gap that Leo Racing has over the 505 Endurance. So that's the top 2 with a bit of a gap back to the 505 Endurance. Now I do expect the Platinum Racing Team Blue and the XBD Emerald Racing to fit in somewhere between that. So don't get too excited. They are not in 2nd place as of yet, the 505 Endurance. And if I look at their last pit lap as well, they pitted on lap 15. Or on lap 50, excuse me. So they pitted together with the provisional leaders in that class. So as far as they are concerned, they're on the correct pit stop strategy. Now, I am excited to see that play out, because 5 laps later than the Leo Racing and MLP Barfields Academy comes down to about a 10 lap deficit at the end. And a general stint is about 10 laps for an LMP2, so they should be able to just save that stint. So this lead could be the lead that we are seeing at the end of the race too. So they are going to have to try and catch a little bit of them, try and up the pace a little bit and try and catch them. Otherwise, it is going to be difficult for them to try and going to become the end of the race. Now, I know that people that are running 10 laps, they are going to have to make an extra pit stop already compared to the people that aren't. So we have just ticked over the 3-hour mark. James, we're getting close to the end of the race. We're counting down now instead of counting towards the halfway point, which I always think is a big achievement in a race, or a big moment in a race. Here is the number 110. Nick Harris is, of course, the team that I'm driving for, in 9th at the moment. So good to see that we've gained another position. But who have we overtaken?
Well, thank you very much for calling me James. I'm honored.
Oh, there we go. Biggles is back.
Yes, I am.
Mighty Australian.
What did I miss in the 10 or 10 minutes that I was going?
I think that something has happened to someone ahead of us. Someone ahead of the 110.
Just to clarify to everybody, when you say us, the team that you're in, just to tell which is
the team that is on your screen right now, the number 110.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm reloading into the things. I was having a little bit of a memory thing again, so only watching the YouTube delayed feed.
Well,
your car number is
110.
110. Nick is in control.
Now.
It's because there's there's a Platinum Racing Team Blue, there's a Platinum Racing Team Black, there's a Platinum Racing Team Green, there's a Platinum Racing Team Orange. No, there's no green. But
oh, I've seen why. The Auriga Corsa LMP2, that one is not on track anymore. That is in the pit lane still, and that's why he's gained that position. So now Nick Hastings is going to be on the verge of taking 8th position if he can keep up the pace. But car number 105, that was the car that was also ahead of us, it seemed like, has now, or is still in pit lane. Now that car's been in pit lane for quite a long while now. And I think that was the car James and I just saw pull over to the side of the road and just exit back to pit lane for no apparent reason.
Is this the Aruga? Is it? Aringa Kos, the 3.
Oh, Riga Corse is the one.
Yeah, Aringa Kos. Piloted by 1. Yeah, it's just so hard to see that number. I think it looks like a 105, a grey on a white background.
Well, not to be mistaken, of course, with the 505 endurance team. That is the number.
The Aussies. The Aussie.
What? Yeah, that's the number 150, not the number 105. Also a white livery though, and a 505. A lot of fives between those teams. I have to say, this is a battle though. However, though for 10th, this is Carbono Esports with Scope and Racing Esports team purple. That's a long one to try and pronounce quickly. Try and say that when you're drunk.
Or backwards.
Also very difficult. Well,
I'm wondering if the Altitude Esports, any of the Altitude Esports that were in the chat earlier, all hyping it up, of course, or the French, the was it Mark's piloting that car at the moment? Yeah. The oh, jeez, I can't remember where Mark's from again. I get them confused. Anyway. If any of the Altitude guys come and have a chat, come and have a chat to us at the moment. You are currently leading in the hypercar race, so we are waiting with anticipation for you to come and have a chat to us. They said that they would. Mark's driving the car at the moment. If they don't, Dan, we'll get race control, give him a drive-through penalty for ignoring casters' requests, commentating requests. How's that?
Yeah, I agree.
We can give them a warning. We won't get, and then the second time around, we'll give them a drive.
No, just a straight drive-through. This is an important thing. They need to get into the booth, Biggles. They need to entertain the people.
That's true.
Of course, and entertaining the people is also our job. So if we don't do that, we can get a drive-through as well, or a walk through the pit lane.
It's an obligation, like in Formula One and sports, isn't it? That they have to do the interviews. They have to press the press conferences and all that sort of stuff. It's required in your contract.
I don't think we're going that far with Pep. Yeah, it would be cool though to see some of those drivers jump into the waiting room. We'll drag them into the commentary booth. We'll open the door. Biggles will do that because I'm too lazy to get up off my chair.
I did that.
And we'll welcome you into the commentary booth where James is frantically working too in the background. And,
we got somebody already, speaking of the devil. So I'm going to bring in Manik. Welcome along, Manik, right on cue there. And that driving the, well, then again, that's your teammate, Dan.
Hello?
It's the boss man.
I'm the boss man in the team.
Are you?
So far, what have you've been running around race control and everything like that. So far, how have you found this race been panning out?
To be honest, I expected more reports. Let's knock on the table for that. But no, I'm really happy how the things have turned out so far. There are some unlucky incidents, unfortunately, but you'll always have that. If you go to official, you'll have the same. But we are able to control it and maybe penalize where necessary. So yeah, really happy how far things went so far, and really happy. Just last seasons we've had a lot of reports in the first couple of hours, and now it's really good spread, and yeah, really happy so far.
You were right about the so far with those reports, exactly. And well, the flashing of the light thing, we already had one of the drivers come in and can verify that one, so that was quite good because it was a pet peeve in there, James, for a second, and that was resolved. And of course, now that Dan and I were talking about, what about issuing out some penalties for those drivers that don't come and have a chat to us? That was mentioned like before of Altitude Esports.
I'll send a message out to all drivers so that they can have a chat whenever they want. So,
they are obviously welcome. This is an endurance race. We still have 2.5 hours, and there's sometimes a little bit of quiet time on the track. Actually, if you do, pan out to the battle between P10 and P11 there, Dan Man, because that's definitely spicing up there between the Sopcom Racing team, I think, there in the TRL. It should be. There they are, right there. You can see on your pictures. I think that was close. What happened there? It's behind. Yeah, it's Lucas behind that Dan 130 car behind this one. There they are. Right on cue. Yeah. So yeah, but anything else? Manix, right? Am I pronouncing your name correctly or not?
Yeah, that's all good.
Okay. Yeah, and anything else we can feedback about so far this race?
No, I'm really happy with things things are going especially with the amount of viewers we currently have. We have around 50, but it's been a very long time on 90 plus. So I think that's also a good job for you guys. So far, really happy with the broadcast. Thanks for that, guys.
Absolutely, fantastic. And it looks like the pit stop round is coming up as well too, or at least somebody's out of it, because the leader currently of Winston for the Platinum Racing Team Blue are in pit road.
I know that they are a bit off strategy compared to the others. But they have their own strategy, so I'm curious how that will evolve eventually. Especially,
I wonder if they could shave like a whole pit stop out
that
or
would
something
be,
like that.
That would be huge, yeah.
And
right.
You're not driving, are you? Because you're too busy.
I will be driving in.
Oh, you're going to drive again?
Okay.
Half an hour or something. He will be driving.
Maybe less. Yeah, something like that. 24
when
minutes.
Is that?
I think.
When are we looking forward to seeing in your car and picking on you in the casting booth?
Last 2 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do just want to point out, Marnix, that the quickest lap of the car is still the lap that I said.
We'll see. You'll see that at the end.
Is the racing going 131 and 130 on the 181, guys? And is that job done? Definitely. Argy. Yeah.
There we go. Clean overtake from the 130. Lucas Brinkmeyer.
Yeah, they're just down the road from your team, actually, at the moment. Yeah. So you finishing with have you finished with your driving then today, Dan?
Yes.
I am, yes.
Okay, because I
did my 2 hours.
You did your 2 hours, and then the 2 hours are coming up in a little bit. So you're saying at the moment there, Monix, that you're at about 34 minutes you'll be in the car?
Yeah, maybe less. I think maybe in like 24 minutes-ish.
Because you've got 2 hours and 34 minutes remaining, so
yeah.
The last stint.
Maybe a bit more than 2 hours, yeah.
Nice.
All right, well, you're going to have to bring it home, because currently at the moment you guys are in P9, 4 positions gained. Here we go again, isn't it, Dan? These two.
This is a tricky one. He's going to carry around the outside of Indianapolis. He is. And that is an incredible move. A difficult one to do, though, because I know, and Marnix knows as well, how tricky the car is into Indianapolis, how loose it sometimes gets. And that's an incredible overtake from Lucas.
Yeah, it definitely was a good one, and it should be the next couple of hours. Anyway, Marlix, we'll let you go, buddy. Go back and do your stewarding.
Thank you very much. And good luck, guys. Have fun.
For your driving, and we'll catch up with you soon, mate.
Marlix, keep it out of the wall, please.
I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will there as well. So it should be a good couple, 2.5 hours, Biggles. You wouldn't think that we've been here for 3.5 already.
3? I've been here for 3.
Stop. Don't start that
Am I
again.
seeing a battle? Is there a battle for P1 currently at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, in the LMP class? Here it is. So the Leo Racing Team back at it again with the MRP. So
and they switched again.
Two pretty big battles brewing up, of course, in the LMP2 class, which is what you like to see there, James. Yeah. It's been so many hours, mate. I'm kind of used to it right now, doing so many endurance streams that 6 hours doesn't even feel like anything.
No, it's a long old time, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but remember, Dan was saying in the calendar, we got some 10 hours coming up in a little bit. We got some 12 out of the finales, 12 hours. You won't be here for that one, as Dan was saying.
No, it's possible we're not here. Yeah. Let's say possible that one.
I'll be here.
I know Dan is off to get ready to go and broadcast another race later on as well. Dan, you haven't got long, have you?
No, I haven't. If I look at my calendar, which I'm looking at right now, the next race that we have coming up is around an hour and a half away from us at the moment. So join us in for that if you want. That is the VWC. And that is because they have 2 different series. That is the historic one. So we'll have the historic one today, and then I think next week we'll have the modern.
Yeah, you and Paul Glover are on that one. I know you've got a meeting very, very shortly, Dan. So, we will let you go and vacate the premises so you can get yourself ready for that and get on it for later on. So enjoy yourself, buddy. Thanks for jumping in and covering for us while we nipped off. I got some food and necessarily toilet breaks and whatever else we needed to do at the same time. So thank you very much, and I'll catch up with you later.
Yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for being here, and James Biggles, thank you for having me.
Thank you, dude.
No
Get me a bit of bowling. There it is. Have a bit of bowling on me.
Will do. All right, guys. Good luck with the remainder.
Take care. So there we go. So that was
speaking of
Peoples.
Food, yeah, sorry, James. I was speaking of food before, so I wanted to ask you if you did the McDonald's run or not.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
I didn't. I went and got a piece of quiche out of the kitchen with a pork pie, a mini Baby Bell, because we mentioned Baby Bells in chat earlier on, and sat and munched kind of my own little picnic while I was sat here watching the rest of it, really.
Huh.
So, you know,
nice.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. What about you? Did you get something nice to eat?
No, I didn't get anything to eat. I had to go check up with the electrician working next door, making sure they're doing the right job to finish off the work that I started.
Ah, well, there you go. All good then, hopefully, in the hood as well. 6 a.m. local start time be hitting me hard right now. I bet, Zach. I bet you're tired there, wee man. I bet you are tired.
Same with me, my friend. 6 a.m. start time. Keep an eye on that battle still that's brewing between the top two and the LMP2 class, my friend, because they're going for it too. I think at the moment they may be thinking about an overtake for the MRP Fields Academy team behind the Leo Racing team.
Yeah, I do wonder if the LRP, though, the fact that he's not actually gone in, not actually tried to make that overtake, whether or not he's just sat there. Look.
Yeah, we saw that before between them.
They're not really doing a lot with each other, are they?
Dangerous, bud, isn't it, James, when you've got this traffic coming up the road, like, you're so deep into this race, you know, you're potentially battling for a win here. One little wrong moment, and it could very much be game over.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I think the interesting thing is as well, though, is if Sengali passes traffic, Gazzapo can't get through, Gazzapo's going to be stuck there, so he's going to lose time. So he's got to go at the same time as Sengali has, because otherwise he's not going to be able to make that gap, and that's the problem. So, you know, it's all really...
Yeah, see, there's patience now. I like it. Behind the GD3, both of them being patient on this and not risking it for the biscuit too much going around the outside. Yeah, clear overtake there, but it's going to scrub off a little bit of speed there as well on board with Alberto. But, yeah, once again, if you're within half a second of the driver up the road, you're doing good. Was that a crash I'm seeing there from Mateo?
Yeah, Mateo Serra. I'm wondering if that's SimSport Solution, not SimSport Solutions. The leader that were leading earlier on, Simtech.
Let's have a look. Yeah, they were leading earlier. Oh, that's just too loud into the loud corner. So it should be a nice little spin, flat spot the tyre. And any traffic coming? I think they're waiting for traffic.
That was the LMP2 of the Platinum Racing team, of course, guys. So as we're coming in to the last few hours, 2 hours, 27 minutes remaining. What more could we ask for? Oh, and 53 seconds. Sorry, Biggles. I forgot to put that.
You've skipped almost a minute here. Look at this traffic as I have to navigate through here. This is going to be fun. It's absolutely fun for the drivers. I'm sure they're having an absolute blast. I know we are watching it, but it's also 100% concentration levels right now. It's exhausting, exactly what Zachary said. I've been up about since 5 a.m., mate, but I'm not driving. I can imagine how exhausting it would be to drive. Just, looking at you guys exhaust yourself, potentially. Look at this.
Yeah, I'm thinking that he is just going to sit behind him. I don't think he's making any form of what they call that aggressive maneuver where they actually look like he's going to make the overtake, to be fair. He's just sort of sitting there, isn't he, as we jump onto the nose of...
If you go to the nose, mate, warning alert, adults only. This is going to get very... put it this way, the nose might get a bit filthy here at the rear end of this car. And that's filthy with exhaust I'm talking about, of course. Exhaust fumes and oil splatters and all that sort of stuff that comes out of these cars.
You can hear the car whistling there.
I can't actually, because I got a soccer tournament that's just almost next to me, and they're screaming.
Oh, what are they screaming? Anything good?
Oh, I would like they're screaming for this a soccer game. Somebody's making a good play, I guess.
Really? A good play in soccer?
Yeah, well. They're Latin American, mate. They know how to play football in this country.
Right, football. Football. I'm glad you just clarified the football.
Yeah, well.
And not soccer.
Fine. Yeah. Well, it's soccer. It's a type of football. Otherwise, we can confuse the American audience and the Australian audience with the different types of football.
Well, still
or even
not.
the Irish audience too, mate. Gaelic football, remember?
Yeah, you know, it's still called football. Isn't it? That's a conversation we could be
Not
in.
American football, because unfortunately, guys, they don't use their feet.
Yes.
And they don't use their feet in rugby either. Well, they do every once in a while. Oh,
Yeah,
is that Milo?
Milo Spielman. And we'll have a look back at that in just about 2 minutes' time. Give me 2 seconds on that one.
Yep.
And we'll
Jim's
have a
busy. It's a production trailer. They're sorting out all the SDK stuff. And yeah, Alberto just lifted off right there. He could have probably sent one around the inside there and gone side by side, but just comfortably happy to stay here in this position. These two drivers that you are watching, they are on similar pit stops as well. They boxed on lap 50 each. The car behind them on lap 54, so those cars, and they've had 5 pit stops in total. We are seeing the lights of Nick go in at the moment, and that's just what we were thinking about there, but Dan was talking about in the 110 car. You can hear how excited the audience are about them, and we do believe that Marnix said he will be piloting that machine, so he's going to be piloting that machine, I believe, for 2 hours and 20, for the rest of the race now, James, 2 hours and 20 minutes. So.
Yeah, he's got about 3 stints, I think. 45, half an hour, 2 hours 15. Yeah, 3 stints. He really kind of could do with saving some fuel if he's able to, but we'll have to see how.
Is he going to be doing stewarding whilst driving?
No. I mean, maybe. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? It'd be like me trying to commentate. Well, I'm saying that I'll do that on a Monday, but you know.
Yeah, but maybe be like, okay, I'm going to issue a warning to the car that's ahead of me. Get out of my way. And then otherwise there'll be a drive-through.
Do you reckon he'll just give everybody in the LMP2 field a drive-through though? Yeah, right
You
away
could,
from the leader.
but I'm not quite sure you'd be very popular in the league after doing it, passing the KFC.
Oh, KFC.
And Nick spun, apparently, Marnix did say. So, don't see that spin on.
No, it's not showing up at the moment. So, just making.
Are you in the nose cam, just to confirm? So
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's all right. The YouTube is really delayed for me at the moment, so let me just refresh it.
Yeah, you are on the nose cam. We switched out to the TV cam now.
Yep. Excellent.
So,
all right.
You know. Right.
All right. What other? So yeah, Dominic is now going in. We had a chat to Dominic before. That's the BMW hypercar that's down in P12. You know, a lap, or trying to unlap themselves, of course, with the LMP2s. 7 of those LMP2s that have overtaken them.
Oh, Milo Spellman.
Oh, that's
quite bizarre.
Lithium Motorsports today just haven't had the best of days, but it's good to see them still racing.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. People are still sort of, staying within the track, aren't they? They're still having a go. They're not giving up. They're still going. They still get points at that opportunity. Then I think, fair play. But they've still had points. They've still, got time, haven't they? This is where Nick spun.
Oh, good. You found that one. Just to keep the boss man happy.
Oh, that was alongside that. Oh, see, that's what we were talking about cars cutting in front of people. Watch, it comes in and then
it's
just
watch
got...
it back in a second because the replay's going crazy for me.
Oh.
See it on the stream.
Unfortunately for Nick.
It looks like Sean Crowley, also the second in the team upstate, has had a moment.
Yeah, there's a couple coming through now. It's in the Porsche, of course. Sean Crowley, Team Upstate GT3.
Of course, it's a Porsche.
Ooh.
That's actually quite great reactions there, just to tweak it out of the road and avoid slamming in the back of the car. So good on you, Sean, for that one. Yeah, it cost you a little bit of time, but you still have your front end of the car.
Oh, Joanja on the way
I've seen a few people do this. It's a tricky pit lane entrance, isn't it? Too much speed going in there.
Well, that's a different way of going into the pits there as well. Going in that way, you try and, you know, be a little bit more, well, what would you say?
I just go flat through there, straight. I don't even bother turning.
Oh.
And then get a penalty. Speaking of those off tracks, we were talking about that earlier, weren't we, James? Like the amount of incident points.
Yeah.
You go getting into that 40 will be a drive-through.
Yeah, and then every 10 after. So yeah, they've got to really try and kind of play it by ear and hope for the best that they don't end up getting over their 40. Really, because obviously we will be seeing some drive-throughs coming into effect after that. Mark Hutchison, no such trouble for Mark. 35 seconds out in front currently at the moment. Only 4 cars on the lead lap in the LMDH. There is literally, well, 8 in the LMP2, a little bit more in the GT3 AMS, and there is only 5 in the GT3 AMS on track there. As we can see, the Mark Luke Senior Fury Simsport Academy has gone into the pits as well.
I think there's a crash between Hugo there and David. There has to be. I think there's an incident here.
Yeah, Hugo Oliveira.
Yeah, I'm seeing 2 cars here. So this is the number 12 hypercar. Is this
he's going to
the
dive the
GT3
Ferrari.
trying to extend up the inside? No, he's locked up a little bit.
I knew, saw that coming. He was trying to dive the Ferrari.
Yeah, that'll be investigated for the stewarding team for sure on that one.
Yeah, you don't.
I just wanted to mention too, James. I mean, the Altitude Esports. I don't think we should be giving them a camera time because they haven't come and chat to us yet. And you know, they were all chatty in the chat, weren't they, earlier in the YouTube channel, which we loved. And they've all gone quiet and they weren't coming to chat to us. And I did mention.
What did you do to them?
So we should give them a warning for not coming in to talk to us.
What did you do? Did you scare them off or something? Why I was going to get some food? Oh.
Maybe. I'd like to have a chat to them because, you know, keeping us company. They're talking it all up, weren't they? At the start of the... again, they can talk it all up, and they are actually leading the race.
Maybe they've gone to sleep now. Do you know what I mean? Because let's face it, 2 hours, 18 minutes here remaining. And when they say I could go to sleep, I could actually.
Could you?
I don't know. Recently, I've got to be honest, I'm just a little bit tired. I think I need some more coffee or Red Bull, I think, today, Biggles. But I'm
at
always
least you
up.
could make a coffee, my friend, because your water was on.
Hey, I did. I made a really lovely steam-roasted coffee this morning. Oh.
But you're not getting that beautiful Panamanian or Colombian coffee beans, but, mate, we got those special beans over here.
Yeah, no, I didn't get that. But there we go. Oh.
You can see the Peaky Blinders, mate. Peaky Blinders, Peaky Drivers. Sorry.
Peaky Blinders. You see?
I got away. I got away for so long now. What, 3 hours and 42 minutes without saying it, and I actually just said it.
Oh, I'm gonna see the Peaky Blinders, mate. Yeah, I mean,
they've been in the wars. They have been in the wars. You can see the helmet there. Like, I think it's a smiling helmet or not. For that. Have you got the helmet cam where it shows you the drivers?
I don't think I've got the gyro back on that one. Oh, there I have.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, it looked like it was this is like a classic helmet, like from the Formula 1, something like that. It looks like, doesn't it?
It does look like a Formula 1, classic Formula 1 helmet. I wonder if...
although it's NTT, it may be NASCAR-esque or something.
No, Cassio's not got his either. Where is... No... Do you know the thing with the helmet cams is they look a bit weird when you look at back, don't they?
Yeah, because that looked like they had a big smiley face or something like that from a distance, and then when you get up close, it's a little bit different.
A little bit different, but there we go.
Yeah.
I'll be interested.
There is some crazy helmet designs that some people are out there. We'll eventually, I guess, to go through when we get a chance, James.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what happened to these guys. Swank Racing, because they've just kind of dropped out of the lead of the LMP2s. They were leading by like 14, 15 seconds. And then
they should be boxing now too, James, because lap 50 was the last time they boxed. I expect them maybe coming in soon.
Very soon. I think pretty much most of the LMP2 field is coming in as well. But Christini's in, Strettenbergo's taking over the car, Ben Dutton's in as well. Oof.
Slow it down, mate. It's a tricky pit lane entrance, bang. Now, we haven't seen anybody spitting the pit lane, have we?
Well, we just saw the one, didn't we, earlier on?
This is a battle, isn't it? This is absolutely a battle for position, yep.
The LMP2s here for Perez and Balastarovsky behind him. So them guys for the LMP2s.
I like the Octopus. So if you look at the Octopus, I mean, check out the rear fin. The Octopus is the one ahead, isn't that, Martin?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the rear of that livery on the wing. It's got a nice pattern. It's pretty hard to see from here, but yeah. I
was trying to see if I could see it.
Liveries. Yeah,
I was trying to see if we could see it before.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, that's just different, isn't it? We've seen a lot of liveries in our time. It's just a completely different pattern than you generally see.
I still think I'd love to have seen the Peugeot in this, in iRacing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, the no-winged Peugeot that they've got as well. I know there was a leaking of the Glickenhaus LMDH apparently as well, but they definitely need more variation of this specific car. I think that's the thing. With just the one, it needs more, doesn't it? I think would be the thing. If you had, you know, the Glickenhaus and all of the other nice LMD, you know, get hold of them and say, like, come on, you know.
I'm sure they are, Jack. I'm sure they want to be, because esports is also great branding for them. Remember, it's essentially you got free branding all the time. Every time somebody's in these cars, you know, they're talking about them. It's also social media and all that sort of jazz. So it's good for companies and advertising. The only thing is, I think a lot of the time they're worried about is that if the car's not kind of modeled correctly, and it ends up being a car that people don't want to use, or it's slow or something, even though in the real world scenario it could be, you know, quicker than the rest of the field. Some of the manufacturers may feel that, oh, well, you know, that's not an accurate representation of our car, so therefore we don't want it in iRacing. That's something like that, I think, maybe in their minds.
But haven't they got to scan it? So won't it be consistently as it is?
I guess, but are they also going to... That means if you give all that information, wouldn't you be revealing car secrets too? If you go on that in-depth?
Well, did BMW really
Not just
reveal?
getting the way it looks, but I mean the engine modeling and all that jazz.
Oh, I don't know, to be honest.
Mark Fletcher said we actually led by 7.5 kilometers.
Do we actually lead?
Do we? Yeah.
Yeah, you're about 2.5 minutes up the road at the moment. So I think I would just like to see more. I think, you know, at least with the Porsche and the Audi, there was a choice. You know, with this one, you've just got the BMW and that's it, and there's nothing else there, you know.
They're going for it here too, James, yeah.
Yeah, side by side.
Hopefully, we'll see. I'm sure everybody at iRacing wants it, so it's not going to be their end that would be a problem.
Well, who wouldn't want another LMP1 or an LMDH in iRacing? I think that would be absolutely stunning. Love to see the
same situation. Remember with the W12s, the W13s. Now we still only have Mercedes, and why not like Red Bull? Why aren't Ferrari out there doing their bit, getting them into the Formula One part of iRacing? Just as all those questions.
The thing is, as well, though, right, is the cars this year in Formula One are very, very similar, aren't they? There isn't a massive amount of difference. You know, there was talks that Red Bull would even brought out their last season's car and put it on the pedestal for this season for the release. Yeah. So, you know, they're not making great strides. I'm not saying they're not making great strides in a way that they're not making it as in, you know, they're just not producing something different to what they produced last year. I think that's the thing to go about it, is that they're just not bringing anything different, are they? Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's because you just had a massive regulation change, one of the biggest regulation changes in Formula One in a long, long time. So that car last season, of course, for those changes. So now they're a lot more limited on the changes because they're also, you know, the reason too, they also capping the budget back more. To try to make it more economical too for the teams, for the sport. So they don't want, after this recent regulation change, they don't want massive differences after that. They want close racing, and that's going to bring that. So yeah, that's kind of that. I mean, and that's with the new cars. You don't allow a lot of things to change, mainly the front wings. So the other things that you can kind of really mess around with, you can't do too much else with it. Like the undercar, the floorboard, or the plank, that they used to call it. Remember, there was a little bit of controversy over that. As teams are always trying to find a way to exploit anything they could possibly exploit as well. And the FIA, of course, are just trying to Formula One Liberty Group and stuff are trying to just limit the amount of exploits that they can do.
Do you remember the Formula One car that come out with the wing? Remember when they released the Formula One cars with the wing mirrors mounted on their arms, on the arms up in the air?
Yeah,
that's what I would love to see.
It was legal.
Yeah,
because that's the thing. They find exploits and then the regulations, and I think it was only banned because of aesthetics, the way it looked. It looked ugly. It looked absolutely ugly. In fact, if you were to get somebody like Adrian Newey to say, okay, design a Formula One car, free range, do whatever you want, right? Just make it go as fast as possible. I guarantee you it'll be the ugliest looking Formula One car you'll find. Because, performance doesn't look pretty at all.
No, I think that's the thing.
They're not going to be nice and curvy and smooth and all that. They're going to be sharp antennas sticking off like they were, remember a couple of years ago. Antennas and all sorts of sharp bits all looking at. That's exactly how a car would look if you wanted to go absolutely quick. But
can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Make it look cool, but
Adrian Newey just having free reign on a Formula One car. Like,
I know.
Dude, just give me a concept car. Formula One car.
It would be fan force, active suspension. Oh my god, the amount of different things he would do. I mean, he studied aero design, didn't he? I think before he ventured into Formula One. So, which is exactly right. He's basically just put a plane on a track.
Oh yeah, and whack it up. Oh man.
Did David have a moment here? David Flanagan.
David Flanagan did, yeah. Just watching Nick Kirstens and Lemmy again. These guys seem to have come together through the Dan Peoples stint as well. Let's have a look at David.
Oh, this is a side-by-side.
Oh, this is never good. That's an LMP2.
You snap the brake.
No,
that's contact.
He didn't even brake. Oh, did the LMP2 miss his braking point?
That's a massive damage. That's definitely under investigation. We haven't seen anything from the
Car
race
number
controllers yet, even with the other ones.
134. Oh, that is Milo Spellman. Milo Spellman. Watch.
And you got to remember, you think that the hypercar, remember, that's the hypercar.
Did that hypercar break
You think
early?
it's quicker. Yeah, it braked a little bit earlier. It caught there could be a racing incident, because what happens too if somebody does brake a lot early in the corner? What do you do as well? That is questionable.
Well, ideally, the car behind should brake, but doesn't always work like that.
At that speed. I mean, why would you? Because it's a hypercar. Yeah, it's a hypercar up the road, so you wouldn't expect to have to brake a lot earlier, would you?
No.
That looks like there may be a technical problem, actually. Did you see the complete drop-off on speed? I'd say there might, like if you got a disconnect or something like that, all of a sudden, not a disconnect, but maybe pedals had a pedal problem or something like that. Yeah, because that was a huge lift-off. It wasn't a brake, it was a lift-off, so that, to me... We'll see if anybody can give us information about that. That's one. I don't know if there was any really... You might have to actually fault the upstate New York racing team for that.
Well, let's see. Let's see what the stewards say. And wait patiently as ever for the report that comes up on the bottom of your screen. So, while we do have this LMP2 battle currently at the moment. Oh, is he going to hang it round? He's not going to do that.
Be careful, it's the boss man here too.
What?
Huh? No. Isn't it Marcus?
No, Nick's still in the car.
Nick's still. Oh, yeah. I thought Manix was going to go in there. I guess he's waiting for
He's going in the car for the next one, I think.
Yeah, okay. All right.
But no, it's all right. Still Nick. The leaders are in the pits here this evening. There they are. Doing their thing.
Mark was saying we led. Which team was Mark talking about again?
Altitude Esports, the leading team in the LMDH.
Mark, yeah, well, why aren't you up in the chat? We've been calling you out for hours.
No, you've been calling him out. Don't put me into the same category as you. Thank you very much.
You don't come up here and chat to us and come out into the
what are you
caravan, broadcast caravan. I'm going to issue a warning.
Ooh.
Drive through. We'll give you a drive through.
The thing is, for Mark, he's not in the car. It's Tom Dadswell, Mark Hutchinson, and Brian Lawrence.
Is now. Mark's left.
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah. Hold on. Mark Hutchinson was in the car. You're
Yes.
Northern Irish Georgian. And so technically, Tom Dadswell or Mark Hutchinson could come and have a chat. Mark Fletcher is an altitude driver within the team, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So there we go.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting confused now.
Yeah, there's too many marks for you, isn't there, Biggles, today?
Yeah, there
Is it just, it's just hurting, isn't it?
Mark my words, there's too many marks.
Oh, shabba-bum-bum. Right, guys, this is the closest battle on track at the moment here. So, 2 minutes 5.
Yeah, they go past the trees with no leaves.
Huh?
What are those trees called, actually? I call them
What?
trees with little leaves. Those trees that they just passed on the left hand. Did you notice all those trees? And then they'll be coming up the KFC somewhere around here too.
No, I didn't notice.
Well, stop looking at the cars and look at the scenery.
Why would I look at the
Sunday drive on
scenery
a
when I'm here to
Saturday.
commentate on cars? Huh? Lemmy
Hey,
is just
you didn't
cleared,
notice
Nick.
that the third house in the right corner has a pink roof?
No, but then again, I probably didn't notice that this is KFC's up here somewhere.
Yeah, you haven't seen the KFC?
No.
You have to have seen the KFC.
No.
You have to go on board one of the drivers to see the KFC. It's down the one of the main straightaways. It's to the right. It's not where the trees are, but you'll see it. It's a drive-through.
It's a
I'm not quite
drive-through.
sure. Yeah, well, it has a drive-through next to it. I can't remember specifically where it is because this is a big long straightaway. You'll see it when you see some buildings. Ooh, that's a little bit of a save there from Lemmy.
Mm.
I'm sure somebody in chat will remind me. I think it's earlier on. I don't think it's far down.
Do you think it's at the beginning of the straight then?
I think it might be, yeah. It's not too far from where a lot of the other buildings are. All right, we're out for the Can You Find KFC trackside in Le Mans. There it is, right there. Look. See it?
No.
You saw it to the right? I think actually your camera's a little bit different than mine. It's there.
I swear you're making it up as you go along.
No, there is. You could go to Google Maps. There's a KFC right next to the track.
Right, this will tell
yeah,
me.
the follow cam might see it. Yeah.
What there?
Yeah, there. It's just it's just hard to see that off there. But trust
okay.
me,
I'll give
somebody
you
in
that.
chat could back me up on that one. That there is a KFC on this track.
If anybody wants to back him up, that's fine. If you don't want to back him up, then you don't have to. So there we go. We have
If you don't, I won't stop talking about it.
You won't stop talking about the KFC?
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Right. Well, that's wonderful. Please, somebody back him up. Otherwise, we're never going to hear the end of it there as well about this KFC at the side of Le Mans. As we're coming in to nearly the last 2 hours at Le Mans. And we are in that low stage, I think, Biggles, isn't it? This is where we end up waffling on about things because the closest battles and that happening currently at the moment, obviously, Dominic has just been passed. Dominic just got past Jens Kaiser. So Jens in the LMP2, Dominic in the LMDH. So that's one battle. And then we've got Lemmy and Nick going at each other. And that's the actual only real battle currently on your screen. So Stefan Severia here.
I wanted you to give me a full recap of everything that's happened so far.
A full one?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready? You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so the race started. Cars went vroom vroom. People went crash bang wallop. And the race is still running. There we go. Is that not what you wanted? Thanks, mate.
Not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
You're impressed now, aren't you?
You're getting there.
I'm getting there. My education of...
Not bad for a VCO Cast and Simi award nominee. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you.
Give it that one.
Thanks. There we go. I do try.
You're gonna win it. You're gonna win it next year, aren't you, James?
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of good casters coming through, so I don't really know if I'm gonna.
But they are fantastic casters. But one thing I give you, James, they don't have these being burgled remarks and plastic surgeons and all that. The casting humor, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the thing we were talking about. Sometimes when I should really think about what I say. Because I definitely don't think about what I say at times. I've got to be honest. So Zachary's go to the KFC at Le Mans is on the bucket list. Well, can you get...
Oh, drop the microphone! Hey,
Can you get me a bucket?
I thought I was one of the kings of puns, and James, there you go. That's it. Zachary
See, that's
gets
yeah. I think that's the thing. I like that from Zach. Well done, Zach. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He did literally kill somebody. So I suppose.
Hey Zachary, would you like to come and have a chat to us, mate, in the waiting room for sure? Because you've definitely earned VIP tickets for that one.
The VIP to come in and pun it up.
Yeah. Come have a chat to us.
Pun it up in the booth. So there we go. Lemmy and Nick have swapped places
Just
again.
go into the waiting room, mate, and we'll.
They're side by side here as well. Lemmy and Nick. Platinum Racing Black and Scorpum Racing Esports Team Purple. They've been backwards and forwards. Their names were jumping around all over the place at the moment. I wonder if that LMDH has got any issues here, because he doesn't seem faster than these LMP2s. I've got to be honest. Not as much as I thought he was going to be. Is that your leader? It is. That's Brian Loynes. Whoa! Nick just sent it up the inside of Lemmy there as well, Biggles. That could have been a lot worse.
Could have, would have, should have, but it wasn't.
Possibly could have, would have, should have. 1:59. We've broken the last 2 hours here this evening, guys. Says Mark Hutchison, who's still not coming into the booth. Biggles is going to issue you a penalty in a minute. He's going to give you a team.
The team's going to get a penalty, exactly.
1 lap penalty if you don't come and talk to him, Mark. That's what's up with him. I'll tell you. He's desperate for a conversation. So there we go.
The KFC is called KFC Le Mans, and it's something else. I can't do it. Anyway. It is. It's open. It closes at 10:30. It has a drive-through. Closes at 12 a.m. There you go.
KFC Le Mans.
Yes. Correct. I had to do my little Google, but I confirmed it. It's there.
Is that the KFC Le Mans Republic?
No, it's the other one. It starts with HUN. There's a couple there, but
there's 3 actually.
Yeah.
No, it's not that one, is it? It's got to be the KFC Le Mans Saturnin.
Yeah, it's one of them, but it's there.
It's one of them. I love that. It's one of them.
They might have more.
KFC Le Mans Huna Dieres.
Yeah, Huna Diaz. I think that's the one. I couldn't pronounce that one. You got it right.
Huna Dieres.
Hey, Mark, come and have a chat to us as well. Mark's in now, finally, after his great drive.
Do you think if you say it to him 5 times, he'll come in?
Mark, come into the...
Mark.
Come in.
We have got Zhao Reese in the broadcast booth with us. Zhao from the Sim Racing team, currently being driven by Felipe Arcibarito. How are you, Zhao?
Hey, guys.
How's it going,
Nice
buddy?
to hear from you. Yeah, enjoying the broadcast, enjoying our race. Just came here to give a big shout out to the organizers, to the teams, and your stellar work at the commentaries. It's been entertaining.
Well, yeah, that's what we're here for.
Felipe, did you take the drive-through, the KFC drive-through we were talking about just before here at Le Mans? You know there's one there, right?
Felipe's in the car.
Felipe's in the Zhao's in the booth.
You guys are at the angry stage at the moment, no?
No, do you know the thing is, Zhao, this is the commentator's waffle stage. Because people will start coming back together again the last hour, you see. So everybody's quite spread out at the moment. So, you know, but how is your race going overall? You're 4th in the class. That's not a bad start to the evening.
Yeah, it's going more or less according to our expectations. We didn't manage to get a proper setup to our liking during the week. So we knew we were a bit far from the top guys. Anyway, we had a little problem in our first pit stop, which made us lose about 15 seconds. We have been working the strategy throughout the race with the fuel saving, see if we can get a couple of seconds at the end. Let's see. Don't make mistakes. Keep Felipe's driving really well.
Your last pit stop was on lap 56, so you've taken this car quite further than a lot of people here at the moment, which is good. A lot of people boxed around lap 52, 53, so you are fuel saving.
Yeah, we have been managing our fuel, see, and wait for the best at the end. Because on share pace, we knew we couldn't do it. And oddly as it is, our car is like 3 kilometers down on the straight. We don't know why. We have no optionals, nothing.
Oh, you
And
forgot
the
to
car-
take the groceries out the back when you went to the supermarket.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, the
A
baby
bag full
seat's
of
still in the
KFC
back.
still there.
Oh yeah, the wrappers from KFC. The bucket's still in the back.
Yeah, I forgot to take it out.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think you got
that's it. Maybe
260
that's
there,
it.
K per hour, just saying before you're breaking into that corner. So James has got you up on the screen, of course. There you can
Yeah,
see the
normally
pictures.
at the main straight we reach 284, and right now we are doing 280, 281. So we're losing a couple of tenths or hundreds there. But
Just checking your
anyway,
top speed. Yeah. Oh.
car has no damage. Everything's more or less working. We are having trouble with car on huge fuel load, and he only starts working on half tank. That's why we are not able to keep it up with top teams. So we need to work it out for the next races. But anyway, this race is about damage limitation. Car a huge chunk of points, and the championship is long, so doesn't make sense to risk everything now at the first race. We only lose if we risk it now.
Yeah, exactly. I fully agree with you, Zhao, as well. So thank you so much for jumping in the booth. Anybody you want to give a shout out to before we let you go, bud?
Hey guys, thank you for the chat. Keep going. Thanks.
Will do, man. Take care.
Bye.
So that was Zhao Reese there from the Sim Vision, currently being driven by Felipe RC Barredo, currently in 4th place. Cohen Gertis has taken over the car there, and Stefan Severia is still in the Octopus Racing Team LMDH. So this battle is resuming. Biggles, and also Lemmy and Nick resuming. And Lemmy
the Magic Arrow, we haven't seen a great deal of the Magic Arrow. Actually, I'm just trying to see if there's some of the teams we haven't seen a lot of, actually, believe it or not, because sometimes you want to... But yeah, the Magic Arrow, of course, is under a bit of pressure there from the Octopus Racing team. And they're a solid... This is a solid 3. You got to remember, too, that the Magic Arrow team did start in P3. They're currently running in P3, so they're doing everything right. They're not going forwards or backwards, but they're in the lead lap as well, so, you know, plenty of time to get it done, but just under 2 hours now.
Yeah,
so you're going to be happy with those results for sure.
Cohen's taken over from Balastarovsky. Stefan Severa is still in the car for the Octopus Racing team. I'm predicting that, well, they've got a list of 8 drivers that could take over, so any one of them could be jumping in ready to go. Lemmy and Nick are still going backwards and forwards here. Literally left, right and centre. There is Nick and Lemmy straight behind him, battling away. Nick sent it on Lemmy, and then Lemmy's got past Nick, and then Nick's got past Lemmy. That's all within the last 2 minutes here as well. 4 overtakes within the last couple of minutes from these guys. Absolutely incredible
What this would be
driving.
doing, mate? This would be stressing Marnix out like crazy. He's about to be sitting in the car soon. He'd be like, take it easy, take it easy. Bring it home.
Oh, see, block him against the GT3.
Yeah, this could work as that.
Yeah,
you
because
can use the you can the GT3 moves out of the way.
Yeah,
you can use the other as you mentioned there before, James. You can, if you time it perfectly, you can use those GT3 cars to your advantage, isn't it? To deny your attacker, somebody who's putting the pressure on behind you.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
Slip on by.
That's the thing when you're working so closely with people as well, is you can use the back traffic. You know what I mean? I don't get me wrong, I'm not the greatest, but I've done it before where I've driven up beside the car, wanted to overtake, and then kind of just stayed alongside until we hit the GT3. So we had to back out. That allowed me to go through and carry on. Like, so
see that power slide there?
Yeah, and Manuel Cruz has crashed. Manuel Cruz has crashed.
Manuel M. Cruz.
Oh,
yes.
This was him moving out of the way for these guys. Watch, he goes off, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, that's kind of the crash. He just went off track, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we saw.
There you go.
I don't know. He might have actually absolutely had a little bit of a snap of it. And, it worked perfect timing, because it was off the racing track and it didn't affect the other drivers.
Definitely did there as well. But this is still the LMP2 of Nick from the Platinum Racing Team Black here, Biggles. Hour 50 remaining.
James, have the Simtech gone? The Simtech have been in the pit lane for some time now. Now, They did have a lot of repairs to fix. They come back out. Now they seem to be back in. Do you think that they're fixing some of the repairs that they choose?
Well, maybe I think it's possible that they didn't take the optionals, went back out with the car, and then the car still needs to see how that one works out for them, because they're back in again, aren't they?
Yeah, they were in there and they were out racing. I mean, I think they had a moment before, but it wasn't. Oh no, wasn't that when they hit the wall hard then before again twice? I gotta remember where that one was, James. We'll go back. So, but I'll try to find the time for you.
Marnix has just said he's about to get in the car. So just remember, Marnix, every time you're in that car, just if you stick it in the wall or spin it, always remember what we're going to say up here in the booth.
What are we saying?
I don't know. We can't say a lot. He's the boss. So, you know, we've got to keep it remotely clean. You know what I mean? So, can't say too much. But don't worry about a thing, because every little thing is going to be all right.
Be all right. There it is. I think that they've got, actually, so Sim have gone back out.
Yeah.
They spent a lot of time repairs. Team Upstate were piloted by Daniel. They were the ones that had that moment before. They are taking some repairs. It was 4 minutes, I believe, of repairs that Simtech took 2 minutes of repairs. Anyway, I think they're taking the optionals at a time, aren't they, rather than getting hit all at once. But again, depends how you can keep your pace up lap by lap.
Be interested to see Rick Wilbrink down here. We haven't seen much of a Fury SimSport Academy, Chris Racing team, and of course
the Fury SimSport. I think it's probably the first time it's actually gone on the camera there. Fury. Oh, Fury. I thought it was Furry.
No, Fury. Furry. The Furry SimSport team.
It's written on the side of the car too, so you can't really miss it.
And it is Fury. It's not Furry. You know, it just makes me look Furry. Oh, we've come in.
I'm just used to furry creatures in Australia, kind of like wombats and koalas and that. You know, that's why fur comes to my mind. Not Fury.
Oh dear, don't. Oh, blimey. Never mind. We're in the last hour and 48 minutes here, Biggles. We've nearly cracked it this evening, or this afternoon, or this evening. Where are we at, actually, at this point of the time? Oh, it's only 4:20.
Yeah, you can see as you can see a lot of the shadows, actually, from all the trees as that sun's starting to set. Well, the Earth's starting to rotate away from the sun. Who's the hypercar scooting on by there?
Is that Platinum Racing Blue? Is that Platinum Racing Blue? No, there's Platinum Racing Blue.
Yeah. Vincent. Now that's a name you don't hear very often. I like that. I like the name Vincent.
Could have been Hugo. Was it Hugo Oliver? Somebody, wasn't it? I can't think who it was.
Yeah, who is in this hypercar right here? What's the position on that? I can show you the position on the hypercar. The number.
Chase Brown.
Rainbowish.
I think that is
the Simtech. That's a no.
Yeah, I think that's the Platinum Racing Team Blue. There we go. Just passing them guys. So Vincent.
Yeah, Vincent. I told you Vincent.
Whoa!
Vincent.
Whoa!
Who's off
Whoa!
Oh yeah, that's
one of the Leo boys. Oh no, he's crashed with a hypercar.
Alessio as well. Bernardi is Alessio, isn't it?
Oh
yes, it is.
No.
Is that with the Simtech again?
Yeah.
That's the Simtech again. And then to add the injury to insult, they double tangled again.
What was that, boys?
And Stewart's been quite quiet at the moment. So what do you? That's interesting.
Did
what
he
do you
come
think?
over?
I mean, you got to overtake on the outside there. There's marbles, as you can see. Do you think that was? Yeah, because they were going. It's interesting because it looked like the Leo racing team was trying to go back onto the racing line to come back into the left again, or was it too much movement, not knowing that it was to the right? That's an interesting question.
Yeah, strange one. But the poor Simtech boys are back in the pits again.
This is all pole shaped. You got to remember that's the team that started on P2, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all gone part. But I like the attitude. It's a Czech team, I think, Czech drivers, if I'm not mistaken. But I like the attitude that they're still sticking with this one, even though they might have spent
depending on what
30 minutes in the pit road.
Yeah, I would really depend on what that repair is going to be, because that is one hefty repair, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So
and they got double banged as well, too, wasn't it? Because of the wall, and then you got slapped again on the door or something.
Yeah,
that's one for the chat to talk about.
Yeah, let us know who you feel was responsible for that one, and give us a shout and tell us what you think is going to be the outcome, I suppose, really, on that. It's a tricky one because the Leo car was running out wide a little bit, and the LMDH did try and make a move past him, so...
Can you show it again, James? Yeah, maybe slow it down a little bit. We'll look at some different angles, but we'll see. Yeah, because we can go back if there is an overtake between these two drivers that you're watching. But I'm just curious. Maybe so that wasn't it the entrance to the KFC? So maybe they're going.
No, so he's going in left. He drifts out wide. The LMDH goes round, and they sandwiched against the wall.
Now that's interesting. Now you'd be aware that there was an LMP H, right, or a hypercar coming there.
Would he though?
So would you lift, or would you just keep it flat? I mean, once again, you said you're on your own racing line if you're a GT3, right? So you don't have to change.
No, you don't. But would he know he's there? That's the question.
Yeah.
He's not going to know he's there until now.
A spotter would tell you, and then synchronized spinning, and that's just, I don't even think
it's a second contact here as well. There.
Yeah.
That's the damage one.
And I think actually the GT3 might have copped a little bit less damage, maybe a little bit of rear wing, but didn't get any front end damage.
No, he didn't get smashed off.
Wow.
So, but there we go. Yeah, back at it again. Yeah. Oh, Vicente Lara's had an incident as well.
So I think that you're right. As somebody you can hear the honking the horn. And maybe for not so much of the excitement about that. This is Vincentio. It's not Vincent that I was talking about before. This is
Vicente.
Vicente. Oh yeah, So he got caught out by the speed difference. So it wasn't at the GT3. So he locked up to avoid hitting the back. And good on you once again. I think it's great. I mean, it's not great when drivers do that, but I think it's great that they have avoided a collision and saved the car to live to another day, you know?
Yeah.
Because once again, I always see that and go, well, either glass is half full. That could have been a lot worse. You could have smacked the car, you could have taken them out, and you could have also damaged your car. But locked up, you spun, still back in it.
Yeah, exactly. They're still running, which is always a good thing. Do you know what I mean? As we have got the man behind Peck, of course, Marnik Heisto, is now in the Platinum Racing black car, currently sitting in 11th place. They've got about 21 seconds up the road to Lithium Motorsport, who, as you see, Milo Spellman has been in his own little incidents and accidents. So, you know, there's always that opportunity. Oh, no, that would have been on you, Mr. Audi man. I'm sorry. I'm a big one to say when it's somebody's fault, but that would have been on you if you'd have turned in on him, Tonos.
Yeah, but James, you still believe that blocked through the race to change.
Hey, he did. He still did.
I can't take you seriously anymore.
He still did. Guys, right, what we're talking about is who remembers Interlagos in, when was it, 2002?
2008, wasn't it?
2008, right? Timo Glock, Felipe Massa went across the line and won the championship, right? Timo Glock miraculously, or something miraculous, happened to his tyres on the last lap and doesn't allow Lewis Hamilton to come through at Junção before the run up the hill, the last corner. And then Lewis Hamilton takes the championship. Now, for me, it was all a little bit fishy. But for the Australian, where we've argued this for many, many, many hours, seems to think that it was legit. Now, Timo Glock come out, a couple of years ago, Biggles? Last year?
Yeah. No, a couple of months ago.
Couple of months ago, and said, I did not let him through. It wasn't on purpose. And Lewis Hamilton overtook me. I had a problem with the tyres. I was on the wrong one and all that. Now, my question is, first things first.
Speaking
as we see, that was close there. Yannick Gerhardt and Nico Schwitz. Yeah. Guide us through
but
it.
yeah, back to your question, of course, because I'm going to state the facts that you haven't stated before, but yeah.
So the question was, why did it take him so long to come out? As we see it here, the DLR rotary. Is it going to get through there? It's not, but it is. That's Miles Owens' BMW. They're going to be left in it. Why did it take him so long to come out? Okay. Why did it take him so long to come out and say, actually, it wasn't on purpose? And B, it all looked a little bit too fishy for my liking.
All right, we'll go back to state some of the facts in the race he didn't mention. The fact that they were on different tyres because there was changeable conditions, remember? So
apparently.
he was on a tyre compound that was getting more wet at the time, but he was on the wrong tyre compound, so he was already losing time before that.
Apparently.
And really was struggling. And of course, Lewis was on a better tyre, so he was just making advantage of it. And of course, even a little bit more boost to say, hey, I can lose the championship. So got the job done. As you said, I think it was John Cole or maybe the con just before that. Of course, once again, Block was in Toyota, so nothing whatsoever to do with the manufacturer that was in the engine of the McLaren that Lewis was piloting. So yeah, and why he took so long to come out? Okay, because he's been asked that all the time, and sometimes that happens with drivers and stuff, doesn't it? They're just like, you know what? I don't have to defend myself, but this is what it is. They've probably been asked that question all the time. I mean, how many times do people say, is that Glock moment? He's now like in that history books for that. He's probably like actors that, play a character over and over again. You get called every day in the street when people shout you out. Hey, say, for example, Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean. I mean, stuff like that. I mean, you're sick of it at this point, so you don't really want to have to defend yourself. But we are seeing some of the cars coming in to pit road for the LMP2s.
Jean Kaiser.
We'll close the case on that one, James, all right?
Yeah, Jean Kaiser and Sean Chapman there as well. Don't forget obviously the Swank Racing boys were absolutely flying at one point, out in front. They're now down in 5th in class. Be interested to see if anybody from Swank is about, and you can come and let us have a know what actually happened to you guys. As we can see, Rick Wilbrink and Andre Rosa.
That's a tongue twister, isn't it?
Rick Wilbrink.
Yeah, that's a cool name. Rick Wilbrink. He's probably got a cool nickname. I bet he's got a really cool nickname.
Like what?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he'd have a cool nickname.
Cool nickname for Rick Wilbrink.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, okay, so people sit at home. Right, let's have another thing now. People sit at home. We're in the last We're in the last hour of 38, right? People are sitting at home now going, listening to these two. They're just waffling on about anything. Tell us about the racing. Now, the problem is we can't tell you about the racing apart from the battles that we see on screen. And at the moment, there aren't many battles of people together. So if you are wondering why we're waffling on, that will be why we're waffling on. Because obviously we're at this very lull moment in the race circuit. Yeah. That could have been worse. And before they start doing their final pit stop and running straight to the end, unfortunately, they're all kind of spread out a little bit. And this battle that was happening between Shielwitz and obviously Gerard's has now spread as well because Shielwitz has got stuck in traffic. So unfortunately, they're a bit more spread out here than we really ideally would like them to be. But that's how the last hour of endurance racing comes about, Biggles, isn't it? They kind of all spread out and then they all come back together within the last sort of pit stop to an end as we see Rick Wilbrink. Oh, he makes it past Andre Rosa. Ross has got to be coming back at him. They're only on they've gone past part 2 of them all saying they're going to be having pole 3 here. The orange, do you know what? That orange, black and green looks absolutely stunning. But then that black and grey and black, that black, green and black looks awesome as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of counteracts itself, doesn't it? It's like a yin and yang of mix of colours between the two drivers. There is differences, but is that there's a 2 pit stop. So the Cripps racing team have got a couple more laps of fuel in that car, so that will pan out in there into battle. Going back to that one, James. Yeah, as you said, we're talking, we're rambling on about stuff, but we're no different than, so for example, then. What about Jimmy Broadband will sit there and do a race, and you'll watch him race, and he'll be talking the whole time doing it. We're the same thing. We've got pictures for you, and we're talking about stuff. Not as entertaining as Jimmy Broadband, I'd imagine, but we're a different level than Jimmy Broadband.
Yeah,
But I mean, look at all the famous streamers out there, mate. Twitch streamers and YouTube streamers.
You know,
they sit there in front of a screen and race, and they talk while they're doing it.
You know, we've been sat here for a long old time now. Don't put us down that we're not good. Blimey.
No, sorry. I mean,
I don't know. You just can't bring the staff into the booth nowadays, I tell you. What an absolute palaver. We've been at this for nearly, what we've been going for already here. What have we been going for? 5? No, we haven't been going 5 hours already, have we?
Yeah, of course we have.
Might be about half 10, half 11, half 10.
4 hours and 24 minutes.
Well,
4 hours and 24 minutes.
Well,
we're content creators, James.
Stream time says 5 hours 40 minutes, Biggles.
What? It's 4 hours. Oh, no, it's 4 hours and 23 minutes. 24 minutes.
No, that's the race time, not stream time, because we covered quali for an hour, didn't we?
Oh, sorry. Yes, you were correct.
We've been at this a bit longer than we thought. So there we go. So if anybody does want to come and say hello, like Dominic has here from the number 76 car, you're more than welcome. He's back again, isn't he? Yeah, good old Dominic. Like, jumping back in. Look, I swear Dominic just comes in for a chat now. He's like, I'm sat there drinking me coffee, and I thought I'd just pop up to the booth and have a chat with the boys. How are you, sir?
Hello, good day. The 2 hours update is back.
Oh, well, that's fine. Where are you at with your 2 hour update? Because you're sat 6th now.
6th, and when DLR makes his pit stop, we are P5. So yeah, it's good progress, isn't it?
Yeah, very good. Considering where we was 2 hours ago, you know, I think you're doing a stellar job.
Yeah, thank you.
And if people keep making mistakes, then you'll be even doing a more stellar job. Hey, as well, because the boys at Epoch have been in the pits for about 2 minutes already. So. What a different... Oh, you got 3... Oh, mind you, got 3 laps to do before they can come out the pits again.
Well, the Leo Racing team, remember, as well, too.
Yeah.
That had at the moment. But, yeah, you aware of that big incident that occurred?
I must admit, my first stint was dead clean. I brushed the wall and had 1 minute repair, but that's... yeah, it doesn't matter because... we can't lose any more positions. So
1 minute repair an endurance race, mate. That's a blink. That's
that's a blink of an eye. Yeah. So
especially at a racetrack like Le Mans as well. If it was looking at you had a short circuit like Brands Hatch or something, then a minute you would sit back and think, you know what I mean? It's going to be a problem here. But the fact that you're at Le Mans and they're 3.5 minute lap times, all you've lost is a bit of a half a lap. And then the thing is as well...
Cripps racing teams had an accident and lost a couple of places, but can show the pictures and that. Like, can you?
Yeah, and... but you got to obviously, it's a thing, isn't it? When you say about crashing on a racetrack like this, you haven't got very... It's a long old racetrack, you know what I mean? What have they been up to, by the way, Biggles? They've come around turn 1.
No, that's cold tyres coming out of the pit road. That's a good question for you, Dominic. Now, how scared are you and how tentative, whatever you call it, gingerly are you when you come out of the pit road, you know, after a pit stop and you're fresh in the car and then the cold tyres? We've seen a few people do that, and they make little mistakes.
Well, not that much scared, I must admit. No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I had done like a few endurance races, so I know how the car works. And
flip this. What about entering the pit lane, because it's tricky as well?
No
problems.
No problems.
You're not really making that exciting, Dominic. You're supposed to be like, yes, it was very tricky coming out the pit exit, and I nearly slipped, and then going out the other side, the entrance was just as tricky. That's what you were supposed to say.
Well, Dominic said he hit the wall. When did he hit the wall? When was that?
That was the Porsche curves, like in the first lap of my stint. I was run a bit right, and then the understeer kept through, and brushed the wall a bit. It was not that much of a damage, so I could down.
Let me rephrase that, Dominic. This is the way you say it correctly. You said that wall brushed my car. As a racing driver, okay?
As a racing driver, the wall hit me. Yeah,
the wall hit you exactly.
Like the fisherman's tail, wasn't it? I caught a fish that was this big, and it was bigger than the tiddler. But look,
go on.
Carry on.
Okay, I think someone put the banana there, so I slipped.
So what's the plan going forward now then, guys? Just to carry on and hopefully get to the end of the race?
Yeah, we thinking about like splash and dash and go, or I do a single and then do splash and dash. So yeah, but we just drive.
I think once again you guys are on the different strategies. So you lapped on boxed on lap 69, and the cars, couple of cars up the road 65, 66. Yeah. So maybe get James to throw out a couple of the mushrooms for some power ups for you at the end.
Were we playing Mario Kart or something?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, bananas and slipping and stuff. I figured we might as well add some.
Wait, isn't iRacing Mario Kart? Isn't it?
No, you're in the wrong one, I think, Dominic. I think you're spending too much time with Biggles.
I think I've got lied to me.
But
Dominic, yeah.
You know, you're doing all right. You're keeping it on track. You're not going to, bin it anymore, I'm sure. Would have been earlier on. So, overall, I think you guys are doing an absolute stellar job. So amazing again for coming into the booth with us. Do you want to give a shout out to somebody this time before you go?
To me? No, just to my Twitch stream, and yeah.
Don't forget do you have a wife or?
It's Zittauer. If you can put it in letters, it's German, so.
No, I can't on that one. I just thinking about it confuses me. I just see 20.
I have a quick question for you too, Dominic, before I let you go. Because we're talking about this. There is a KFC trackside, isn't there?
I just stopped there. That.
Okay, see, James doesn't believe me, but anyway. Thank you.
So that's the reason why we are 3 laps behind. Just to give them space.
I bet.
You gotta feed the troops, don't you? Feed the pit crew. Everybody pick up, a bucket.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Dominic, for coming in as always, buddy, and we'll look forward to maybe catching up with you before the end.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Yeah.
Take care, dude.
You too, man.
Bye. Well, there we go.
And James, I believe there was an incident here. If you want to look at that one, I think that was.
Yeah, I'm interested to see there because it's Gerard's who was in front of these cars, and Yannick Gerard's there.
Yeah. This is. I wonder if it's going to be a lockup. Oh, the rear slips?
That's that. But watch.
Yeah, but I think it comes back on.
Oh no, Yannick goes off all on his own.
Okay. That's what it was. Right.
Going into the pits.
Yeah. Thank you, Dominic. Of course, I love Dominic coming in for it. Yeah, this is too deep in the pit road entrance, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh,
does he get back in there? But yes, he does. Luckily. Right. You could have run out of fuel, right? If you couldn't get it. That's happened before, right, James? I've seen that. Like, they pushed it to they're running on empty, and then they missed the pit lane entrance, and of course they can't do another lap, especially in Le Mans.
No, Cohen's in.
No gas.
Brian's in from altitude in the lead. They have got a 3-minute 2 gap to Octopus Racing, mind you, who's still got Stefan Severia in the car. He's been in the car there. Cohen Goretis has taken over the Magic Arrow. And then Epoch Motorsport are currently sitting in 4th place with Reiter Engineering. Just heard from Dominic Englick there, currently in 5th for the team. So that's an absolute stellar job from them. XPD Emerald Racing took the lead here in the LMP2. Never really looked back on that one behind them. Platinum, we've got Platinum Racing Team Blue. But they've kind of just got secretly about doing their business here. So let's stop that for a minute, because there's Brian Loynes from the Altitude team, handed over the car to Mark Hutchinson. Good afternoon, Brian. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you. How are you guys?
I'm all right. Not too bad at all.
Been looking for you. We've been looking to grab you up, mate, man, and pull you up into the booth. And thanks. So you're up in here now, so.
I was in the waiting room after my first double stint, but I think you guys failed to see me, unfortunately.
Oh, well, no, don't blame me. Was I even
James,
here? No,
letting the team down.
I was having lunch. Right, I left the amateurs, you see, and they clearly didn't see it.
Well, I rate it as it's definitely a professional excuse. I'll give you that.
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much. But look, dude, you're doing a stellar job. 3 minutes up the road. You know, what more could you ask for, really?
Yeah, you can't really ask too much more, to be honest. It's just a case of now keeping it on the road and keeping out of any trouble, really.
Yeah, that was you had a bit of a moment, didn't you?
I did in my double stint. I had a bit of a spin going. Coming out of Indy, the corner after Indianapolis. Just caught the curb on the brakes and locked the rear end, but thankfully kept it out of the wall. That was when there was a change in the lead between us and Simutech, I think it was. Or something.
Yeah, Simutech, but they're not really in it anymore. They've had a bit of a rough moment. Let's just put it over the last hour or so. Been involved in a few incidents, and Simutech Motorsport are all the way down, 46th overall. 9th in class and about 11 laps behind you. So, you know, they've had a bit of a rough one. But
it seems to be the case for quite a few of the GTPs at the moment. They've been caught up. I think, what was it, LMP2s, like P5 overall or P6 overall?
Yeah, P5 overall.
Yeah.
What do we reckon that is then? Because we've seen a couple of non-patient manoeuvres. And then we've seen some of the patient people.
James, real quick, can you show the helmet? Because I just want to see the helmet of Mark while you talk about...
I'll try and see if we can get back. There we go.
There it is. Hey! Okay, you got to take this man seriously, can't you? But sorry, go ahead there, Brian.
Right, so what are we thinking now? Is it... have you been patient, or have you been sat back thinking, actually, I need to get past this car?
It's a mixture, really, depending on where you are on the track and what corners. You can lose a good like 2-3 seconds behind a GT car. So it is a kind of where you can find them on the track. But at this stage in the race, it's definitely about being more patient. I think Tom early on in the first few stints was trying to get his way through as quickly as he could, because obviously trying to gap a little bit is quite crucial. But I just think because there's so many GT cars, and when you do the official races, there isn't that opportunity to have so many cars in such close proximity with each other. It's a bit different here at Le Mans because we're now 4.5 hours in and it's pretty stretched out. But I just think people are impatient. I really think that's the case.
Yeah, I think they need to be a bit more, a bit more patient when it comes to certain things here. We've seen the likes of, as you say, the guys down now, as I say, out at the moment as well. The Simtech Motorsport, they've been involved in a couple of incidents. As I say, at least yours was, I suppose, self-inflicted. You wasn't really involved with anybody else, have you? That's
completely.
That's the only one you've had, though, isn't it? I think.
It's the only one I think you might have caught. I did have a half spin going into turn 2 as well, but I managed to catch that in terms of I just drove straight on opposed to going through the chicane, lost the rear end of it again. But it's all been on the brakes, nothing by anybody else, just my own misdemeanors, unfortunately.
Okay,
and you had a gap to P3 there, sorry, James, as well when you did do that, so.
Yeah, it was a certain size.
That's why the sheer drive. We kind of did predict at the start that you guys were absolutely blisteringly quick, considering that fantastic qualifying lap as well.
Yeah, Tom's definitely got good pace. He's I'd say he's probably arguably the faster and most consistent out of the three of us.
He's the French driver, isn't he?
Well, it's memed about that he's closer to France than anybody else in the team. Although ironically, I'm actually closer to France than he is. But he lives in the south of England, so.
Yeah, but where in the south of England? People keep telling me this.
So he's pretty much quite close to Brighton. So.
Oh,
Brighton was what I was thinking about before, James. There it is. Yeah.
Oh, I'm further down the coast than he is. Oh, all right. All right. Maybe I'm more French than I am English.
Oh la la, then, James. I didn't realise I should be speaking French to you.
Maybe. I don't know. To be honest, I think.
What do you? Yeah, and at the moment, Brian, what obviously the biggest fear right now, doing such a great job with an hour and 22 minutes to go, is just keeping it clean, isn't it? Trying to avoid any potential accidents and stuff like that up the road that could take you out. Or meatball, I think is the term, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. It's a little bit tricky when you come up to a gaggle of them in terms of when you get an LMP2 and a few GT cars together. You have to wait and predict what they're about to do. I had two LMP2s that I think were 8th and 9th in class that were like banging doors with each other down the end of the Mulsanne. So it was like waiting for them to sort themselves out before I went past them. I think we will be our own enemy, but if we get caught up in an accident, it's just about taking it sensible now. I mean, we've got a 2-minute lead. That's pretty long.
And I think that's key because I mean, I've seen like the Leo racing team and a couple other drivers. I think he may be Lithium Esports, not Lithium Esports. I think Zachary already mentioned that in the chat. Sorry, Zachary, to bring it up again, but they risked it for the biscuit too much, didn't they, at that point? And I was like just thinking, why don't you just slow down and, lose a couple of attempts and follow them through there and then take them down the next straightaway or something. That seems to be what you guys are doing well, and it's paying off, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Especially this stage of the race is still. I mean, there's still an hour and 20 to go. It's not like the last 15 minutes of the race where you're trying to catch up those last few tenths. There's still a long way to go. I mean, we're only 3/4 of the way through when you look at it that way. There's still a lot left to play.
Actually, got another question to ask you because it was another stint that happened when I remember. Now, I think of the team. Who was the team, of course, you were racing with? That wasn't just looking through here at the moment. There were who was behind you at the very much at the start of the race? That was
Simtech.
Sorry. Simtech, that's it, yeah. And they've been in the wars a lot since then. Now, you guys, I think you had a 40-second gap early, and then they got that down big time. And I remember at one point it got down to about, under 4 seconds or something at one point, wasn't it?
So I think within my first stint, we came out together. I think I had about a 17-second lead on them. And by the end of my first stint, I ended up having about a 3 or 4 second lead.
That was it. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Yeah. So what happened there? They were just like chipping away at the lap time?
I mean, on my first stint, I got caught up in traffic pretty much the entire run through. I think I had 2, maybe 3 laps where I felt I didn't lose any time. And they were already quicker. I think both of their drivers were already quicker than what I could already be doing. So it was always a case of just managing that and not worrying about it. You're in the first 80, 90 minutes of the race and there's a lot to go. So you just have to kind of have that mentality that they're going to be quicker. They will probably get to me if we continue at this pace. And inevitably they did because I decided to spin it on my own. But it's always that when you think about the long game, there's other drivers in the team that are going to be quicker than me, and that's irrelevant my pace because I felt that the other 2 drivers in our team are going to be quicker or at least be able to match their pace. So it was just maintaining my own pace and the GT cars. It is what it is because you make your own luck in multi-class racing. Everybody has the same opportunity to get past cars. It's whether you decide to risk it, and inevitably some teams have done that today and clearly have failed.
Let me ask you a follow-up question to that. Let's say, for example, that besides the pit stops and stuff, that they did catch you and you're going to be battling it out on track. Would you, if they were clearly obviously catching you and quicker, would you have just allowed them to go through there and just fight later on?
100%. I mean, an hour into the race, they're already quicker than me. If it means I can sit in their toe and just sit behind them and learn a few lines and see what they're doing that might be a bit different to us, and it may have made me be dragged along a little bit more and be quicker in my own run. So yeah, at this point in the race, there's no point, or that point in the race, should I say, there would have been no point. A bit different if it was now, maybe it might have been a bit different, but certainly an hour into the race, hour and a half in, it's a waste of time just battling with with other GTP cars at that point. And what makes it even more awkward is if we're battling each other, when you come up to the GT cars or the other prototypes out there, it makes it awkward for them because they're also not knowing what's going to happen between you two.
There you go. I think that's probably been the most, sensible answer I've heard of a race driver within iRacing for a very long time, Brian. So well done there for that one, because most people will just be like, no, gonna send it. All right, mate.
Well, it's proven, isn't it, James?
Yes.
Because the fact that they have a 2-minute gap and they've been comfortably controlling this race for really 2/3 of it right now.
It may be different at Road America. It's a slightly different track. We'll see what happens when we get to there, but who knows?
Tom out there saying useless to somebody.
No, I think he was talking. He was talking about you, calling him names earlier on. I think so. There we go. But there we go. Right. Tom, Tom. No, goodbye. Let's go.
Whoa.
No, that's because you were talking. Never mind. Listen, Brian.
I'll open the door myself. I'll see myself.
At the moment, if there's pitches in the casting box, I'm trying to pull them away from each other. They're trying to fight each other at the moment.
Right. Brian, thank you so much for coming in, buddy. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
I'll say a big thank you to the Altitude team in general, and then the sponsors of our team. So you've got Sim Stickers, 3M, Hedge Photography, Finding Speed, and I think that's everybody. I may have missed somebody. I apologise if I've missed anybody, but I think that's pretty much most of us. But,
awesome, bud. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming in, and we'll maybe catch up with you at the end of the race.
Maybe I'll drag Tom in here instead, shall I?
Yeah, get them all in. Why not?
Okay.
So
I see you've already got your favourites.
No, Biggles has got favourites, mate. Don't even go there.
They're only coming to chat to me, mate, because they want to avoid a penalty. Oh, who went out from the corner at the back there? That was
Chris Myers. Just went and punted the wall out the last corner.
That might scare you, Brian, because we did that about a couple of seconds earlier. You could have been collecting that one. What happened here to Chris?
Yeah, we won't talk about that too much.
he hit the curb, look, on the outside, and then just see you later. Oof.
Bang.
Ouch. Brian, thank you very much, buddy. I will let you go, and I'll catch up with you soon.
Catch you boys later.
Take care, mate. Well, there you go.
That was Christian Meyer, wasn't it? They crashed on
Yeah,
that
Christian Meyer. But that was a big
good
one.
job, I think, James, for the Altitude Esports team, because they've avoided themselves getting a penalty by visiting us in the booth. That was the rules. Anyway.
And Mr. Hedge is Adam there as well. This Adam can be on target even if he's not on target, and he's not even in the race, and apparently the whole team's on target. So, you know, well done, Adam, for being on target, and you're not even in the car. So I'm proud of you for that one. But obviously that's Adam Hedgecock, guys. Go check him out at mrhedge.co.uk. He does do some of our JPB's photography work for me for our thumbnails that we put out as well. So you can go and definitely check him out. That would be absolutely awesome.
You're now sucking up. All right.
Hey, look, you don't do that. You just keep friends friends. That's it, you know.
Yeah, no, it's good. Very admirable of that one.
Thank you.
You know what I always say, James, if you're a racing team and people ask you how you're feeling about the race, you would say, we're right where we wanted to be.
Yeah.
That statement itself covers everything.
Well, that's where Adam is every single race. He can finish 8th, right? And I said to him in an interview, I said, how did you get on? He said, well, I was on target. I finished 8th. I said, that can't have been your target. He went, wait, hey, you don't know that. I was 8th.
No, you shouldn't say I finished 8th. You should be like, well, we were on target.
Well, he was.
You don't know what the target was.
Well, his target clearly was 8th. So, yeah, Adam Hedgecock there was just literally on target for every race he's in.
Felipe? Is it Felipe that had a moment too, James? I think.
Pepper curtains.
That's a wall hit, isn't it?
Yeah, I just heard that as well. That's never good. What did he get up to here?
I don't think it's contact.
Brakes. Brake curb on his own.
Do you think it's because of that contact in the wall before that's done some damage to that? I don't know.
I don't really know, but to be fair. But it's been off. Right, everybody is kind of spread out at the moment. There's been a lot of action going on. We've had spins, we've had frills and spills, we've had LMDH colliding with GT3s.
Oh, a couple of accidents come up, James.
Yeah.
Oh, Manix!
Manix!
No! This can't be true.
On, but Yannick,
or is it?
Oh, no, but Yannick, I'm a bit worried about it. Yeah, that's around Yannick Gerrans.
Yeah, it's Yannick. They're contacted, haven't they? There must have. Something's happened to you.
Oh, don't take out by your own team, mate. That would just be silly.
It is. I think it's it's contact between the teams. He's come back onto the racing. Oh, no.
No, he didn't contact. He literally all on his own. He got there as well. What happened to Yannick?
So what about Yannick? What happened with Yannick?
Apparently he went off track. How can he go off track in the
crashed
pits?
twice, I think. So check that one out too. Oh yeah. Oh,
there we go.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah. He jumps back to the pits. He's got no rear wing. The problem is I don't see why he don't go across there, to be fair, because you've got no rear wing and the pit lane's over there. To your right,
true,
bud.
Actually.
To your
Can't
right.
do another lap.
No, you're not going to get another lap.
No, he's
like
crashed again, but you watch this, James, or he's pulled over. Oh, now he's realised, yeah.
But he was never going to get back. I don't see why he didn't jump in to that the first time round. But
I think that might come back to what they were saying before, James, that everything happens in split seconds. It's easier said than done when we're reviewing it, but at the time, they go, you're probably more upset and a few of those words coming out of you than focusing on, oh, I need to get back in the pit lane. Like, that probably does happen, doesn't it?
It definitely does, but I definitely would be looking at how my steering is before I pulled away.
Probably couldn't steer right into the pit road at that point, too. It's like, I'm trying! James and Dean, I'm trying. This whole thing's cranked left and it's turning right. Yeah, who knows?
Oh, who knows? But we are coming into the last hour now. There we go.
All right, James, give us a recap. What's happened for the 5 hours that we've had here at Le Mans for the Platinum Endurance?
Well,
you on the bus on that one, mate.
There's been boom, 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 and lots of cars go zoom, 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 and then there's been some boom, boom, boom into the wall, 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 and it's all got a little bit peak, tong, tong, tong for some. But overall, it's been, to be fair, the racing's actually not been that bad. You know, we've seen accidents with Simtech having an incident as well. You know, some of the LMDH drivers and LMPs have probably learned over the last 5 hours that they really have to be a little bit good, careful. Zachary Lovegood there getting a little bit anticipated and excited on an overtake and went and hit a GT3, unfortunately off as well there. And, so there's been a lot of everything, isn't it? And he apologised. Yes, he came out and said, I'm sorry. Oh, that's Platinum Racing Team Blue.
Yeah.
No, blue.
Continue, James. Yeah.
So, and then obviously in the GT3s, the Leo Racing there as well were involved in, have been battling away with Alex Gould from Chicane Online Racing Red. They were close for about the first few hours, and then the Leo opened up that gap and has been involved in his own little right of accident, hasn't he, Bernardini, sorry. So for them, all a little bit was a struggle. In the AMS, we got Wilbrink, who was battling away there for a good while with the Crisp Racing team, Emery Camelda. And obviously, unfortunately for Emery, he had his own little accident that's dropped him now. He's about 26 seconds back from Wink Wilbrink. So that is your current battles in the championship order at the moment. Now, at the front of the LMP2s, I got here last on purpose. Leo Racing Team LMP2 and also MRP by Fields. Now, there's a gap now of about 19 seconds. Before, there wouldn't have been a gap from 19 tenths. You could have literally thrown a blanket over the two of these, and these spent a long time together, up until about the last hour and a half to hour and 45 minutes, where the guys at Leo Racing have spread out a little bit more. So that's currently the battles we got happening at the moment. There's a good chance that people can come back together after the final pit stop of the race, but it's going to be difficult for anyone that really is going to try and get there. So, they've got to now just put their head down, Biggles, and kind of got to make a shifty on with it overall, to be honest.
Shifted up and shifted down a few more times in those gears. Some picturesque pictures coming in. As you can see the sunset. I saw a couple there before, James. They look absolutely amazing when you see the car go over the hill. And it's just a glimmer of that haze of that beautiful sunset here in Le Mans. Question out there from Da Batch asking, where are the Platinum Red team? That's a good question. I'm trying to look for the Platinum Red team.
They're in GT3s. Miles Owens, they were down in 40th or something at one point.
Yeah, just checking out where they're... Okay, yeah, they're 45th, so they're 17th in their class. And that... Ivan, you might want to just show the camera on them for a second just to keep Da Batch out there happy. See where he was asking the team. There it is, right there.
And a stellar job too.
Yep.
So there we go. I don't really know what happened to them. They didn't really get involved.
I haven't honestly. This might be one of the first times where they put the camera on Platinum Racing Team Red. And if we're not putting the camera on your car, that means you're doing something right. You're not getting under the spotlight focus. Maybe a couple of off-track spins that we don't always capture. But aside from that, no incidents.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think, unless we've missed something, but I'm not entirely sure we have, to be honest.
I don't think so. No. On top of that, look at the sun starting to set in now. And we've talked about this before, haven't we, James? If in VR, sometimes they can get quite annoying certain corners. I don't think it's that bad here in Le Mans. But then again, Ivan's had a moment, my friend.
Well, we've just on him and said
Platinum. Oh, that was the Platinum.
It's always so well. Platinum Racing Team Red now as well. We just said they were doing well, and this happens.
Exactly. Straight after we took the pictures away. Look what happened. Hey, that's all on you, Dabatch. That's all on you.
Yeah, commentate scouts.
Yeah. Oh,
that was literally...
Keeps it off the racing line, but keeps it pointing. Okay, that's just a little moment. At that point, I think he had a bit of a gap. He has a bit of a gap anyway to the car behind, so it's not too bad.
Well,
that was on you, Dabatch. That was all on you. You bring that to them, so don't blame us.
Yep, definitely. I agree. So, there we go.
Is this a battle for position at the moment, too? I think it is. You're looking at the moment. Battle for P11 and P... No, it's...
this is P2 in class currently.
Yeah.
So... Yeah.
Is it? No, it's P11 in class, isn't it?
No, Crisp Racing and Maniti Racing. Maniti is back there. Camelda's there. Obviously, AMA Pros. Costa Reyes is obviously from the Pros, and Camelda's obviously from the AMS. So there we go. That's the current situation at this moment in time. So we're looking forward to this as well. What's happening here?
That was a lot off. Just to give you an indication too about those off tracks we were talking about before. Now, what we get for the telemetry isn't always accurate because currently at the moment it's showing me that Leo Racing Team that are currently first in the LMP2s are showing 52 off tracks, which is, as you know, not correct because 40 would have given them a drive-through already. Is there any way that we can? I don't think there's any real accurate way we can get that information, is there, James?
No, unfortunately, we go, obviously, we pick up what the timing software perceives as off tracks. Now, I've got a lot lower than what you've got here as well. I got the maximum currently is 14, and that's by Delta Racing. So I think if anybody really had it, they would, you know.
We haven't seen it, have we, James? I mean, obviously the stewarding team's been really busy. I've seen any messages come up recently, but we haven't seen any just random drive-throughs come up, like, and you know that it has to be doing a random drive-through if they do get those penalties. We do have Tommen and Vincenti. You can pronounce that one, of course. That's the Carbonell Esports Black team, and Albert are in as well. Pit road territory. We're expecting. Interesting to see those pit stops as well too, because remember we were talking to some of the other teams there on that. There was definitely in the GT3 class as well too. That trying to stretch a few more laps out of that car as well.
Yeah, it's trying to. I think it's what they don't want to do is what they really don't want to do in conjunction with splashes and dashes is they don't really want to be doing a splash and dash because of the fact that if you do it, it puts you obviously in that position at the end where you lose a lot of time. Like they want to get in with about 45 minutes remaining if they can, and then get their final pit stop out the way, because otherwise they're going to lose so much more time by splashing and dashing at the end. And really, you don't want to do that. You want to kind of drag it out and try and drop one off that hour mark each kind of little bit at the end of each kind of lap. You know, you want to kind of drop a little bit more off, drop a bit more off. So it's going to be tough for these guys.
Here it is. So that's the 76 machine, I believe, isn't it? Nico's in control of that one for the Retia Engineering Sports. So they're in, and we figure they're a little bit out on that one. But Tom, unfortunately, Fane has had a little bit of a moment. Now, Tom is running he is in the hypercars, but they are lapped by the LMP2s, and they're running 6 in the class, I think. Do you see anything what happened to the Blue Chip Racing team? That hasn't had also they've gained 3 positions, but they've been struggling a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
You got a replay of that one at all?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
All right. And Bruno we're looking at the moment, and that's good to see a Argentinian driver on here. I think that's the first Argentinian driver I've seen so far. The control of the wheel here for the España America. Bruno Cinceloli. Hola, ¿cómo estás there from Argentina? And look at the glimmer of the sunset to the side of the cars now too. That does spice things up with livery, doesn't it, James? Like in that,
yeah, it definitely does. Here's that Tom Fane incident. It's coming out of the pits, isn't it?
A lock-up spin. Nothing around him. Oh.
Okay.
Whoa. Connection issues. That's not a tow.
No.
Yeah.
Ivan Bramer again.
Maybe Mum was yelling at him to.
Oh, MRP!
Pit
MRP
lane
on the
entrance.
pit.
Oh, he's going to get it out of the way too, because he's also going to.
Oh, that could be huge in the stakes of the racing now, because it brings into play everybody else that was behind him. It's taken him ages to get into the pits. So massive. That could be a huge one in the LMP2 standings, I think, by the end of this.
You're right. I was about to say we're on 69 thumbs up before. We got the 70 mark, and you'd definitely be tuning in for this one, because getting down to the last hour mark, it just did a couple of minutes, haven't we, James? We're seeing a lot of things happening, and I'll tell you what, it gets more and more and more, doesn't it, as the fatigue kicks in. The temperatures are dropping as well too on the track as you're settling into the evening. And now a little bit more heated up, isn't it, as teams trying to seize and need final opportunities that they could do in strategy and so forth to gain a place if they can.
Yeah, they've got to give it a good go now. You're coming into the end. You know what I mean? You want to be ready. You want to be you know, chasing that last little bit out your car. You want to be giving it, you know, your all. And now we're going to have to see how that one pans out, I think. So it'd be interesting to see how this one works out with some of these, because down here, Gullaheim Costa Riaz is in front, Emery Camauda in front of him. So, yeah.
Look at that scene right there where they go over the hill and you got the sunset. I love it. It's beautiful. This is what you're going to get here at JPBroadcasting YouTube, my friend. The best pictures in the town. And the English and Australian puns coming thick and fast for your casting team, commentary team. As well as Dan, of course, that was here too. A bit of Dutch courage in the casting box, shall we say?
Dutch courage.
And he was driving as well too, of course, Dan. I think Dan's only casting something else, as you said right now, so he's a busy beaver.
He is, yeah. He's off to do the VWSC, so which will be uploaded to the YouTube, to the JPB YouTube channel, so you will be able to watch it when it gets uploaded tomorrow. So there we go.
Tomorrow. Yeah, exactly.
What about this? Where is it? The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar tomorrow. Anyway.
It's turned into a karaoke sing-cast along as you're watching the 150 machine. Speed past this battle that you're watching on your pictures between the Norwegian driver and the Portuguese driver. It's Crips Racing Team, the Pro Sim Esports number 2 team. Let's get to them. Daniel, there's a collision, I think, of Daniel and Alberto there, James. Because
Alberto Zappo, that's the leader.
Something's happened here.
Yeah.
Now, where are they?
There's Dan.
Yeah.
Oh, that was... Went down a tree. Oh, no.
No, you got to wait for the traffic. I think it's good. But why
so
was there 2 involved?
Yeah. Separate.
Oh.
Alberto Gazzapo from MLP is throwing this away when they were near. Oh,
too deep.
No.
Keep it out of the fence, Buck. Yep, keep it out of the fence.
God, blimey, that was close. Can you carry fly the GT3 AM stand-ins? I certainly can.
Flashing like crazy to say, get out of my way. I'm upset after a spin right now, and I don't want to be held up by any GT3s, which it wasn't going to be held up by any GT3s anyway, but they were battling.
Right, so currently in the GT3 AMs, we've got Bruno Sisoli. Now, I need to find out, that's Cabano Esports, I believe, out in front currently at the moment. Rick Wilbrink in second from Priori Simsport Academy. Then in third, you have Jan Alexanders from the Maniti Racing Yellow team. In fourth, you've got Chris Meyer from Austrian Sim Racing Blue. Then Sean Cownley from Team Upstate GT3. Got in 8th place, Ruben Carapato from Protosim Esports. And then behind that, I think Pepe Curtains is still running. Inga Hamburg is still running. Not David Flanagan. I want Daniel Kuhn is still running. Sergio Gomez is running in 10th and 11th respectively. And I think Pinheiro is still going as well. And no, that's the last one. So last runner is Raul Filippo Pinheiro, and he is 53 cars currently on track. So there you go.
Yes, I'll just confirm. I'll just run down to the race control trailer there, James, and see if I get those race control messages sorted out.
Yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah, I know what it is too. I was just about to tell him, but it's all good. Yeah, apologies. That's just because James has been pulling plugs and plugging in things. It's almost like a 1940s, 1970s or 80s switchboard operator, isn't it, for telephones? If anybody's old enough to remember those days when you had to call up and there'd be an operator and they'd have to switch your phone over to something else.
Yes.
We're not that old.
Hey, we're not that old, really. But, you know.
My father worked in telecommunications, mate, but no, they didn't have that. They had relays back then.
Yeah.
Easy. Anyway.
Right, so they should be sorted out now as well for the race control individuals. So they should be up and running again. But it's... Well, we have broken the last hour. We are on the last hour. So here we go.
It's Ryu Felipe Pinheiro. Pinheiro, of course, is a not a corner.
It's the last runner.
It's a corner, isn't it, in Portugal on the Portuguese track as well?
Yeah, it's the last runner on track currently at the moment, Israel Felipe Pinheiro.
Pinheiro, yeah. That is, if I'm not mistaken, it is a Portuguese corner name for the Portugal GP. Get me if I'm wrong.
I tell you why, Zhao, I don't know, to be honest. Zhao, answer to your question is I don't have that information. Give me 2 seconds. Pickles, you keep talking for a minute while I try and resolve an issue.
Keep talking.
Yes, talking. I'm mightily busy, Pickles.
I've been talking for
I haven't got
5 hours and 4 minutes. All right, but we can see the battle. Anyway, I'll just chat to people in the chat at the moment.
Yes,
you can see the actions on the screen. James is going to sort that out. Don't you worry about it. Pit stops coming at the moment there from the Epoch Motorsport team that's running in P4 currently in the hypercar class. You have Nicholas in the Bazinga racing team and the Peaky drivers, not Peaky Blinders, that are also boxing for the LMP2 classes.
You were Peaky
Blinders. Boxing for the
Blinders.
very last time will be in a stretch because you've got 54 minutes remaining in this race, and that gas tank on those cars, that's going to be a massive stretch to bring that to the end.
Yeah. Carry on, Pickles. I'm still there.
Carry on, my wayward son.
Carry on, your wayward son. I'm on my way.
Well, if you could focus on the battle between P12 and P13, just go P13 at the moment because that's obviously Marnix and Nicholas. I think has just got past that. No, you go that one, James. Hit that one. Hit that button. I need to see the battle between those two, if you don't mind.
Hold on a minute. I'm coming up.
All right, stop go penalty for the Bazinga, causing a collision, 169. All right, race control messages are coming up, James, so that's good.
Right,
Not good for the Bazinga team, but...
No, again, unfortunately for them. Nick, who do you want to look at? You were talking about... who did you want to look at?
No, of course, our 110 machine, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, of Marnix, because... They, I believe, just got overtaken. I'm all confused now because of that. Yeah, I believe they just got overtaken before. Yeah. Now you've thrown me off, James. Throw me under a pass.
Throw you off. Get out.
I was looking at the timing was doing that one. It looks like Nicholas has had a moment as well. Nicholas Rodo. Yeah. Now this is traffic,
Is that involving Marnix? Yes.
That was. Oh, that's the reason why Marnix had dropped positions. There it is.
I can't see behind a tree. Let's do that one again without the trees this time.
They were actually battling. That's right. Bazinga Motorsports. This is the reason why Race Control is saying that one, because of that very reason. I was right, James. I knew there was something happening between those two teams.
Drive-through penalty for Blue Chip Racing, LMDH, for causing a collision.
These might have been earlier messages too now being relayed to us in Race Control, so... Yeah, but we definitely know that other incident before was fresh, because that was Marnix, of course, that was on the wrong end of the stick on that incident.
It definitely was there. Right, Zhao, yes, all sorted for you. Okay, so you're showing up in third place. Crackstone, are you interested in a GT3 AM driver interview? We're always interested in interviews. It doesn't matter whether you're AMs, your pros, your LMPs, or your GTPs. If you're Daniel Kuhn in this team all the way down here in 50th place, they're still running and yet they've still come into the booth, so jump in.
You're allowed to if you stop by the drive-through of the KFC on that straight away and bring James and I some...
you have to bring me food.
DM him your order. If you go. But come up and join into the waiting room, mate. We'll love to have a chat with you.
Yeah, come and have a chat. There's no obligation that you have to be winning or leading. You can just come and tell us how you're getting on. So,
Keep an eye on that other battle, mate. Before with Will Brink as well too in, and that's the Portuguese driver just behind. It's Cripps and ProSim. They've been at this for a while now too, haven't they, James? And they probably will be at it for 51 minutes.
Yeah, they're probably going to be honest. There's Cabano Esports there with Bruno Ciccioli. I'm presuming that's the 222 car. Coleman Costa Reis here from the ProSim. And here they are in... What? I've done it. I've sorted it out for you, I think. So if that's what we're on about, we got it. We got there. All right? Technology and people, you know what I mean?
We have, we do have a waiting interview.
Ooh. Let's bring in the driver 375 there. Benedict, good afternoon, Benedict. How are you, buddy?
Good afternoon. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Well, I'm not too bad at all. We've got 50 minutes of a race that we've been at for nearly 5 hours and 10 minutes. It's all good. I don't really see there's an issue. What about you?
Yeah, our race is pretty good. A bit confused because I still don't know if we are now P3 or P4 in the GT3M class.
It says free, P3.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
All right.
Yeah, we had a good race so far. No major incidents, just that one turn you saw before.
Yeah, you hit the wall, didn't you?
Corner.
Yeah,
it was my teammate hit the wall. He touched the gravel with the back wheel and then turned into the wall.
Yeah.
But so far, nothing major. We got a bit damaged now, so our top speed is not completely full. But yeah.
Well, you know,
but
it's
yeah,
been a good run, isn't it?
Benedict. Hello, Benedict. This is Toto Wolf.
Yeah.
Are you from Austria like I am?
Yes, I am.
Okay, there you go. Sorry, I had to throw
Biggles, like seriously.
Austrian
I'm sorry
sim
for that,
racing
Benedict. He just comes in, he does these things for us up here in the booth. I don't know where we find him, to be honest. He had a cup out and I put some money in and then he didn't go away. So, you know. But look, dude, overall, overall, though, your race has been good, though, hasn't it? You've got about your business. You're third overall. You're going to get some nice little dose of points, you know, going onwards and upwards into the next one, though. Are we expecting the same thing?
Yeah, I don't know. We have a lot of drivers that will drive through the season, so I don't know how about the others and other tracks. P3 is definitely not what I expected for myself, so I'm good. And yeah, I hope we will get strong points for the next races as well. So yeah.
No, awesome stuff, Benedict. Thank you so much.
So one question: how do you like our livery?
Your livery?
Yeah. So the paint job on the car.
Yeah. So you got honeycomb blue and white.
I was about to say it's honeycomb-esque, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We decided to now change the colors of the cars in the correct team colors, because normally our cars are red and white, like Austrian flag.
Yeah.
But we decided to like change the colors, and it's like a first try on this livery, and yeah.
No, it looks
and
really
the big
good.
ASR on the side, isn't it? Austrian sim races, of course, so we don't forget you are the
Yeah.
Austrian team.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing we're going to be able to forget them. The name comes up on the bottom corner, Biggles. But, you know, we won't talk about
I'm
that
looking
one.
at the car, not the corner.
Do you see what we have to put? I don't know. No, it looks, to be fair, it looks actually really nice. I do love the honeycomb effect on cars. They do look quite gorgeous at times, don't they, Biggles? Especially when you're mixing them up, the colours. But that looks really nice.
And a spoonful of honey makes the medicine go down. Well, actually, speaking of honey, of course, and you can live off a spoonful of honey every day. The honey there. This team is, you guys are doing good. Thank you very much, of course.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You got
and
Christian
have a nice
in
evening.
control of that car right now, Chris Meyer.
Yeah,
he got the last stint for himself, so I did my 3 hours, and now it's his turn.
Well, 45 minutes left, Benedict. Let's hope he brings the car home in third place, buddy. Well done. And we look forward to catching up with you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
And I think they might have to box soon too as well. They box on lap 65. The car up the road there, Leo Racing Team, on 75 there, James.
Yeah, they want to box now. They want to be really boxing now. They don't really want to run that till the end of the fuel load, because they're going to end up mad splashing dashing. If they've got somebody in from there, they want to come round and do it, box at the same time. Because the last thing you want to be doing is boxing well out of the way there. Look, here currently at the moment, Alex Gould is leading the GT3 Pros, even though we know Leo Racing has pitted on lap 77. So he knows he's got to pit again. Where that
I got a quick question for you, James. There you are. Right on cue.
So he's not got to pit
I
again.
got a quick question for you, James, because Tom just came into the pit road before, right, and got that pit stop done. There was also another. I think that was another team. Now, are they got enough with 46 minutes to go to the end for the Altitude Esports team?
Yeah. They might have to lift a little bit, but they're not going to be. They've got 3.5 minutes here, but they can lift and coast for a while. They've got to pull about 5 minutes, so they've got to get a lap at least. I would have thought. As Neil Kors jumps back in the chicane online racing red team. Guilherme Costa Riaz is still moving through there as well. So Guilherme from the Protosim Esports team.
So you thinking right now we're looking at the last round of pit stops for a majority of the teams and drivers? We'll see.
Yeah, I think Cabano with Bruno now needs to be looking at the fact that they went in on 66. So they've been out for a good 22 laps now. They really want to be thinking about going in now, because what they will do is that if they run that right the way to the end, they might have to go in 20 minutes to go or whatever. They should be due in, to be fair, though, very, very shortly. So they want to be looking at going in now. That will give Chicane Online Racing Red probably near enough. They're going to come out near enough together, I would have thought, on the racetrack. And as for Fury Simsport Academy, where they're just flying along in the GT3 AMS at the moment, you know, it says 4.2 kilometres, but we'll obviously wait till they come out of pits and see what the timing difference is going to be. So from their point of view, they're doing a stellar job as well. We know the LMPs can get about 40 to 45 minutes. Excuse me. So for Albert Garcia here, he went in on lap 76. So only 12 laps, 14 laps ago. So he's possibly, we know that he's going to have to possibly splash and dash as well. Leo Racing went in on lap 88. They should be good to the end. Vincent Usums from Platinum Racing Team Blue went in on lap 77. So only a lap later than the guys in from the XPD. So it's possible that they would have to stop again as well before the end of the race. If Sangali went in just a minute ago on 88, he should be good to the end. He might have to do a little bit of lift and coasting, but there's a possibility that that one would wrap up. As for Dadswell, well, he's 3.5 minutes. He can afford, he's got a pit stop and a half in his back, so he should be good for that one as well. So, yeah, that's current situation.
That's interesting, yeah, because some of these teams you just said that I think they're now risking it on the final chance now of that pit stop. You took it, you either take it now, you took it before, and then see how you're going to stretch it out towards the end, as you'd mentioned there, because you know you're talking about drivers like XBB Emerald Racing there, the leader of the LMP2 class. They box on lap 76. Everybody else around them 77s, 80s, things like that. So are they scheduled in there? Can they stretch it to the end? All that sort of stuff. You don't want to be running out of fuel in the last lap unless you've got a nice gap. That's another one to look at. Bazinga Motorsports had to go through and serve a drive-through penalty, I believe, but they're actually in there at the moment, still sitting in pit road for some time there, and that's the
they stop and go,
essentially
didn't
the
they?
last of the LMP2's the class.
Oh no, that was Delta Racing. I got to stop and go. So
yeah, Bazinga must be repairing something at the moment, mate, because they are
If you're going to sit here and say out of everybody who's got the opportunity to win the LMP, it's Leo Racing. Partly because they don't have to stop again. They were 12 laps later than Garcia. They were 11 laps later than Ossoms. So technically they haven't got to stop again and should be able to make it to the end from when they did stop. You know, 6 minutes ago gives them around about 48 minutes. The average is about 45. So as I say, apart from a little bit of lift and coasting, this should be Leo Racing's victory because of the other's pit stop. And then the Garcia's only 14 seconds up the road. Ossoms is 13 seconds back. So from their point of view, Sangali is looking like he's in prime spot at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. Once again, I mean, I've already seen Leo team win a championship before this week, and well, they're going to win this championship at the moment. They're going to be looking at winning the race in their class for sure. Yeah, you're right, Alberto Garcia. You got to imagine they have to go back in the pit road, isn't it? Considering lap 76.
Yeah, man, I would be surprised if he's due in due in soon. I would have
Octopus
thought.
Racing Team are in currently at the moment too, James, from the hypercar class. Now, do they have a magic gap over the Magic Arrow team, really?
No,
Who
they've got
have
30
boxed?
seconds.
Oh,
Arrow
so they
boxed at
might lose this
87.
position.
Yeah, it's going to be tight for this. It's whether or not Arrow have got to pit again. It doesn't matter so much about altitude. They're out in front, winning by miles. They can go in pits, get a cup of tea, sit down, turn around, come out, do a dance, and then get back in the car and still be out in front. So, you know, it ain't going to matter for them. But it is going to be, Magic's gone through now. They pitted on 87, which was 3 laps ago, so 9 minutes, 49, 50 minutes in an LMP. Yeesh.
Ooh, yeah, that's stretchy, that one. That's even with lifting and coasting. But could you afford to lift and coast right now with the Octopus Racing Team coming out with some fresh boots and some fresh gas?
No.
We'll see. That'll be spicy. I'd say 40 minutes will definitely start to come up with something here later on as you're watching the battle. That's not a battle for position at the moment. That's a Magic Arrow. That's just getting past one of the lap cars.
Yeah, no, I would look at the fact that now, from Magic Arrow's point of view, they went in on 87 9 minutes ago, so they've done probably 4 laps. So I would now just either got 2 options. They either push it like an absolute banshee to try and open up that time, or they sit back and think, do we take a quick splash and dash now? That's going to be the thing. We're on par with everybody else. Do we splash and dash now?
That's a good question for the chat. Mark, it's out there. Stefan, Joe, and everybody else, like Crankstone. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting strategy, isn't it? I mean, yeah, crank it like mad, as you said. Just give it everything you got, and then you're gonna have to box because you're just chewing through that gas, or lift and coast. That is. I think now is the decision you have to be making it, isn't it? You don't want to be waiting. We've got 40 minutes to go. You don't want to be waiting about that one with 10 or 15 to go.
No, unless he's timed up and ready, and he's sat there saying, right, I can get this amount of laps out of this amount of work, and I could do this and that. You know, he'll know from his black box. Aaron will know what's going on in that car. He's got a black box that tells him your fuel is so and so, so and so. So he'll have that rough idea and he'll know what's going on, but he'll also need to work out whether or not he's going to make it. If he isn't going to make it, when do you go in? Do you push or do you not? Do you stay to the end and hope for a quick splash and dash at the end and try and open up that gap of enough time? Because at the moment, he hasn't got enough time. It's 27 seconds there as well.
I think you answered that question. Somebody's answering the question out there, the Joe, I think, in the chat, which is fantastic, which is the Joe was just confirming the question about that one that you're talking about. So if you pit for a splash, he says, you gain around 20 to 25 seconds on the last pit stop. That's if you pit for a splash. But we're kind of asking the question of, do you continue? Sergio Gomez, I think, had a little bit of a moment there, James, as well, too. Where's Sergio?
Yeah, he did.
Yep. The Peaky Drivers GT3.
Oh, no. It's going to spin it round to the right.
Yeah.
There we go.
Very lucky that the LMP2 car behind there was on the racing line and should be good to go. Nobody else got. Yeah. No drivers were injured in this video.
In the filming of this commercial.
In this film, no drivers were injured, just to let everybody know at the end.
No drivers were injured in this film.
Disclaimer messages, of course, at the end. Yep.
I think that's what we need to put in as well, don't we, in the bottom of the box. You know, no drivers were injured in the making of this film.
Well, here we go. We knew this car had to go in.
We knew XPD had to go in. Now, the question for XPD is, where is... excuse me. Sangali is coming through the Ford curbs, right? So he should, technically, unless Blasco... He's not even stopped. Sangali is going to take this lead. And that would be my shoe-in for the victory on that one. Would be Michel Sangali, because I think everybody else is
my friend. The Italianos, yeah.
Vincent Ossermans as well.
Italia. Well, maybe I'll sing it later if they do cross the line and win this one.
Yeah, I think Vincent may have to stop again, so be between Vincent Ossermans and the XBD for second place, I think.
And maybe we had Norman in the waiting room, the 55 car, to have a bit of a chat. Maybe Norman can clarify some of the strategies we're talking about there, James.
There you go. Norbert, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
No worries.
How are you?
I'm not bad. We were just talking about you. Well, not you.
I know.
So tell us where you at. Are you got a splash and dash?
I mean, it's gonna be very tight. It depends on the lead car, but it's gonna be tight, for sure. Also for Octopus, it's gonna be very tight.
So do you think you're relying on altitude to finish another lap before you've got to go in? Do you need altitude to get past you to stop you having to take that extra lap?
I mean, if I'm honest, we shot ourselves in the leg early in the race. We had some minor mistakes from our side. We had a 1 lap shorter stint by accident. And we also had a pit entry moment, which gave us a 40 seconds penalty. So we put ourselves into this situation, but I think we're doing very well. And we are happy either way where we're finishing this race, because I think the guy's doing very well.
Are you nervous right now for your team?
A tiny bit, but you know, I checked the entry list. Out of 12 LMDH teams, we were ranked number 9, and we are now on P2. So I think that's very impressive. And regardless where we finish this race, we can just look ahead for the next 5 tracks. So we are very happy with ourselves right now.
And just before I pass it over to James there for a question there, you'd have to say your current driver at the moment, which is Erwin, I think.
Aaron,
yeah.
Yeah. It's a 2.5k I rating too, so compared to some of the big guns that have been in the team, that's a very, very good performance there. And good boost,
I mean, Balázs and Aaron are very good LMDH drivers from us. Balázs is also 2.6k. I don't think...
driving out way out of your class at the moment, which is fantastic for a P2 potentially, of course.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm very happy with the team, how the team is driving. Also, Kuhn did a very good job, and he is also, I think, 2.6k.
So, you haven't given much away, right? I'm not going to lie, you've kept your cards close to your chest here. You haven't, you know you're laughing because you know I've picked up on it as well. You haven't said whether or not you've got to splash and dash.
You really want to know it, right?
I think you have. I think
the public want to know at the moment.
I personally
if we get 2 more likes, maybe James will reveal the answer. I don't know. Get some thumbs up on that one.
Do you want entertainment or not? You know.
So he has said. Right. Okay. So you have. Right. Okay. That sums it up, because I did wonder whether
he didn't
or not...
answer. He didn't say he was.
Well,
he said, "Do you want?"
I didn't say anything. I just asked if you want entertainment or not. If you want entertainment, why should I vote entertainment
right now?
Right.
I'm sorry.
Typical media.
Yeah, well, that's my job as a media representative, to make stories up as I go along, okay? Did you not know that? Do you not read the media nowadays? I reckon that you've got to go in and splash and dash. Stepan Severia hasn't got to go in again, and you two are going to come out side by side after your pit stop, but it's going to be a straight sprint for the last 5 minutes.
Yep.
How far
Answer
off
that
am I?
one, Norbert. Is it going to be entertaining? Yes, it sounds like it will be.
I mean, it is a scenario which can happen, yes.
Listen to you. It's a scenario.
Yeah.
In other words, James, you're correct.
I mean, we are 4 laps into the stint, and Octopus is 2 laps into the stint. I can say anything I want. They cannot change the strategy. P3 cannot change the strategy now. So.
Okay, well, let's
we have strategy, and you'll be perfectly fine. I would imagine.
Yeah, don't get it wrong.
No, we have to splash and dash.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
right.
it's a confirmation live. Okay, Twitter's blowing up right now.
Oh wow, yeah.
Hashtag
manipulating
Magic
the odds.
Arrow have to splash and dash.
But
All
they
right.
don't. I bet you one thing they're not going to do. You're not going to take tyres, are you?
No, that makes no sense.
No, it makes no sense at all. Splash and dash, quick sprint to the end. They're going to come out together. Norbert?
I think Octopus has to do the same as well.
You've heard it live on air.
I don't know.
And if they don't, unless he's doing reverse psychology, James, and saying they're going to do it and they don't do it.
The thing is, though, right, he's put it in there now, like in a little inception tablet in your head, that Octopus have to do the same. I don't think...
It's very easy, because they are now on a 2-lap stint, and there is at least 10 laps left to do. to do more than a 11 lap stint with LMDH, you have to save an extra 0.4 liters a lap.
Yeah.
Which will slow down you significantly.
Yeah.
And I think we have a gap now of 27 seconds. So if they choose to do that, then we can extend the gap and maybe have a sprint for the last 2-3 laps. But we will see.
All right. Well, let's see what happens. I'm interested.
Yeah, me too. It's very exciting racing for P2 and 3.
Absolutely. Thank you, Norbert, for joining me and bringing to the drama of headline news here on the JPB YouTube channel for the last little LMDH place on the podium. So, Norbert, been a pleasure as always, buddy. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me, and I would like to shout out to all the GT drivers. I'm also myself more like a GT driver, and I like how they keep it clean.
Awesome stuff. Well, there you go. Thank you so much, bud, and catch up with you soon.
Thanks for having me, and keep this nice job going.
Thank you. Take care.
Cheers.
Oh, told you. I told you.
James, that's the question, is it? To box or not to box? They be the question.
They be the question, and it's being answered as we speak, because he's just confirmed, yes, they need to splash and dash. Zhao Reese, depends on the delta in terms of which lap each team stop. Oh, it's getting good. It's getting good.
James, you did call it, didn't you? You said, you know, your little snooze fest in the middle of the race. Although I think that's actually been quite exciting. This is more exciting generally than a Formula 1 race. But yeah, it's crunch time. If you're not tuning in right now for the final 30 minutes of this race, you're going to miss some crazy action. This is the first race, of course, for the Platinum Endurance Championship too. So you want to set a statement, don't you, James? You want to say, okay, like for example, Altitude Esports, we're the ones to beat. All right, who else are the ones to beat? Who wants a podium? All the other classes. What statements do you want to set? How do you want this one to pan out? Because you've committed yourself 5 hours and 30 minutes. All the teams, all the members, the family have to put up with you as well too. Remember, so it's more than just the drivers on track. Your wives have to put up with you and stuff like that. Girlfriends.
Always thank
Pets
the wives
as well too. You're denying your pet. Like if your dog's been asking to take you for a walk for the last couple of hours, and you're like, hey, I'm racing, dog. Things like that, James. But yeah.
Always thank the wife. Okay? That's one thing. When you come in for an interview, if you don't leave here without thanking the wife or girlfriend for allowing you time on your sim racing rig to sit here and do this for 6 hours, you definitely are in trouble when you get off it.
Boyfriend, we forgot.
Oh, yes.
There could be chicks racing as well to anybody, you know?
Yeah, all right, and boyfriends, and, you know, every other politically correct thing that we're supposed to mention when we talk about things like that. But you know what I all mean, right? So let's just go from there. So we'll see how it goes, but definitely come in and make sure you thank everybody in the whole entire world who has allowed you to race. We are coming in.
Somebody said.
All the parents.
And they can confirm the dog situation. I knew it.
Yeah, all the parents.
You don't mess with the pets, my friend. You don't mess with the parents. You don't mess with the pets. You don't mess with the wives. You don't mess with you. Right. James, you summed it all up.
Yeah, and you don't mess with my tummy because I'm so hungry.
And you don't mess. Yeah, you don't mess with. Oh, I got your tummy. I was about to say you don't mess with James when he's hungry, but he's like, get in my belly. I'm hungry.
I'm going down McDonald's after this. I got to be honest. I am not cooking dinner now. I'm going down McDonald's. I'm so hungry.
Just rubbing into my face all the time.
Well, I could go to Greg's to get a sausage roll if you really want.
Oh no, James, that's it. I'm out.
It's
been a pleasure. I'll watch this race later on.
I'll watch the ending as I sit at home, whereas we are in 27 minutes. We have sat here for 5.5 hours on my chair watching some great racing, and it's come down to the end here for second and third in the GT3 Pros. Ready to go here. Wow. This is going to be an ending and a half, this, I think.
Yeah, I tell you what, right now, this is the opportunity there. If you guys want to come and have a chat to us, as many of the other fantastic gladiators have around here, your time is now, because it's going to get too heated up towards later on that we're going to probably even get a second to ask any questions. So now's the time if you want to come in and give us a feedback about how your team's doing or how your team will be doing, if you'll be splash and dashing or not. Let us know.
Yeah, give up your secrets,
Otherwise,
guys.
You won't have time later on. So the Leo Racing team is in, James.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the battle, remember, for the top of the timesheets in the LMP2 class. You kind of think that they have this one in the bag, but we don't really know yet, of course.
We think they do. We think they do. This car is just coming round Arnage. So XPD, they've got a long way to go before they even catch anywhere near up by Leo. I think Leo is going to come out with about a good 6-7 seconds. However, they are in there for a very long time, mind you.
I think they might be doing like an extra minute or so repairs, just pushing it so that they know they've got the pace towards the end. Is something like that happens?
I would not be doing that now. And they would have been, you need to get out. You literally need to get out because XPD are there. XPD are there.
Yeah, they're not going to get out in time, James.
Why are you not out? They're there.
They're not out in time, James.
They're out. The XPD have got through. How?
Yes, they have.
On a minute 8 stop.
You thought the book was closed on this story, my friend. It is not. It is certainly not. And now they got a lot of work to do on track. I think they might have taken. There was a longer pit stop. I think they took a little bit longer, James. Now, yeah, because they might have just wanted to have the extra pace.
Yeah, but 3 laps of fuel resulted. They were only 5 seconds behind them of fuel. And their lap time their pit stop was at 1:13. The guys at XPD, the guys at Leo just did a 1:08. And they've stopped 3 laps later. That's 9 minutes of fuel. They should have been in and out.
Did they miss their pit stop entrance at all? I mean, I don't know if you could replay that one. Did they miss their pit stop?
That didn't work out. That doesn't work out. Don't get me wrong. I know I'm bad at maths, but I don't think I'm that bad. Oh, wow.
Sorry, there's a lot of horns blowing in the background there, so I had to beat myself a little bit there, James.
That's all right. Sengar, they driver swap. No, they didn't driver swap. Yeah, because it was Sangali in the car there, so they drive.
So let's have a look how they crawl into their pit stop location, because sometimes you can miss it easily. It's not. It's something that, unless you're familiar with iRacing, you can easily miss your pit stop sometimes.
It was Sangali in the car, yeah?
Yeah, at the jump. Yeah, you're right. No, this is Gianpaolo. He's in the car. Did he reverse? No.
They driver swapped.
Oh, did they? Yes.
I don't get why you would do that with 25 minutes to go.
Well, they've got a bit of work to do, James. They have a bit of work. They have 7 seconds to get it done in 23 minutes. I think they might be confident there that Tifosi might be able to support them. All the Tifosi have come from Italy here to El Firenze. That's what's going to happen right now. Look at that battle. Roaring up to P2.
25 minutes to go. Bio
hey, James,
break.
Get over it.
I am. I'm just.
You got to think like an Italian, mate.
No, I don't know. I'm thinking like Tom Dadswell, bathroom break maybe, but I don't get why that would even take place because that just adds time. Never mind. I'll stop talking.
Well, have a look at this one because this is the team we're talking about before. Remember SimVision?
Yeah.
Now they're up the absolute rear end of the Chicane Online Racing Red Team. But the Chicane Online Racing Red Team boxed on lap 78, lap 70 there. Felipe in the SimVision team. Now, they should be able to run in the end, you think, right? I'd imagine.
Well,
or do you need
26 laps in already.
Yeah. I don't know, mate. I'm just thinking about this one because they were on a completely different strategy here, and that's a crucial battle for P2, this class.
I love the fact that Dan Redcoat's now in chat, and it's just got James's brain has exploded, where Tom Dadswell's just put Code Brown.
Hey, damn, Redcoat, I beat you. I'm first. Hey, good to see you as well too, Dan. Damn, mate. I like how Dan took 5 hours and 37 minutes to get here, but Dan's he's here. He's here.
I don't know. He's in the booth for the last 22 minutes. He's done the Formula One, hasn't he? He watched the beginning secretly, went asleep, and then woke up and watched the end. So, yeah, I mean.
Hey, Mark, it's your time to come up in the chat, Mark. Oh, in a second, please. You promised us. You said you were going to come chat to us after your drive. Here we go.
Well, he kind of said after the race if it went well.
Well, I'm hyping it up, mate.
Okay.
They are in the hypercars, so let's hype it up a little bit. You come and
hype it up.
Keep an eye on this one. You have a little bit of time, mate, because we get under 15 minutes to go on the race. We're not going to be able to allow anybody else in for a chat until after.
Christian Glamster.
The Glamstar, my friend.
Christian Glamster from Crooks Racing Blue. And Gulahan Costa Reyes from Protosim Esports.
Your Norwegian's not very good, is it?
No. Really? Is your English?
You better practice
Is your
to it, mate,
English?
because you'll be heading to Sweden in a little bit, so it's not too far from Norway, mate.
Oh, well, hopefully. You never know. Batch has put Greg's Southern Fried Chicken Baguette. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, he's doing that to you. He's teasing
Yeah,
you
but I
there,
can go
James,
down.
and why
The
not?
difference is I can go down the road and worry about McDonald's at the end of my roundabout. You know what I mean? It probably takes me longer if I'm really lazy, and longer in the car than it does to
James,
walk.
I could just walk out in the street and just give one of my maid or something like $20 and cook me up a nice dinner.
You get out. You wish you can.
I could do that as well.
Yeah, maybe.
All right.
He found out someone was putting pineapple on his pizza.
Oh, not that again.
Mark, ouch. And that's why they driver swapped for XBD and Leo. So, ouch.
Nice one.
I only just noticed you guys were streaming. I apologise. I'll do better next time. We'll turn on a notification bell. It would have let you know about 6 hours ago.
That's a warning penalty to you there, Redcoat, okay? You were under a warning.
You would have been told about 6 hours ago that we went live with this one. Mind you, you might have been asleep, so I'll give you that one.
He did a notification bell, James.
No, he didn't. So that's the important thing, guys. When you do subscribe, don't forget to turn on the notification bell, because trust me, we've got a lot of racing going on. So much racing going on.
And James, trust me, I'm not lying about this. I turn the notification bell on so I know when I have to cast. Honestly.
So I know when I've got to turn up.
Because James says, okay, it's going to be whatever UK time, and of course I'm not in the UK time, I'm in the America's time, and I'm like, whatever that is. So I'm like, you know what, James, I'll just hit the notification bell, look at the YouTube stream and go, okay, I got an hour and change, I'll turn up and be ready to go. See?
They've lapped them.
It works.
Altitude have just lapped Magic Arrow.
Ooh.
So Altitude are the only one. So Magic Arrow's now got to go a lap less, which is what we were talking to Norbert about.
Yes, you're right.
Because I said, are you waiting to be lapped? All these secrets you guys don't think I pick up on, I'll tell you. That's why I'm in the booth and not in the car. I do so much better. So it's going to be interesting.
James secretly works for the CIA.
Yeah.
And what is it in the UK that you have for your
MI5.
MI5, yeah.
They're
That's
not
what you
very
do for your-
secret considering we know where they're based. You know what I mean? It really makes no
you
difference.
actually work for them, but now, then again, they do know. So the
Well,
NSA and all that sort of stuff.
The NSA, National Security Agency.
Yeah.
In the UK.
Well, they are part of it. Talk to what's his name, Edward Snowden. Didn't they spy in on you guys in the UK anyway? Listen, the kid out of that one.
I
Let's go
don't
back to the
know,
motor
to be honest
racing.
with you. It's ridiculous, some of the things that they say here as well. Christian Glaumister, why are you registering as a pro, as an AM, when you're a pro?
Talk to the powers that be. 13 and 14 in the positions battling on there. You can see the little indicators on the windscreens as it gets darker and darker as the sun is no longer going to be on the horizon here in Le Mans. So there's your battles that are brewing, of course. And I'll tell you what, everybody's excited in my neighborhood, mate. You can hear all the cheering. You can hear all the horns and going off in the background. Over the sounds of a V8 car.
Now, Christian is actually down as an AM.
We'll sort that out post-race, of course.
We'll
talk
do.
to the
I just have
powers that be.
my own little dilemma drama as we go along here.
I thought you were snacking down a Big Mac, mate. That's what I thought.
I'm doing that after. Like, you literally sit there and think I'm joking, right? When I talk about I'm going to go for a McDonald's, I am actually going for a McDonald's. Like, straight up.
Did you hear what Brian just said?
No.
What's been promised apparently out of here?
That's what was promised us, to sing us a song for a lap. What should it be?
Well, I mean, if he's from where was it? Where's he from again? That's Georgia, right? So you'd be like a Georgian song, like Georgian folk song or something.
Northern Ireland, you douche.
I know where he's from. I'm just messing with it. Sing some Northern Irish classic track.
I want to hear Annie. The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar roll tomorrow.
Don't steal the spotlight away from Tom, James. Okay.
That's what I want to hear coming out of his mouth. So please don't forget to record it as well. All right.
Well, it's on recorded on YouTube, so it's now. All right, now panning down to about 16 minutes to go, James. It's flying pretty quickly. What is the situation panning out? A little bit of a recap in the different divisions at the moment to let everybody know.
Yeah, 2 seconds. So we've got people in situations of splashes and dashes. Now, it's whether or not they've got to is going to be the different scenario, right? Splash and dash. Now, the problem with that is now they've just been lapped. So they've got to do one less lap. So it's whether or not they actually have or whether or not it was just being thrown out. It's like that give a dog a bone kind of situation. And whether or not it was actually going to be thrown out that he has got to splash and dash. So it's going to be an interesting one to see whether or not he actually has. I think that's going to be the question here today as well. So, you know, and as for the other championships, well, you can see the gap. Fury Simsport Academy 1 minute 41 ahead. Leo Racing 1 lap ahead. XPD 6 seconds ahead. That was something that I was not expecting, but we know that already. I've made that perfectly clear that I was not expecting the fact that you know, XPD was going to take so long in the pit stop, to be fair. So, you know, I'm a little bit confused by the situation here, and whether or not XPD is going to wrap this up or whether or not them guys in the background with 14 minutes remaining are going to make a difference and try and challenge on that 6 seconds. Personally, can't see it. Tom Dadswell for Altitude here, out in front, led for a while. No real issues at all, to be fair. Got out in front, smashed it with Mark Hutchinson as well, and Brian Lyons in there. So there we go. Absolutely smashed it from them. In the GT3 AMS, Leo and Online Racing Red. 43-second gap at the moment. Leo really should go on to finish. They did pit 22 laps ago. They've got about another 4 laps maybe left. They should be good for that time because they pitted within that 45-minute mark. Niels Carl Chicane Online Racing Red is done already. In the AMS, Rick Wilbrink, Fury Simsport's got about a minute and 5 back to Stefan Schuster from Maniti Racing Yellow. There as well. Again, Roy Rink pitted on lap 80, so he should be good to the end of the race. And that's pretty much where we're at currently at this moment in time. It should be Fury Simsport Academy in the AMS. It should be Leo in the pros. It should be Altitude in esports in the GTB, and then in the LMP it's the XPD Leo. I think Leo may have just chuffed that up with a pit stop, so I think it could be XPD.
And maybe the second time I'll be talking to the Leo team this week in the GT3s. But real quick there, mate, Dominic, we might get Dominic in here. Dominic, you have a couple of minutes if we do bring in Dominic. Give us a bit of an update of that situation.
You do that with Dominic a minute. I'm just going to nip and I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay, yep. James will be back in a second. So I got you in the casting booth with me, Dominic. Now, it's coming crunch time. Feedback, please. What is the situation?
Yeah, P5. I'm happy. And yeah, we have no problems. At least for now.
There's a massive smash up the road there. Tom's out, and Magic Arrow's out. Octopus Racing have smashed it in Epoch, so you're... No, I'm kidding. That's
what?
Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm just messing with you, my friend. You guys are doing good. Any chance at all? I think you're a little bit too far down the road, aren't you, to really do anything about... yeah, you're a couple laps, actually, from the Epoch Motorsport team. Motorsport team.
Two laps down to the next car, yeah.
So just bring it home now, you would say on the radio to Nico, just bring it home, avoid everything. You've done 5 hours and 47 minutes. You don't want to have any incidents right now, 12 minutes ago.
Yeah, basically, we are doing safe strat now. Don't risk anything. We have a close call with GT3. It was, I think, the Chicane GT3, the orange one. Where we've got
that's the 242, I think, Ferrari there of Niels, the Chicane Online Race. This Chicane Online Racing red team.
Oh, was it me? I have to check it again.
That's fine. But yeah, you guys just have to bring it home and then celebrate a nice P5. Now you started P5 and you're finishing a P5, so you really can't say you did anything And surviving an endurance race, of course, and that's something that doesn't happen very often, is it? You get to finish in the same position that you start in.
Yeah, it gives confidence for the next races because we know we have the pace to do like podium, and yeah.
And it's giving you a bit of a boost in your I rating as well, too, right? Considering you guys were about the 2.5k hovering, and then.
Yeah, and I have like a 3.4k.
Okay.
So yeah, we have a decent average I rating in the team.
We were talking about this earlier when I was trying to get my head around the I rating, because the Leo Racing team at the moment currently leading their class. It's a 7.6k rating. Now you kind of, it was like, you know, how do you continue to improve your I rating when you're so high? You know, you have to beat people around you with that I rating stuff. So it's only going to be a more chunk of points, I'd say, for your I rating than perhaps some of the other drivers that do have a higher I rating, right?
Yeah, they struggle to get more points, but I think they have 7k for a reason.
Yeah.
So like you know Alexander Spetz, right?
Yeah, yep. I believe so.
Yeah. Did you saw 1 or 2 races of him where he started at first and dominated it? So that's basically how they get it, because they have an I rating that's
and Magic
above
Arrow's
average.
in. Magic Arrow's in. So we didn't think they could make it.
No.
This is the splash and dash that we were talking about. James should be back in a minute. This is the splash and dash that we were definitely trying to get out of the drivers, weren't we? And it is confirmed.
Yeah.
So now,
and they're coming
James
through.
is back.
Yeah, Seven Severia's coming through the final 4 chicanes. Can they be in and out within that time? He's coming around the final corner.
Sure.
Could be close one.
They've got him.
They won't get the exit speed. No way.
No, they're out. He's going to be there. It's going to be close.
Can he get on the power?
It's going to be close. He's got him.
Ooh.
Oh, he got him. Oh, sorry,
So
I
now
got a bit
9
excited.
minutes to go. That's a lot of a gap to catch up. You might have to settle on that that P3 position there for the Magic
He's
Arrow.
got 3 seconds for the Magic Arrow to pick up here, and whether or not they're going to be able to get this done there as well. So, anyway, what did I miss? Anything exciting? What's going on as we go into the last 8 minutes?
He just explained it, James. We stepped out.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, thank you very much for coming in, Dominic. Much love.
I lost it. So.
That's all right, bud. You know where it's all. Should be finishing 4th, though, mate. Overall, not a bad day considering.
Yeah, like I said, it's a confident boost, and if we didn't have that incident like in the first lap, so we definitely would be in a podium position, I guess.
Yeah, definitely as well. So it's going to be exciting. Oh, this traffic is going to play major here for Stefan Severia. He's caught it in really the wrong time. Behind them, you can see the double lights of the BMW further back. It is going to be Aaron Avenat from Octopus Racing Team from Magic Arrow. What is he going to be able to do here? Anyway, Dominic, we're going to let you go while I get excited for the end of this race. You don't want to be sat here listening to me get all excited.
I want to say like one shout out to my team, Writers Engineering, and one LMP2 spun. I check it.
Yeah, you're right, correct. It's Lemmy. So the gap between P2 and P3 is about 1 second and change there, James, as well, too, because they're really putting that on.
Yeah, they definitely are. This is going to be the battle, I think, buddy. So, Dominic, no worries. Have you done with your shout-outs, bud?
Yeah, it's just the team.
Okay, mate. Awesome stuff.
Out.
Well, we'll let you go.
And also, the Peaky drivers also did an overtake, I believe, from 7 and 8 as well, too, James. So remember, there's more action in the LMP2s as well.
Yeah, we're going to let Dominic go. Dom,
enjoy the finish.
Enjoy the finish. Bye, mate.
Cheers.
Oh, hold on, Dom. There we go. He's gone. Right, we'll get to the end of this one as well. The Marnik Heister and Lemmy are literally... Peaky Blinders LMP2, sorry, are 7 and 8. Cito Ferra for the Peaky Drivers has overtaken Lemmy, and that's because Lemmy went off track. And this is why Lemmy's gone off track.
I was wondering what happened, James. Yeah, let's have a look.
Oh,
That's not a place to go off track, is it? With 6 minutes to go.
No, definitely not. So that's why Lemmy's off track. That's why the Peaky Blinders managed to get him, and that's the situation.
Oh, and the gap's getting down as well, too. James, look at this. They got it done under a second. They're definitely giving everything here. Magic Arrow, of course, versus the Octopus Racing Team. For the dying stages, they have about, 2-3 laps at best, James, to get everything done.
Yep, it is now, as they said in chat, hammer time for Aaron. He's got to try and catch him up. 1.43 seconds currently at this moment in time as we're going into lap 100 here as well. Lap 100 matched 100 live viewers we hit earlier on as well. So thank you very much for that one. Do not pretend that you got to go because you have not here as well. So this is it. Can the Magic Arrow chase down these guys?
That's what I said. The darkness is going to take effect for sure as well, too, because it has gone very, very dark. And just to let you know, the timing tower is not really updated correctly, as you just mentioned. Listen to us. We'll let you know about that one. It's not a 4-second gap or something like that. The gap currently at the moment between P2 and P3 for the hypercar class is a second on the bubble. And you can see both the cars in the picture. And more difficult, driving with 5 minutes to go to steal a P2 position will be the key that's going through the drivers' minds.
Yeah, also, though, we've got this Peaky Blinders battle taking place as well. Lemmy's passed the Peaky Blinders again, but it will be about Stefan Severia and whether or not he's going to be able to come out in front here as well. 1 minute on the clock remaining, and it's 1 minute on the clock, 4 minutes on the clock, and we've got a second gap at the moment. This gap, however, is 0.1. There he goes. He pulls out. That GT3, not going to get it done. The gap's below a second now as well. We'll jump in board with Aaron in the cockpit. That's what he's seeing in the darkness of Le Mans. So there we go.
Yeah. And you got to remember, they boxed for... Oh, Tom's going in, but then again, they had that pit stop in the window, so that's not really a little stressed on that one. But the race leader has a gap, not a problem.
It's got like practically a whole lap.
Octopus Racing Team boxed on lap 89, lap 98 for Magic Arrow. So we are suspecting the Octopus Racing Team is probably going to have to coast it a little bit, right, James, for fuel?
Yeah, they reckon they might have to, but I can't see them needing it unless they're really going to be coasting this. They're not going to get the extra gap on. He needs to make that move. You need to go. You need to go. You need to go. You can't stop. Here we go.
This is when if you're in the if you're in the other classing teams at the moment, the other racing class teams, this is when you just kind of completely get out of the way, unless you're in a close battle yourself. But
yeah, if you're not, move it.
Yeah,
politely.
You got to move it. Yeah, because I mean, it's same thing as well too. If these guys were so far apart and it was a massive GT3 battle, then you would be moving out of the way. Anyway, either way, gonna get back onto the racing line. Doesn't really stick to the racing line. Did you see that? Just kind of stuck with the middle a little bit there, but still actually gained a little bit. I'm wondering, can you go on board as well too? Because of Stephanie, because I honestly think they are struggling on. They're saving fuel or something. Let's have a listen, James. What do you think about clutch engagement, whatever?
Yeah, we'll see when he comes down now. They're currently heading into the Porsche curves. It's a shame we don't know.
Drivers out there, of course, that are tuning in, they're going to be well aware of this, James.
Yeah.
Looks... Now, see how flat you go out of the corner as well.
No, he's not lifting. He can't lift this late on. No way.
All
We're going to have one more. I think there's going to be one and one more, if I'm not mistaken. I think Dadswell come out. Yeah, he's halfway down the back of the Mulsanne, so I think there's going to be one more after this one. Oh, get it hooked up. Don't do that. Oh,
yeah. Well, yeah, a little bit obviously. Now, what about the traffic up at the road? Because that's the only thing I think at the moment that Erwin can have here to help him out here.
It's got 4 cars, 7 and 8 of the AMs and an LMP2 in there. There's the first one. Oh, he's got.
It's going to be crucial to catch these cars at the right time as they go underneath the Dunlop Bridge.
He needs to get.
See right now.
He needs to get them on a straight. That's the only real opportunity that he's going to have. He needs to hit the traffic on the straight, I think, here as well. He's going to pull in with that draft, but that car's going to have the GT3 draft in front. It's not going to be as much as it would normally, but this is going to be
That's the closest that they've been, James. This is a potential run. Are they going to catch this GT3 before the end of
Oh, they're going to split him. They're going to go either side.
Yeah, they're going to go around.
He's going to be the meat in the sandwich. Here we go. This is the battle for second place. And here's Magic Arrow. I've got him.
Oh, using the traffic brilliantly. Now it's crunch time, of course. Now, you know, Octopus Racing want to take this one back as quickly as possible. The problem is only a minute and change to go. Pending whether or not Barney's going to wave that white flag. They know it. Now, more traffic up the road can come into play. A switcheroo could be on the cards there, James. But look at this. 5 hours at 58 minutes, and we're coming down to crunch time between P2 and P3 in the hypercar class.
Yeah, and we are literally on the verge of this is it. This is the only thing that is saving Stefan Severia at the moment. It's got to be getting... No, you needed to clear that car. You needed to clear that car.
Confirm,
I think. Magic Arrow, yeah, he needs to clear it.
Yeah, it costs a little bit of time here, but yeah, lucky it's a long track.
Depends if he's going to get these before the end of this chicane. He's going to get one.
Flashing and say, "Get out of my way," because I need to clear it. That was actually, yeah, it was a good clear.
I think this is going to be Magic Arrows, you know. I think.
Yeah, I think so, but you know, you never know, that traffic can really come into place.
Yeah, this is going to be the last lap of the race.
Oh, did you see the 169 car? I think it was sliding out of the corner there. That'd be a heart in the throat moment there for Tom, because going like, it's just about to win this race. Last thing we need right now is for somebody to have the spin. I'm not even going to talk about that.
Oh, he's cleared so much. He's got a 2-second gap.
Yeah. I think that's fuel. I know it's got to be fuel. I honestly think it's fuel, James.
Yeah,
remember,
pulled up 2.1.
They're almost 10 laps difference in fuel.
Yeah, he's pulled him out. He's got 1.9 on him.
And now, yeah, obviously, that Magic Arrow can burn it. And I honestly think, I don't know, it just seemed to me that Octopus just want to make sure they get this one home here and still get themselves a podium. But that, look at the speed coming in. They have to lift off big time. That may very well be the run for P2 over for the Octopus Racing team. But hey, you're going to be just happy. The bubbly stuff's still coming for you on the podium. That's for sure.
Have they got they've not got a pit on the last lap, surely. He's got a pit on the last lap!
Oh, they have!
Oh, no!
Now, what's the gap to Epoch? That's 37 seconds. That's not enough. Are they going to drop to P4?
I bet you
Andrew's going to be very
somebody is in Epoch's ear going, they bid.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I told you they were definitely on vapors. It just seemed like it because they had the pace, no doubt, but they couldn't keep up the pace.
It's not stopped.
Yep.
It's not stopped.
They're gonna lose, I think, too. Is the Epoch team going to get past them? Epoch Motorsport team? Yep, they're coming around the final corner. I think they got them. Yeah. I think they got them.
He's around the final corner. He's around the final. He's out. He's
Oh,
out.
no. This is going to be super close, James. Yep, this is going to be super close. It's going to be depending on the car traffic as well on the road. Are they out in time?
Yeah,
yes, they are.
They're out. Look, Epoch are back, but they're out. Oh, he survived the third place, but boy, oh boy.
How stressful would that be?
God, mate.
For Stephanie, like one mistake right now, you've just lost the podium, but managed to get it done.
Yeah, for
Stefan, sorry, yep. You have to give it to the LGD Sports. So here you go, Tom. You get a little bit of the spotlight now in the darkness. Stepping out of the darkness into the spotlight, isn't it, LGD Sports?
Coming across the line in the dark. Led, currently driven by Tom Dadswell. So he's done an absolutely stellar job. He's coming round turn 21, 22 before he goes down into the Porsche curbs, of course. So another stellar job from him. Oh, they're near each other. XPD and Leo. Oh, no.
They have.
No, he's going for it.
And this is a lead for LMP2s currently at the moment you're watching. This is for the lead.
He's got no fuel.
Does he have they? Get out there and push it if you have to. Yeah, that's definitely out of gas.
You're not finished.
No, you got to jump across the pit lane. There it is, James.
You're not finished. It's not finished.
That means that Platinum Racing Team Blue will get this position there.
Are they going to be finished? They've let Altitude through. He's there as he let Altitude through. Oh, Tom Danswell comes across the line for Altitude. XPD let Altitude through because they didn't have enough to do the next lap. Look.
Yes, you.
So he couldn't.
The checkered flags next to their names at the moment on the timing tower. If you're trying to catch up what's going on, that shows you they have completed.
Yeah, the checkered flag, they had to let them through because they didn't have enough fuel to get to the end. What an unbelievable move from the guys at XPD there because they needed to get, they didn't have enough to get to the end. So, yeah, they managed to snipe that second place out of the LMP2 because they didn't have enough fuel.
Is the Epoch racing team still on the back of Octopus? Because I believe they're still going, aren't they, James?
Yeah, Epoch.
I don't think they've crossed the line yet.
Well,
and the 610's down here.
Well, there's the Epoch team. There's Stefan Severio in front.
Yeah,
there isn't going to be
going.
done. They're coming into the Porsche curves, mind you, though. Stefan, Stefan's either been very precautious with the traffic over that last lap.
But you know that the car behind you is going to go flat. This is the time you actually do a risk it for the biscuit dive bomb a little bit, I would say, if you want to go for it. Because of that. 3/10, James. 3/10. Couple quarters to go. What can you do? Look at this, James, on the power, on the gas. Try to go for it.
He dived him off.
Oh, that's got to give the position back.
It's got to give it back.
Yeah, you got to give it back. It was worth the risk, but you got to give it back. I would say Octopus definitely had that P3.
Dived him at the end.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the team will say, my bad, we gave it a shot.
Yeah, give it back. You got to get that back. You can't be allowing that one.
Yeah, they can't now because I've already crossed the line to be able to lift and give it back. But I think that's probably going to be something that's going to be... the teams are going to say, okay. You know what? It's worth the risk for them to go for it in the final corner. But yeah, you realize it's a little bit too deep, a little bit too late.
So here is Leo Racing, your GT3 Pro winner. As it come and across the line, and there you go. Great job from them. Well done.
They dominated, James. Yeah, both the Leo Racing team on top on both the classes.
Yeah. That was a very close one. And then we got Rink Wilbrink from Fury Sim Sport Academy.
Name.
I know, it's quality, isn't it? Rink Wilbrink. So absolutely stellar job from them coming across in the GT3 AMS in first place. So...
Are we still waiting for Fury Sim Sport there for the GTAMs?
Yeah, they're here. This is them now.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Get across
there, mate.
Yeah,
Bingo.
Mate.
You got it.
There's your winner. There is your winner there. There he is. Cristini in first place for the LMP2. Comes across the line as well. Where is Sim Vision? There they are. They're coming over for fourth place.
A lot in the wars there, but good job there. And we obviously had a chat to some of those drivers, and good job there finishing in that P4 position, just a little bit outside the podium. But hey, points are points in an endurance championship.
Yeah, definitely on that one. As we see the Sim Sports come across the line as well. So...
Yeah, Stefan out there in the chat there too, negotiating that Octopus racing team there with Epoch. Sorry about the spin, my spin. Yeah, I think that would be something to be switched to Rude later on. We'll get the confirmation, of course, from the El Management.
So I'll wait for the other cars to come across the line. Who hasn't finished? Yes, you've finished. What about you? Yes, you finished. So we should be able to get the results up very, very shortly. Excuse me.
So, James, overall, how many drivers we actually ended up finishing?
So we had 60 in and 54 finished.
That's actually very impressive. You don't even see that very often in iRacing events.
52 finished, sorry. Pinarino was the last one. So
that's only basically about 10 or so retirements.
Pretty much. Right, here we are. Here are the results of this race. So there we go. In the LMP or the GTP or LMDH, whatever you want to call them, it was Altitude Esports, Magic Arrow in second, Epoch and Octopus Racing. I'm pretty sure that might be swapped around. I think that was Epoch third, Octopus fourth. Writer Engineering in fifth. In the LMP2s, it was Leo Racing, your winner, with XPD behind that, Platinum Racing Team Blue, Swank Racing, and 505 Endurance. So there we go. That was in that one. Actually, let's do it this way. This might be easier. There we go. 505 MRP by Fields Caddo, Scopum Racing Esports Team, Peaky Drivers, Platinum Racing Team Black, and Lithium Motorsport is rounding that up. In 11th, Cabano Esports Black, Bazinga Motorsports, Origa Course, and Team Shazoo. So there we go for that one. In the GT3 AMS, we have Fury Sim Sport Academy, your winner, by Maniti Racing Yellow, Team Upstate GT3 in third, Chris Racing Blue fourth, Peak Sim Sport Austria in fifth, Proto Sim in sixth, Austrian Sim Races Blue seventh, Trackside Esports eighth, Chicane Online Racing Orange ninth, TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing GT3 there behind them in 10th, and behind that Peaky Drivers in 11th, SR Technic in 12th, CMX in 13th, Scopum Esports Racing Team in 14th and 15th, respectively. In the pros, you have got currently at the moment, it's Leo Racing Team again in the pros as your winner, Chicane Online Racing Red in second, Cabano Esports in third, Simvision fourth, Ingersoll Round in fifth, Kairos Esports sixth, Grow Racing Team Red in seventh, Octopus Racing Team in eighth, SR Technic ninth, Platinum Racing Team Orange in 10th. Then beyond that, in 11th is Leo Team 221, Chris Racing Green, Protosim 2, YS Sim Sport Peck, Blue Chip Racing, Platinum Racing Team White, Austrian Sim Racers Red, Platinum Racing Team Red, Elite Racing Team in 19th, and Over the Limit was in 20th. Now let's bring up the GTPs properly. Here we go, the 10 cars there. Altitude Esports was your winner, Magic Arrow second, Epoch and Octopus, as we said, there as well. Writer in fifth, Blue Chip Racing sixth, Delta Racing seventh, DLR Rotary Orange eighth, Team Upstate ninth, and Simtech Motorsport LMDH is down in 10th. Raycar Esports Team in 11th, taken out on lap 1. TR Geeks Energy, of course, was not able to compete in here. Now we've got drivers lined up as well. Let's start with the team of Dadswell and Mark Hutchison. We'll bring them in together because I'm that brave. Either that or I'm just incredibly crazy. Guys, welcome in. Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
Hello, mate. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was Sunday drive, right? Nice and easy, yeah?
Yeah, until about 5 minutes to go, until I forgot to pit, which wasn't fun.
Yeah, but you did have.
Other than that,
you had a good couple of pit stops in hand there, mate.
Well, yeah. Well, it's just whether I got the car back or not is what I was worried about.
Ah, okay. Well, you got it back and you took the victory in the end. Yeah. So well done. It's been a long 6 hours. You know, you've done an amazing job. Mark, you did a stellar job as well there, buddy. Welcome in.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, this has been like the quickest 6-hour race I've ever done. Weirdly, usually when you're doing well, it drags in, but this has just gone by in an absolute flash. It's been great crack.
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing watching you as well, to be fair. You guys dominated it as well. We had a chat, obviously, earlier on, and literally it was more about keeping it on track and not making any silly moves as you got to the end, really, wasn't it? Because obviously there was a few, people making dives. I don't know, Brian said it was about trying to keep it clean throughout the race, and you guys did that, really.
Yeah, I think we stayed out of trouble pretty well. I think only finished on like 4x or something. There were Ryan's spin and a couple of lost tracks, but yeah, stayed pretty clean.
James, it doesn't sound like that they're very excited. They just won.
I know, you just won, boys. Come on. Mark, come on, where's the whoop whoop?
And by the way, wasn't it in the chat there that Tom was promising a song?
Yeah, Tom, you were supposed to be singing.
No, I don't know who said that, but
we've settled on Heaven as a Place on Earth by Belinda Carlisle.
Okay, off you go then, Tom.
I don't know the words.
Oh. How about the Teletubbies? You must know the words to that.
No, I don't know the words for that one either.
Oh,
forgotten.
It's not going too well, Mark, is it? Really? You know what I mean?
No, we're trying, but
but look, it was an absolutely stellar job. You go on to Road Atlanta knowing that you've come off here a victory. That's Road America. Sorry, that's a bit of a different one altogether, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of similar. Big straight, sort of nice high downforce corners, but it's a lot shorter, obviously. But Road America's been a pretty good track for us, and it's just recently been on the official schedule, so should hopefully have some decent setups for it. But yeah, I mean, in terms of this race, just waiting for it to sink in, really. It just hasn't really sunk in. I've never had a endurance race go so smoothly. So I'm just sitting here thinking, well, any second now I'm going to wake up and it's going to be 9:30 in the morning. So.
Well, hey, don't speak too soon, my friend. There's 15 minutes of reports coming in, so I'm sure that'll be okay for you guys.
Well, I think I might get reported for the people's races.
Do you get reports in Georgia?
Well, to be honest, I'm surprised you get internet in Papua New Guinea.
Oh, yeah, actually, you read that one in the chat. Drop the microphone. Yeah, good puns there. That's why I love these guys, isn't it? From the altitude esports. And mind you, thank you very much, guys, too, as well, too, for all the chitter chatter at the start. Oh, yeah, you talk the talk, but you can walk the walk. That's the good thing about it, isn't it?
Yeah, just gotta keep it up for the rest of the season. Really, it's been couldn't really have asked for a better start. So yeah, keep it going.
Okay, boys. Well, is there anyone you guys want to give a shout out to before we let you go this evening? Either of you?
Yeah. So basically, Altitude Esports, obviously. Brian, our teammate, he didn't want to join us for the second part of this.
Rude.
And then all the sponsors, Freem, Sim Stickers,
Grumpy Dad,
Mr. Hedge Photography, and Finding Speed.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you so much, guys, for joining me in the booth there, buddy. And well done. And look forward to seeing what you can do at Road America.
No worries, folks. See you then.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So there we go. That was Mark Hutchinson there and Tom Dadswell from the Altitude Esports GTP team that just took the victory here. Bring in now Rink Wilbrink, of course. Rink there taking the victory in the GT3 AMS. Rink, congratulations. Well done. Welcome in.
Thank you very much.
That was a nice race, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just great effort by everyone, you know. We had really good pace. I think all of us were on very, very similar lap times throughout the whole race. So, you know, we kept it all clean. Honestly, yeah, I don't think I could be happier.
No, an absolutely stellar job. And you took the victory with well over a minute and a bit, if not longer, to spare, to be fair. So an absolutely amazing job for you. As the nightfall fell, though, was it tough to get through to the end?
No, it was just we were a little bit in no man's land, so it gets a bit dull at times. So it's just driving and keeping it on track. But you know, we had the pace to keep the gap where it was, and we even managed to extend it to a little bit further. Yeah, it was just a very safe race.
Yeah,
no incidents or anything.
No, but safe races gets you points, buddy.
Exactly.
And the
that's, I
victory.
think, why we got into P1. You know, the start was hectic, as expected, but you know, we managed to keep it clean, and we gained a couple positions, and then with the pit stops, we just had a good strategy. So yeah.
And the only Belgium driver, I believe, on the grid that I've seen as well too, which is great.
I'm not actually from Belgium. That's
Oh, you driving under that flag, but apologies about that one. Where are you from?
Netherlands.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Dutch drivers winning races. Why are we surprised?
I was going to protest it, so.
I'll get on that now. You don't need to worry about that. It's obviously you get it as a team there as well. So I am going to change that one as we speak.
Very much.
No worries at all.
Fault. Yeah.
No, don't tell him it was my fault. 'Cause it really
Rink,
was not.
Wilbrink, isn't it? I love that name, man.
Correct.
It just rolls off the tongue quite well. That's awesome.
But it was a stellar race, buddy. We go on to Road America. So, you know, what are we looking forward to from you guys at Road America?
Well, of course, we hope to win our class again. That would be great. But honestly, yeah, just need to do good preparation, and I think we can definitely get a good result in Road America.
Awesome stuff for that, buddy. Well, thanks so much for joining me. Anybody you want to give a shout out to before we let you go this evening?
My parents.
Okay.
And yeah, well, thank you everyone for watching as well.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you, Rink, for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you next time out at Road America.
Yeah, sounds good. Ciao, ciao.
Take care. Right, let's bring in car 104, which is the Leo car from the LMP2. Gianpaolo, join us into the booth. Gianpaolo, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hiya, buddy. How are you?
Fine, fine. And you?
Not bad at all. You took the victory, LMP2 there. Absolutely stellar job. Touch and go at the end, though, wasn't it?
Yeah. I didn't expect that he wasn't able to do an overlap.
No.
But, fortunately, yes.
Yeah,
Gianpaolo, it's Biggles here, mate. It seems like every single time there's a race finish, I'm talking to you because you're getting victories and podiums. Second time this week as well, too, I think, mate. With this Leo racing team and the pace that you guys have, what is the secret to your success?
I don't know, just training and have fun.
Well,
and you this time around, you didn't have any hypercar drivers, only the LMP2s and the GT3s, which you both won those classes.
Trying the LMP2, it was fun, but I don't know if I prefer the LMDH or the LMP2.
Okay, well, you did an absolute stellar job, Gianpaolo, there, taking the victory in the LMP2 category here today. Anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go this evening?
Thanks for, and see you next time.
Okay, buddy. Thank you very much for that one as well. We need to bring in the car number 55 here as well. Norbert, got you second place then.
Hi, James. Yeah,
hello.
It's second place. I told you. You need entertainment? You will have it.
Yeah, it was close.
He was correct, wasn't he, James?
Yeah, it was close. It was close, by you, Norbert. Don't go away all like, yeah, I did it, I do. You know what I mean? It was close. But then it was even closer between Epoch and Octopus as well. We think Octopus was, well, they had to go in at the end, and that, yeah, it was all a little bit slippery, to be fair. But look, stellar job from you guys. What's your plan for Road America? Because surely you don't want to leave it that late again.
First of all, we are very happy with P2. Like when we saw that altitude was just crawling out of Mosan 2 chicane, there were some thoughts of maybe we can go for P1, but that obviously would be a bit unrealistic. But P2 is very nice, and I have to say Road America is not a weaker track for LMDH drivers.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So we are quite optimistic for Road America as well.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll do an absolutely stellar job there as well, buddy. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely amazing. Onwards and upwards for you guys, though. You've done absolutely amazing. Anyone you want to give a shout out to before you leave the booth this evening?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to shout out to the organizers. It's a very nice league. It's our first race with the league, and we really enjoyed it. It is well organized. Everyone had a very high driving standard. Where we encountered any GT LMP2 drivers, it was very high standard. So we really loved it, and we are really looking forward to it. And the broadcast was also very nice. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Stellar job.
Thank you very much, Norbert, and look forward to seeing you at Road America.
Yeah, thank you. Looking forward to talk to you again at Road America.
Hopefully we will, buddy. But for now, you take care.
Take care, guys.
Right, let's bring in Lorenzo Castellini here from car number 208, your winner, Leo Racing Team here from the GT3 Pros. Lorenzo, how are you?
Hi, good evening, everyone. So good. It has been a very, very thrilling race and long one, but yeah, feels good to win.
Yeah, it definitely does. You know, you guys at Leo had a good night here as well after taking, obviously, the victory in the GT3 Pros and the LMP2s. Overall, you know, Leo can go away quite happy, can't they, with the way that it is at the moment with you guys winning them two classes?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. We are very happy about the result. It's unfortunate for our other car, the 221, sorry. that got a bit unlucky, if I remember correctly, with
Alicio, right? And yeah, right, Leo Racing Team 2-2.
Yeah. And yeah, it's unfortunate for them, but I know that they can come back in the next races. But yeah, I think for the first round we can be happy about the result of both categories.
And Lorenzo, I want to ask you a question because I've seen you guys obviously in other leagues as well too. So I know the Leo Racing Team is it's a family, of course, of Italianos and quick drivers, Tifosi fans of you, as well as even I am as well. But you guys, like, I mean, granted, Altitude Esports had dominated, right, the hypercars. You went in that one, but you guys are always, when you are racing, you're battling wheel to wheel. You're grinding door to door, like. You never kind of like, how was that race for you? Because and both of you of the classes too, the LMP2 and the GT3s, you're always like in battles, aren't you, with other cars? How fun is that, and how much do you enjoy it?
It's very motivating, first of all, because everyone says that your teammate is the first enemy, the first car to stay in front. So we just want to be better than the other car. It's just in us, and but at the same time, if we see that someone is not doing so well, we try to help the other car as well. But if both of us are fine, we just try to fight as it's a normal race.
There you go, Biggles.
Say, mate, that's the Italian. That's a prancing horse, isn't it? The Italians, absolutely. That's the reason why Italians are great motor racers, and Italians are born and bred. It's like, I don't know what it is. What do they give you when you're a kid to be wanting to motor race?
Yeah.
And feisty as well too. I give it to you guys. You are very, very feisty on track. You take opportunities. I mean, you gamble opportunities. There's also mistakes made, but it's entertainment. You just I don't think most of the time, we did see a little bit in the LMP2 class that there was a lot of patience, I guess, for your team to sit back for many, many laps and just bump draft, really, some of the cars that we saw. But overall, if gap car, Italiano. So GTs to you, my friend.
Before we let you go out the booth this evening.
Just briefly, I want to thank the team, the racing team, to have provided us a very good and quick car, and for managing a very good strategy. So yeah, thank you very much to everyone who supported and watched also the streaming. Hope you had fun, and yeah, that's it.
Okay, mate. Well, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time at Road America.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye. Ciao.
Bye. Right, so now we've got Zachary.
Just real quick, James, before we get somebody else, I was wondering if he likes a pineapple on his pizza. We won't talk about that one. But who's next, James?
So we've got Zachary Lovegood in from Lithium Motorsport. Zachary, welcome in. How are you?
Good. How you doing, sir?
I'm not bad at all there, buddy. That was an eventful one, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wish my driving was as good as my puns.
Well, you can't all be puntastic, can you? You know what I mean?
Absolutely not.
But it was still an eventful evening for you guys at Lithium.
It was. We didn't qualify where we wanted, and we had to work our way up from the field and tried to do a last to first challenge, but 10th was as close as we could get. I did apologize to that poor GT I did kill. Thought he was letting me by when obviously he wasn't, and got us both spun there.
Yep. Well, it was what it was, as it is, they say. So, onwards and upwards to Road America. But are we looking for a little bit more of a conservative Lithium at Road America?
Definitely so. We're always aiming for bigger and better, so hopefully we can do better at Road America.
Awesome stuff there, buddy. Well, thanks so much for popping into the booth with us. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go this evening?
I do not, James. Just appreciate the good commentary. You as well, Biggles.
No worries, man. Much love for that as well. And from now, bud, you take care, and we'll catch you at Road America.
All right. Have a good night, fellas.
And you, man. Right. Let's bring in the organizer, the driver for Platinum Racing Team Black. Monix Iso finished 9th overall there as well. Monix, let's have a talk about the race. You weren't dead last, so that's always a plus, right?
Sorry?
You wasn't dead last, so that's always a
That's
plus.
the important. That's what we were aiming for. So I can drink my bottle of champagne I've got laying here. So I'm happy.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm really happy with how things went compared to the last couple of seasons. We didn't have as much reports and bad driving and whatever as compared to last season. So I'm really happy and really pleased. Also, thanks to all the drivers that have been racing with us the last couple of seasons and stay with us. I think this is a great improvement compared to the last couple of seasons, and I think we can call this a great success, especially with you guys here. Broadcasting this went really well and was really cool to see.
Awesome stuff there, buddy. Well, thank you so much for your kind words, of course. We put maximum effort in as much as we can here up in the booth. But it was a good one going forward to Road America. Marnix, what are you hoping for?
Sorry?
What are you hoping for in Road America?
Just the same. Maybe a bit less incidents and a better finish, but I think we'll be fine. I'm just happy for now. Let's focus. Let's celebrate this, and then focus onwards. And yeah, I think it will be fine. And we have a great grid with great people. Also the vibe within the chats has improved, in my opinion, which I'm really happy with. There was a lot of negativity last season, and I think it's really an improvement overall. I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Well, thank you so much, Marnix, for having us along for this season. It's going to be an absolutely epic one here as well. And hopefully I will no doubt speak to you at some point during the week, Marnix. So, bud, you take care, and I'll catch up with you soon, all right?
Yes, we'll do. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
It was amazing.
Right, Biggles, we're going to wrap this up. So one sentence, what do you reckon?
I reckon 6 hours down. And about, in round one, 240 odd hours to go for the season. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
240. Well, Biggles is going to be here for most of that because we've only got about 46 left. But you never know. It's all good. We've got a lot of rounds to go and 12 hours of Daytona. But for now, guys, we're heading off to Road America on the 1st of April. So tune in for that one because that's going to be an absolute barnstorming event. Thank you so much for all the love in chat today. There was just so many people. I can't go all the way back through. But thank you to every single person that stuck by us here in the booth. And thank you to everybody that subscribed. Turn on the bells and give the video a big old thumbs up because that would be absolutely amazing as well. And I think you can roundly say that this here today has been an absolutely resounding success. Going forward, looking forward to Road America should be another absolute great one as well. So much love from all of you here up in the booth from myself and the Biggles. You all take care. Have a great week. And you never know, we might see you on the track sometime. Good night.